Oh, hi, chat. Hi, chat. Hi, chat. Hi, chat. We're rushing around, chat. I feel bad that I have to change this real quick. Rain Danny cuddled up in bed asleep. Okay, easy. Alright. Here you go. Ray's asleep. I'm definitely not. Alright. Guys. It's Court TV, boys. Where's Bob? Alright. I'll be back, Ray. Love you. No, close the door, goddammit. Right. We are quite literally gonna run to the clothing store to get change for court, and then we are gonna grab some food from Burger Shop probably, and then we are gonna try to find Bob. Wherever Bob is. Wherever Bobbert lies. I guess. And if not, Bob doesn't answer, we will go steal a pedal bike from the hospital and try to ride to the city. You know, we'll pick. We'll figure it out. Weapons gotta be left in the car, so I will probably put my golf club and knife in his car. Gem on my fence. Is that a local? That's just people, I think. Oh. That's not concerning. Oh, there's people in there, I think. Right. Let's just go for a goodie and an oldie real quick. Where the fuck are those jeans? There they are. We're just gonna do these. That works. Yeah, we're just gonna go for something simple. Simple and easy, simple and easy. Where's my fucking lock and key necklace that she's been wearing since she started dating Ray? Where's that? Of course I'm just stupid. Alright. And then... Paint my nail. Wait, I think it's in Kevlar. Hold on. You can paint your nails? Oh, is it not? Where the fuck is it? There's somewhere where you can paint your nail in. Might just be in here. Nope, just rings. Alright, my rings. Got my nails painted. Alright. Let's sit chair 3. Make sure it's alright. Hands up. Alright. No, nothing crazy. Nothing crazy going on? Alright. Alright. Eat this real quick. What the fuck was that about? Artemis. Is that Bob? Better be. Hope that's Bob. Oh, hello.
Hey, Danny.
Looks good. Neons look good.
Thank you. Wait, I don't actually see them at the moment.
Oh, I do. They're green on the ground.
Yeah.
I see them, yeah.
I thought it was just a little bit too light, but I
Ah.
need to clear out my eyes.
It looks cool as fuck.
It looked really nice in the dark.
I bet.
No, it was really hard to preview because the painting booth is so bright.
Yeah.
So I was hoping for them to be a bit more neon green, but it worked out pretty good.
Yeah. I'm going to check City Hall.
Got them.
What the heck?
Slow it down. Slow it down.
Okay.
Yes,
See these bikers in the road? You almost ran them over with your crazy speed.
Oh my god. Wait, what happened to your windows?
How old are you, sir?
I'm 68, sir.
You should know better if you're 68 years old. You're driving this little frickin' speedster car with underglow at 68 years old. What the hell? You having like a triple life crisis or what?
No, we're just eager to get to city. I'm sorry, we'll go slower.
Oh, for fuck's sake, slow it down.
I'm sorry, we will, I'm
Thank
sorry! Oh, I should have just started yelling like, Grandpa, what's wrong with you? You would have left quicker, I think. I'm sorry, what am I reading on this fucking state announcement? They're monetizing this fucking case?
Yep. I also saw that. That's fucking disgusting.
Are you fucking kidding me? Cool, so I know 3 people who are gonna die.
So we were just gonna head back to Turbo Max because we were still getting some people's cars fixed, and then head over to the City Hall.
Easy.
Probably should be about done by the time we get there.
The sooner we get to the courthouse, the quicker we can get in and sit the fuck down.
think they're only gonna be opening the doors in like 30 minutes though. With that
Oh no, I
announcement.
know, but still.
Oh, crap! I should have taken this exit. I take
I'm
the
not.
next one.
I'm not fucking paying for a seat at a goddamn court hearing for my friend. Fuck. Like, I understand maybe they're trying to do crowd control a little bit, and a lot of people won't pay to sit down and watch a fucking thing in a good seat, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's crazy that they're actually charging people for it.
They want to. Like, it's like fucking getting pre-check on a plane ticket. It's like, oh, you want to skip the security, basically? Yeah. The best seat? $250. It's like, okay.
I wonder what they're even gonna do with the money.
Who knows? I don't even know who those 3 people are that are doing it.
Must be someone from the government, or they wouldn't be able to make the announcements, I guess.
Ty Slaughter, Lou Caruso, or Harold Stockardwell. Alien will take you. Aliens didn't take us. That was a lie.
Okay, they got our lights as well.
Mm-hmm. Looks nice.
Hell yeah,
Oh,
Katie.
yeah.
I love that. I love that, actually.
And then.
Ooh.
Oh,
yeah.
now I see mine as well.
Oh, this is
Yep,
so
there's
cool.
yours.
Big flex right
I am
there.
flexing so hard right now.
Hi, Daniela.
Hello.
Thank you. All right, we will see you guys.
Somebody will make fun of your car, be like, huh, you can't get the black tin, thing. Pull the fucking top back up. No, bitch, I do got it.
It's like I got everything, bitch. Hello.
Yep.
Is you know the law stuff? Is it illegal to have tinty windows?
There's nothing that says that you can't have them.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
But until then, fuck it.
So if I get my windows tinty and then they pass a
Uh,
law, I
Hey,
can go
Bob.
to jail.
Mossberg said there is a specific tint that you can't have.
Yeah, the darkest one.
The darkest one is the only one. The rest of them you can.
Is it in legislation though?
I have
Yeah,
no
there's already a
idea. I
charge
didn't
for it.
even.
There is illegal
there's-
window tinting.
There's already a charge for it.
It's been a charge since I moved here.
Yeah, it's been there for a while.
Well,
Like, it's been a charge.
That's why I didn't want to go for the darkest one as well, because I figured that would be illegal.
Well, I'll see you guys later.
Bye, Katie.
Okay,
As long as
bye-bye,
you don't
Katie,
take
love
your
ya.
Yeah, that's what
Bye, Katie. Have fun.
That's what I was about to say. I didn't go for the
Move this
darkest
bit
tint.
out the way.
I think so. I mean, we're waiting on it.
Yeah, they
I
pulled
thought I was waiting
out.
for the guy to say that I could go in, but
Hi, Bubbles.
just go? Okay. I'll
Hi,
just go.
Daniela. How are you doing?
I'm doing as good as I can.
That's good. I'm getting a pink light on my car.
That's nice.
Yeah, October's super nice and drove it for me.
Hell yeah.
Sterling has a pink car with a blue light, and I'm getting a blue car with a pink light. I think Mara just hit my car.
Yep.
Okay, I just.
My poor car.
The neons and the pins, right? Or are you gonna
Yeah.
use spray as well?
Unless if there's fluorescence, I'm fine with how I have it.
Okay. Yeah. Right now, we only offer the stripping of pearlescence. If you're gonna be looking to get pearlescence, I would wait until the vol opens up.
Yeah, that's what I heard. But yeah, I'll keep going with the neons and tints just to see how those look.
Let's make it easier for you. Instead of pulling out of the booth there, just park right under.
They keep getting new stuff here, but the pump and dump still hasn't been able to do what the stuff they were talking about doing.
Yep. It's really not fair.
Nuh-uh. The state is being meanie heads. Should we write an angry letter to the mayor?
I don't think that's really gonna do much. Does October know what you want to get, or do you need to go do it?
Is
Ty
October
Slaughter,
here
Luke
right now?
Russo, Harold Stock.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm coming.
He's on. Alan's alive.
Which color is Mara getting?
Oh, that's a quick. I'm moving those now into us.
Nope, not what I wanted to do. Luke Caruso, Ty Slaughter, or Harold Stockard. Well, mayor's office. Checked in. Checked in. I want to say murder? Serial killer. So yes, people did perma over this. People did die. There's a few people that died. I think one woman, possibly two, died. And also, this is a huge court case, huge high-profile court case, where somebody was tortured by a serial killer, and they're trying to fucking monetize it. So a lot of people are upset. We're not fucking paying for a seat at a fucking court case. It's actually insane. Trying to figure out who the fuck these three people are. None of them are checked in as government employees. So. They're trying to fucking monetize a court case where people have been killed. Like, alright, cool. Trying to get people to pay for a seat, which is crazy, man. Like, what? Sounds like an oof, yeah, man. It's kind of crazy. Can't find any of these fucking people who are trying to do this shit, and they're not in the directory. They're not checked in as government fucking employees. No, I understand it's only pay if you want to skip the line, but still they shouldn't be doing it in the first place. That's fucking ridiculous. And this is in character, of course. I don't give a fuck OC, like, it's a video game. Who the fuck cares? But, like, in the context of the city and the citizens, it's kind of fucked to try to get people to pay to sit better at a court case. It's kind of wild. They saw this horrendous court case as a chance to make money. Like, it's just kind of wild to me.
Blacklight. What do you think, Sterling?
I didn't see the other one.
Thank you. I love it. I recommended it to someone.
Because this goes with the secondary.
In the
But
catalog.
Blacklight always is a good
And
choice.
so they
Always a
did
good
a
choice.
Blacklight's funny because you don't remember
Wait,
Thank
fun
you.
jumps or jokes?
Seems normal for the city. It is normal for the city, and that's the problem. Is like, people are like, that's crazy.
because you use Blacklight to see comments.
Actually, hold up. I don't think we even have a line anymore.
Fuck me. That's
We're chilling.
Jesus Christ. Oh God. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Yeah.
Hmm?
You're muted.
The purple or the?
Backseat of some people's cars.
It's-
Who's
it-
gonna-
Oh God, I'm scared. I'm
That's
scared
the
to
thing, I
drive
need
through
to
the
make sure the
pink
numbers
cage
still
now. Oh
line out.
God.
Like everything's good.
Who died?
That looks pretty,
That's
Mara.
what I was talking about earlier.
What'd you say,
Well, I was
boss?
talking to somebody about that
And thank
earlier.
you.
I would go with
I
this one.
still need to remove
Yeah?
the taxes
Alright, I'll
from
do it
people's
then.
pay.
Yeah, I'm thinking this one as well.
So
I
I'm
like
still doing
both,
the
but
same
yeah,
shit.
I'm thinking that one.
Yes. So
Alright.
yeah.
But if you hit it, it's all on Bob.
Nah, I don't hate it at all. Oh.
Basically, separating out
Oh,
between
it's
charges and
daytime.
transfers and the transfers being the taxes.
Yeah, they're just in
And
the
then
middle
I
of a
have
thing,
to
so.
filter out what's repair versus what's a
It's
respray.
daytime now.
It
So I'm
rained?
putting
From
my
there,
car in
I
the
Did it
have to,
rain earlier?
you know, take the
Yeah,
total
for
What
a
the-
good
of
like
whatever the
30
Really?
minutes of
What the fuck?
yeah,
all of either the parts and taxes.
like pouring down, almost an hour.
Oh,
Taxes. So it wasn't that bad to do. It just
what the? I missed the rain because I went and took a nap. That's crazy.
People at City Hall.
so I'm just hoping this one doesn't like screw me.
Can't believe all days it fucking rains. That's insane.
Since
Since it just happened today, we did so much yesterday.
Yeah.
Tow truck.
Fuck
We're gonna
off,
have a
dude.
blast.
That in escrow on behalf of the
Hey,
government.
I
Sure,
have
you
a
forgot
ticket.
about that.
Perfect. Just hand that to me.
It means that
Mhm.
comes to money later.
I'm thinking I'm gonna go with like a black light, underglow, and maybe if the headlights eventually come in, go with the black light for those too.
Oh yeah. Have you seen our shop car? It has the black light colors.
Is that the Sultan?
Mhm.
Yeah, no, I did. That shit looks so nice.
Alright. So this is
Oh,
the
that's for boat
first
services.
charge,
Thank you.
and the next one you're gonna get is the labor fee.
Of course.
There's some spots in the back that don't have a meter near them, but
Mhm.
not a lot. So I'm guessing those are already going to be filled.
Hmm.
I think we should probably just carpool, and take
Yeah.
as less cars as we can.
We can leave some cars on that little parking spot we used last time, and then just take 1 or 2 cars there.
Yep.
Just give me a
And
second,
thank
I'll be
you.
right back.
Of course.
Maybe abuse the hospital parking a little bit.
We could.
Possibly.
Easily. Or we could just go to the spot where the EMS people park anyway. We just go there.
Oh yeah, true.
Because it's a really good space. Also, hi, Daniela.
Hello.
Are you getting a card with lights, Daniela?
Oh, that's Maisie.
Bubbles, I don't know how to drive and I don't own a car.
Oh yeah, I forgot you
Marcy,
said that.
yeah. I get them both mixed up because their names are so
I'm
similar.
I'm learning to drive.
Well, that's good.
Ray's been teaching me. I drove myself to therapy today. Oh, that was cool.
Oh my god, that's so cool. I'm glad you're learning to drive.
Mm-hmm.
Driving is fun. You just get to like, as long as you follow all the laws. Otherwise, it gets scary.
I always follow every driving law there is. I have never violated a single one.
Totally.
Wait, really? I thought.
I
I'm a big
definitely
team.
didn't just get pulled over on the way here.
Yep.
How much money
You,
you got?
am I remembering wrong? I thought you did break some laws of the road.
Don't scratch your
I'm
horse.
not trying to,
No, at
okay?
all.
It just fucking hurts.
I know.
How'd you get down to 40,000? What?
I had a headache all fucking day and I still have a goddamn headache. And it's just like,
60 again.
Hell, no, I haven't been near 60.
And Ray's asleep, so I don't have Ray with me.
I keep getting like 50,
Ray.
then like dropping back to 30.
I think he's gonna wake up later though. If he'll try to, at least I think.
It's been a vicious cycle.
Yeah, it's not really a good time for him,
If
isn't
I'd
it?
have never fucking
No, it is not.
fucking
It is
drive and just
thinking about like
driven,
5 in the morning.
I
So
would have enough for highs. With that alone. Just all me.
I was like, you should go to bed, and he was like, yeah, I plan on it. And I was like, okay. He's like, I'll try to be awake for the end of the case. And I was like, all right. If you're not, don't worry, I have a ride, lady. It'll be fine. I'll let you know. I just want him to sleep because he slept awfully yesterday because the house was kind of hot. And he just slept like shit. I did buy him a fan. Can't believe I missed rain.
I will stop looking.
It was so
We
beautiful.
all thought
I'm
we were tripping.
so mad. So mad I missed out on rain.
Why would you be tripping if your shoes are tied?
Oh my goodness.
Well, she doesn't have laces.
That's true. I got slip-on shoes. Thought it'd be
Mhm.
easier for the
What-
security.
once you realize that you don't actually have to tie your shoes, like you unlock like a whole new world. It's like a superpower almost.
I need to be at the courthouse.
I like superpowers.
I'm anxious.
Is your car already done, Bubbles?
They're pulling it back in now. Let me go look.
Woo! Her car's gonna
I
look
think
cute with
that's the
pink.
last one, and then we can start moving to the courthouse.
And then we're free.
We've been here so long.
Oh, I bet they're the only fucking place in
it
town
makes,
doing it,
and
right?
we came here with like 4 or 5 cars, so
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It takes a while to install everything.
Oh, it's
Yep.
all in there?
Yeah,
Oh, they
should be
fixed
good
my
to go.
window.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, I'm
Nice.
excited.
What'd you get, Mara? Ooh!
You did a beautiful job.
Pretty.
Thank you so much.
Should probably move before she runs us over.
Yeah,
It's
probably.
okay, but yeah. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna go behind this wall for a second.
How's it going?
Believe it or not, it's off.
I'm sad it's daytime because now I can't see what my car looks like in the dark. I think it's gonna be really pretty, everyone.
I think so too.
October doesn't like my car because it's quiet.
Yep, that's also why I don't like it. First time I drove it, I didn't even realize the engine was on.
That's what October said. But you know the engine's on because when the engine turns on, the GPS comes up on the dash thingy.
Yeah, I need that auditory cue as well.
I don't know what that means.
It means the noise tells me that it's on.
Okay.
Those big old power buttons.
So just gotta say,
It's just too quiet. It's unnerving.
I love it.
But like the same
Stealth
size
car.
stripes almost. It feels
That
like they have
looks
the
kind
same
of white
stripe
to
to
me.
vintage negative space ratios.
It looked pink earlier, now it looks white.
Yeah, it looks white because it's daytime right now.
Okay.
There'll be more pink in the. Well, that's the intended pink in it, but yeah, it's gonna look white during the day, unfortunately.
Okay.
Alright, let's start moving to the courthouse, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'll get in with October.
And about
Good choice,
360 for the
October.
tints. That's just for the labor fee. That's the fee we charge in order to.
Bobbert.
Man, I hope you all have a good day. Business is booming.
Man, the green is just sick, Bob. I'm not gonna lie.
I first got it, it was orange, and I would have kind of preferred for it to stick.
Mm-hmm.
Green's not bad though.
Not bad. Stealthy.
I'm just being a bit picky. I hope we still have room to park.
Mm-hmm. Otherwise, we might be walking. Ginger, out! Out now! Stop that! Hey! Get out from under there right now! Absolutely not, Ginger! That's crazy. This dog is trying to ruin my life and eat my computer! Stop it! You can't do that, Ginger! Yeah, play with your toy, please. Don't go doing that. Thank you.
Jesus, lots of small headaches.
Are you surprised? Yeah, we might be parking far away and walking, Bob. I'll be honest with you. Ah. Oh, someone got flipped. And there's no parking.
God damn it.
Yep.
Finish thinking.
Nope, it's full.
There's none.
Oh no.
Well, let's go try to find something else a little farther away, I guess. I'm fine with walking if it means we don't have a bunch of fucking headaches.
You should just go park it there.
You can't. Oh, back there maybe?
It's not.
Do you wanna come down here?
If there's
What about that parking place we went to one time?
That I don't know what
Bubbles.
one that is. Or do we want to go
just do
down,
the
down
hospital.
there, or
Let's just go to the hospital.
let's do the hospital.
Do our best.
Okay.
It's the wrong side.
A ton of cops.
Eyes are messed up right now. I have something in them. I can't even see the ground.
That's government parking now. This is government parking. It's government parking. It's locked.
If we get out on foot, it opens, but I'm not sure if we should do that with
You
cops.
were not gonna do it with the cops there. No.
Cops car.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're not doing that with the cops. It's government parking. There's parking on the side, and I can try. Pretty sure that's. Oh, it looks like
Yes, we
cows.
can park here,
It's not.
yeah.
No, fuck it.
This is red.
Oop. Oops. Yeah, pull up behind them and you'll be fine. Pull up a little more. It'll be good.
Should be.
I know somewhere else to park, so I'm gonna go park over there instead.
Oh yeah, can I put my stuff in your trunk?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. Never mind, I can't fit anything in your trunk. I have a golf club and a knife. Oh, I can't fit anything in it, so.
There's still a shopping cart.
Yep, there is. I can try that, I guess.
Oh.
doing?
Nice. Parking is a bit of an issue, it seems.
Well, I'll try on the backside.
Really?
Technically, this is the spot.
Dude? Get the fuck out of my pockets!
Good. Can just throw some stuff away if you need.
Yep, I'm just throwing things away, fuck it.
Volunteered without having it.
Oh, but Veronica, I don't know.
Oh,
I'm happy that they're raising money for this, by the way.
that's nice.
No one in PD can put out state announcements besides Bob, and Bob's not around.
Wait, where the fuck did I drop this?
I'm gonna find out who put up a state announcement. There's no way to track it.
Everyone's pissed that they're trying to make money off this shit, and I can understand that. Alright, that works. My knife is in his trunk. That's all I care about. Where's Bob? Where's Bobbert? Reeb reeb. The fuck is... Oh, there you are. Hello.
Hey, just move the car to the back where there's no meter.
Okay. Easy.
No, you can pay cash. Oh. You gotta just complain, politics, no care.
Oh.
Because it's currently a violation of human rights because nothing's actually enacted. It's just a thing. No one's been told anything about anything. So.
I'll be in there.
Uh-oh.
The mayor's office wasn't told about.
Hey, Mara.
Harold thingy.
Is everybody leaving?
No, the mayor's office
Alright.
wasn't advised of the situation. The cops weren't advised of the situation. The district attorney's office.
Yeah, we're pretty much at the entrance now. We'll wait outside.
We don't have RS. We neither have RS nor PC from any sort of circumstance currently to be able to frisk anybody without not without enacting ERP.
Yeah, see you in a bit.
So.
I'm getting my gun.
Oh, did you hear that? You hear that, Bob? Katie, what the Katie, what the fuck was that?
What?
We getting our knives and our guns back? What's happening?
Yeah, long story made short, nobody knows what the fuck that announcement's about, so just arm yourself.
Alright, yeah, no, I'm getting my fucking knife
Okay,
back.
don't
and
walk
my
away
golf club.
saying arm yourself, because that's actionable. But
No, but like...
unofficially, yes.
Officially, yeah. Nope.
I'm getting my shit back. I'm getting my fucking golf club out of the trash, hold on. I'm getting my fucking golf club. Fuck you. Where did Bob go? God damn it, Bob! Oh, the hole. What's that?
People. That's it.
Where did Bob go? Bob? I got my golf club. Fuck this shit.
Okay, yeah.
Nah, man.
You know that.
I grabbed your stuff.
That's
Oh,
honestly
Bob,
a big
I
setup.
love you. Fuck yeah, thanks, Bob. Easy. Or not lose it, I just got it. Ooh.
Wait, what?
So that announcement that was put up, nobody knows anything about it.
How the fuck does nobody know anything about it when it got put up? Who put it up?
That's what I'm trying to figure.
It's not that no one knew anything about it. It's the fact that it wasn't cleared by anybody. The mayor's office, state's office. So
Nobody fucking knows?
isn't
What the
cleared.
fuck?
Our
That's
office.
weird as fuck.
There's no RS or actually immediate threat to give us the right to frisk anybody.
What the fuck? Okay.
It's got to get approved. And
That's
what just
above
wasn't
my
approved.
pay grade. Yeah, sure, I'm a magistrate now, but that's above my fucking pay grade.
When the fuck are you a magistrate?
Last night.
I was gonna say.
How the
Yeah.
fuck?
I haven't really told people, so if you look in the
Well,
app, now, you'll see.
the announcement
Look at
got
you,
the
Judge
announcement
Pike.
got updated, so there's
Judge
no
Pike.
there's no
Fuck,
paid
Uncle Stocky
there's no
coming
paid
back and
seating
gonna be a
anymore.
judge, like an actual judge, motherfucker.
I mean, that's
Sorry. Hey, what's up, Spax? Trying to resolve this, Katie. No one's getting back to me about anything, so.
Love that for us.
There you go.
Yeah, no, I love communication and the lack thereof.
Yeah, you know, I love that shit so much. We're not being told anything.
Yeah,
Like,
I bet
my
it's
entire
great.
life is like that. Crazy.
I bet it's awesome.
Apparently, the frisking was agreed upon in chambers with something last week. Were you part of that, or were you aware of anything like that?
No, I wasn't aware of anything. I know that there were, I mean, I feel like there were discussions about it, but there was nothing concrete.
Sorry.
Emma is on the balcony.
If I remember correctly.
Okay.
But,
Go ahead.
I
Or do we wait
really
here
don't
for,
appreciate
Stormy?
not being. It's not your fault. I really don't appreciate not being told until
I mean,
like
it's
the
gonna
final
start
moment.
without him, honestly. So,
we were thinking that ERP was going to be a thing, so.
We will probably
I
need to
tried,
carry
but
on
they,
the stairs
they,
to Bubbles.
they don't want to shut down all of city services.
Can you
because
help me
of the
put my
situation,
wheelchair in
which I
my
understand,
bag?
and it's fine.
Yeah, of
But
course.
we can't
Thank
just have a judge
you.
go, yeah, you can frisk people, because then that's just government corruption. I'm gonna have to charge Joy with government corruption.
Oh, thank you.
Who was the one that made that decision?
Don't know. I don't know who said. I don't know who said that we can frisk people, and then that we're also charging tickets.
Yeah, we'll see y'all
I saw that,
inside.
I was like, that,
Okay.
really weird.
Yeah, it's fucked that they were trying to charge people. That's actually insane.
agree. I think that's fucking insanity.
And they can't tell who the fuck put the post up? Like, okay. I need to grab a snack real quick before we go in there.
Just assault that man, Harvey.
Harvey, don't do that!
Harvey deserves a little assaulting as a treat.
Alright, got some drink. Where'd they go? Where the fuck did they go? Why am I losing my mind? They lost me. I've been abandoned. There it is. Over there in the corner. That was the smallest trunk I've ever seen, yeah.
Shame.
Are we shaming people? Who are we shaming? Why? Don't shame people.
Let's vote about it. I vote we should throw rocks at the guy.
Harvey, don't shame people.
I mean, I don't have any rocks.
But also don't throw.
I can get some.
Okay, don't throw anything. Don't do that. Don't get expelled from the court before anything even happens. Oh my god, I have a perfect view.
Is it just me, or are there only a few people here?
Yes, there's only a few people, Bubbles.
30 minutes, I think. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
It hasn't started, so yeah.
We needed to be here
And people
early.
are outside getting food.
So shouldn't there be like something to stop people from falling off this ledge?
No, there's a bar.
Right here.
It's the press. We just walked in without things.
Bubbles might need to take a nap.
Like guns with me, and no one would know.
I think Bubbles is missing the think Bubbles is not being able to see the railing.
I don't.
Wait, too many people are talking. I only have one ear.
I
For some
think
reason,
Bubbles
I'm
cannot see
like
the
deaf in
railing.
one ear.
I think she's having a bit of an issue.
If you don't, you might need to take a
little
quick nap
nap.
if you don't see the railing. But there definitely is a railing so that people don't fall.
Do you see a railing in your eyes?
Yep. Bubbles doesn't
I
though.
think my eyes are dirty. I got something in them. I don't see any railing of the pose that Bob was talking about, or the seats.
So stand up and clean your eyes.
Okay. How do I clean my eyes? Just like a quick nap?
Yes, Bubbles.
One way.
Yes, Bubbles. Just take a little nap.
Okay.
I think this is the best we're gonna do. This view. It's gonna be insane.
I'm gonna take a nap really quick.
We know. Don't worry. We'll be here. We're not going anywhere.
Man, you're both not looking like you're. Okay. So let me put on my glasses. What the fuck is that? Oh my god, it was only Tam's post. Oh my god. It was like, it was like, I don't know, some jury member or something trying to sell a seat.
I'll be in the other room changing, and I'll be right back.
This is a good time to learn cinematic camera stuff, chat. I think it is, maybe. We'll see. Let's see. I don't even know what the cinematic camera is. I'm gonna be so rude with you. I've never used it.
You know, Bendik actually paid her to sit on his face.
Cinematic camera. Oh, I have it. I have it tagged. Okay.
Bob.
QJKE.
If we're talking about only Tams and someone allowing them to sit on their face, we're gonna have to move that conversation to the DMV, as far away as from City Hall as possible.
Why?
Those aren't aware.
Because that is so uniquely that it's crazy.
Old for cinematic camera?
Only Tams. We don't talk about that. That's just.
Huh?
Like, why he has that face rash? Like, I didn't want to say anything, but
Possibly.
I don't know if it's like the mountain lions or him constantly using his face as a shield or that.
Love Mara, but I might need to ask them to lower their voice just slightly because it's actually my drive.
Oh, I didn't know that was a thing for him. I honestly know nothing about Bendik.
Okay. Yeah, Bendik is interesting.
Listen, I don't even know who Bendik is. So, question mark?
It's the Polish guy at the pump.
He kind of just like wanders around in flip flops.
That Bendik, the Polish guy in the pump and dump Bendik. Hey.
Chat, I gotta answer the phone. I'll be right back.
I want to get out of my head now. Oh man. Oh.
What are you doing after the trial? Nothing. So I will, if not super tired, I will kidnap you for a little bit.
This could go on for a very long time, you know that, right?
I know. That's why If I'm not tired, if you're not tired, I will steal you.
This is gonna be interesting.
If we are tired, I will just steal you tomorrow.
It'll be interesting.
Fair enough.
Oh my god.
Hello, John. Sorry.
Gotta get situated because of this big pole.
3 hours 45 minutes is roughly going to be the trial time.
Trial time is roughly 3 hours. That's what. Hold on. We're gonna work on cinematic cameras. Fuck it. Is this the only cinematic camera stuff I have? Is that all this is? So hold on. 5M. Hold to move camera. I hold Q to move the camera, J to toggle, and K to move with player. Okay.
I think it's like here in this building.
So do I have to like? I'm holding Q.
Or they should be getting him ready for transport at the very least.
Well, Lola's on her way right now, so we'll probably get her here and then have him here if he's not already here somewhere.
Probably being held inside of a transport vehicle until it's time.
More than likely.
We should keep him safe from people, because them people wanting him dead.
Oh, it's not working. I can't move the camera. Interesting. But I can do that and lock it in place.
Bubbles, I love your outfit today.
God, thank you so much.
Now I kind of want to put on my red and black outfit, but match my car. Should have been in my car when it was raining hard.
And then Jay to lock it in. All right.
So nice.
That's not bad.
First person I called when that rain touched my forehead was you.
I'm so mad. I'm so mad I missed out on rain.
Yeah, I was like almost crying. Just ask Bob. I was so happy. I love the rain so much.
Yeah,
She was just like a little kid having fun.
It was sad.
Rain way too much.
I wanted to be in the rain a little bit, but I couldn't because of my cast.
Yeah, that sucks.
What else is bound the queue?
Solo and Twinsta selling seats. Can you do that?
Seats?
You can definitely try.
It says come claim the VIP seat at the trial.
I need to make this a thing. Gonna make that sit anywhere, fuck it.
Oh, okay.
I never have that. Nothing else is bound the queue. So I don't know what's wrong. QJK. Hold to move camera. Oh yeah, Q. I don't know how people fly the camera around like they do. Like Callum does it all the time and he sends it to me and I'm like, oh, that's cool. I don't know how the fuck you're doing that though. I feel like I'm just doing something simple wrong, but... Oh, nothing.
Does it matter what side you sit on?
I mean...
Doesn't, it just shows, so...
Yep.
For people that get in early, you typically want to sit on the side that you're quote unquote supporting.
Mm-hmm.
But later on, it doesn't really matter, ish. But yeah,
There's
typically
only
you
so
want
many
to sit on the
seats.
side that you support.
Yep.
So usually, like, the people who are supporting the person that's in trial also will sit down there intentionally.
Yep. Toggle the cinematic camera, then hold Q. So like J.
This guy,
And
this guy
then
likes pain. We should just put him to sleep.
how do I? Okay, well I toggled it,
Like yesterday,
and then I'm holding Q.
your cold trial, we
Nothing's happening.
wanted to like support Harvey. We should have sitting on the other side. It was already kind of full there.
Okay, so hold on. Mara, do not bump me out of my fucking spot. Not today. Please.
Wish I could stand up and see better.
I gotta get a good view of this fucking court TV, boys. I gotta get a good view of this court TV.
I don't know, are you like able to like lean on the railing, or would that be just too painful? How bad is it?
I don't.
Okay, so toggle.
For some reason, when I
Toggled
like,
it. Can't move.
Up, my
Q.
knee starts to hurt even if I'm not putting any like.
Can't move it. Can't move it.
If I were you, I don't think you should risk it.
Okay.
I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I'm sad. Maybe if I hit K after I toggle it? No, I don't know.
If you scoot in a bit closer to each other, bubbles could like be close to the railing at least.
Mm-hmm.
Did you say scooch closer to me?
Yes, if we all scooch closer together. If we all scooch, we can, you know, bubbles can, you know, see better.
Now you have space. What doctor was it? One of the judges. I remember one of the judges wearing a doctor outfit yesterday.
No, that's Patrick January, one of the doctors.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing how you're like just jingles when you walk, Mara.
It's the best. It's the literal reason why I still wear this thing.
It's great. I love
Even
Okay.
though everybody keeps calling me an elf, even though I'm not an elf.
You kind of are, though.
An elf.
Got the hat. Don't point at me. Don't
what-
point at me.
What are you if you're not an elf?
Sorry, Daniela. I was trying to point at Eva.
Uh-huh.
What?
Oh,
Stray.
don't you point at me for calling you an elf. You're wearing an elf hat. It's
But
crazy.
I'm not an elf.
Yeah.
What are you, Mara? If
Oh,
you're not
bye,
an
Harvey.
elf?
Wouldn't you like to know? I can't do it
Come
right now.
on, I mean, God.
Crazy. Craziness
Put you in the way, I'm
unfolding.
sorry.
It's fine. I was just trying to get away from Mara for a second.
Alright, I love all of our goofy asses, but when this shit starts, lower your voices and turn your phones off, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, mine's
exactly.
permanently
My
muted.
phone-
Mute your fucking phones.
I think
I
it already
absolutely hate
is.
my phone ringing, so it's perma muted.
Good.
I don't
Smart.
think I have sound on either. Yes, mute. I don't like people calling.
Me
Mine's
neither.
muted too.
Gotta toggle cinematic. Okay. When holding Q, when cinematic cam is active, mouse to rotate cam and WAZ to move the camera itself. Okay. Scroll to change FOV while stationary. Scroll to change flight speed while moving. Okay. So toggle it. Toggled it.
You want to double check, Mara? What's
Q.
Nothing. I was just calling you. 'cause you said you hate when people call you.
WASD doesn't work.
up? I do. hate that.
Yes, Bubbles. I still heard you.
WASD doesn't work.
Good.
Camera will not move around.
Harry's gone again. Poof.
I'm scrolling. Doesn't work. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's wrong. But I can lock my camera in place. So I'm probably just gonna look through my eyes and lock it in, you know?
Somebody left me a voicemail today,
Lock it in like this.
multiple minutes, but it doesn't. I can't hear it. Maybe they didn't mean to leave a message.
I can just lock it in like. Am I hearing Occams? I keep thinking I hear Occams, but I'm like, no, it's not Occams. And then I think I hear Louis, and I'm like, no, Louis not awake for this. Oh, this is gonna suck. Tammy's here. Why the fuck is Tammy here? Tammy's gonna get expelled. Garen's down there. Because if he was up here with the family, it would be very awkward. In character, of course, not OC. Garen's fucking cool as fuck. Love that guy. Balcony? poke me. Mara, goddamn it.
I wonder what this guy looks like.
I've seen him. He's ugly. He's fucking ugly as shit.
Yeah, inside and out.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
I'm expecting like horns and like
There's Callum.
pitchfork. And like fire breath.
Hey, Callum.
Hey, Cal.
Wait, what? Is
I
that a
mean-
wig or did you dye your hair?
But he's always been blonde. What?
yeah, right.
That's what I mean. He's always been blonde.
He's what the? Okay, what? I don't know. Okay.
Everyone's faces are looking a lot different because of how many people are here.
Damn, that sucks. Yours looks normal to me. Harvey.
Harvey, last time you did this,
Jesus
you almost got
Christ.
consent.
Jesus
The only
Christ,
way
Harvey.
to fix his eyes. You gotta show the full package, and then they can see the beauty in your face.
That's why I got contempt, okay?
Lord.
Bird didn't set you up. You did that to yourself.
Oh, we're like, jump on the table. Everyone had their shirts off. I jumped on the table, and magically, I'm the only one that has a picture taken? Right, that's wild. Wild setup.
Yeah, I ain't doing that. I'd rather just have my face weird. I can just take my glasses off, which I can't. So.
So take your shirt off.
No. I'm not gonna
Oh.
fucking do that, Harvey.
Harvey?
Summer?
Ask her to take her
That's
shirt
not
off in
appropriate.
Oh, okay.
Harvey,
Wait, just take her to the bedroom
Hey,
first, what the
Harvey.
hell?
Hey, Harvey, I hope you know I'm gonna use that against as blackmail against you. I will tell Ray. I will tell Ray you said that to me.
Just let out of context. Take your top off.
No.
I'll do it then.
No, don't fucking post that. Please don't. If Harvey ever annoys me, I'm just gonna tell Ray that he has me take my shirt. If you ever annoy me, I'm just gonna tell Ray.
I don't know. Wait, huh?
Oh fuck.
Is that you sharing the document?
Someone's doing
Lane?
stupid shit.
I'm confused.
Lit out of context. God damn it, Callum.
I don't know sign language.
It's not sign language.
Say.
I get it.
Yeah, I get it too.
Bob
Come
knows.
on. Explain, please.
It's a fucking sexual joke. No one's gonna explain it. Callum, stop sending that video of you falling off the roof.
Nice one, though.
Why do you send people that one when I have such a good video I made out of you? I made such a good episode of Jackass with that. I did. I edited it so it was like Jackass.
I tried asking Harold the other day to use his plane so I could jump into the LMRC, but he said no.
Damn it. Callum, you can't do that. Oh, there's Lola.
Maybe you can ask for a ride along on the EMS chopper.
Lola's here.
Did all of you see the Lola's there?
Yep, and Liam.
Oh yeah, I see Lola.
Yeah, I just get bored and then I'd be silly, especially when I'm with Alice.
Bird's got his shirt off.
Callum, don't, dude. You might get contempt for yelling.
Bird, put your shirt back on.
back in.
Good lord. This courtroom.
Inappropriate, Bird.
Crazy.
Lola.
Everyone in the court's taking their shirt off.
Your shirt's back on.
Who wants to see your hairy nipples?
I want to see your boobs.
Can we just, somebody say boobs? Question mark?
Yeah, someone keeps saying boobs, yes. Boobs?
Boobs. Boobas.
Boobas. True.
Oh, I'm so scared of boobs. Could everybody take their shirt off so I could have some exposure therapy?
Mara, goddamn it.
I hear it will be
I hated her.
Nudity in this state is not illegal. Just saying.
It's not.
You have. Dude, put your shirt back on.
Callum, put your shirt back on. Callum, Jesus.
And I know who said it too.
Stand with you.
Don't forget your tie.
It's a scary
Nipple.
judge. I heard your voice.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Want me to yell at the scary judge?
No, no,
No.
Harvey.
Who's the judge?
Harvey.
So
Yell
Harvey,
at the
We're gonna yell.
judge. Emma's
No.
phone number.
Whatever.
Such a bad idea.
Oh.
So she's scary, especially she's very good, and also she yelled at me once at beach court because I didn't have beach attire, and I
I don't like if anybody else.
You gotta have beach attire.
I've been to beach court with no beach attire, and I didn't get in trouble.
Justice, Joy, Parker, and who?
I knew about Joy. I didn't know about anyone else.
Oh, it's just Joy. Oh,
interesting.
I was going to a trial judge.
And imagine.
This
paying
isn't
for
gonna be a
seats,
panel.
And it's.
Yeah, I thought they were trying to make it a panel.
On the side and still a lot of spots. Like, come on.
So for the finger choke, Emma, think about some other things you use your fingers for.
So many things.
Tomorrow,
Oh, I
it's
could watch it
coming
like
through,
this.
So you know it's pretty degenerate.
Are you talking about the finger thing I posted?
Mm-hmm.
I was talking
to
about
ex-
fingering.
No, it's just that she hasn't experienced loss and she won't understand until she does.
Fucking
I think
lost. I
I've
hate that
lost
meme.
everyone in my life. So,
Such a classic meme.
Such a classic meme. Like the.
It is. Also, that comic series is the fucking worst too.
Oh, I bet.
Explain it to you later, Emma.
We're about
It's
to
just
start.
me and Bob are super old. That's all. That's all you basically have to understand.
You're not even that old.
One.
Huh?
Everybody says that I'm ancient.
How old are you?
The people that I've met that are older than me are
How old are you?
Bob, and I didn't met Holden Maddox, but I mean, I was here for his trial.
How old are you,
People I know who
Mara?
are older than me. I'm 31.
It's not old. Holy fuck.
I'm
Shut
your
up.
old. You're the same age as my cougar.
If people keep saying that their 30s are old, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
You're the
I'm
same
old
age as
and
my cougar.
decrepit.
Bob, how old are you?
68.
Actually, double my age.
Actually, I'm the second oldest person here.
Damn. I bet Bubbles is actually the youngest.
Hello.
This Callum's like 19 at best.
24, you are.
Callum and I are the same age.
If he's 18 at
19
best,
too?
what is he at
I just
worst?
turned 24 though. No, Harvey. We're 24.
I'm almost 20.
Like a crazy scientist, I'll be honest with you.
I remember when I was 20. Young and
Yeah,
full
you
of
Oh, that was
vigor.
like 12 years ago.
Yeah.
For the theme of
Actually, yeah.
Oh,
That's
bye,
like
Emma.
longer than a hamster lives.
The lives of 6 rats.
It's looking pretty good.
I know quite a few rats.
I bet.
I want to be a dentist.
Don't we all?
Looked at the ceiling, by the way.
What'd you say?
Look at the crotches at the ceiling, people.
Oh
It's
my
always
god,
been like that.
I just saw that.
Told you to look at it yesterday.
Feels good, man.
I just realized. Oh, that's so goddamn funny. What the fuck?
You're saying I have to treat you in order for you to not think I'm scary because I look like a doctor? Are you just by default scared of like doctors and dentists and things until they treat you?
Where the fuck did Callum go? What the hell?
I have no dentist. We established that yesterday.
Squeeze up. Squeeze up.
Yeah, Bob, scoot a little closer to Bubbles just a little bit. And then...
I mean, I guess so. I mean, usually if you're seeing a doctor, right, it means something went wrong, you know?
Yeah, if everyone scoots down just a teeny tiny bit, so I'm not right on Mara's shoulder the whole time. That'd be nice.
Call a checkup. You should get one.
Yep, there you go. Scoot Harvey. Force him. Force him.
I'll
Scoot Harvey.
lean
Make
up
him
on
move.
Harvey's lap.
Yeah, lean on Harvey. That'll be funny. Harvey will definitely love that so much. We're gonna have to be shoulder to shoulder, Cal. I'm sorry. It's fine. I'm fine.
Fine, as long as you put deodorant on before.
What's wrong? What's wrong with you?
You don't know that I
Listen.
don't. I shower every 3 days, so take shallow.
Callum's bullying me. It's crazy.
Join the judge circle.
Famously a woman bullier.
Look who it is.
Hey,
Who it
hey,
is.
hey.
Oh, look who it is.
Guy that takes his shirt off in court.
I need to talk to you real quick.
I mean, you are pulling the Kristoff look right now.
Mara.
Oh, me. Sorry, I didn't realize what you meant. Yeah.
Guys in trouble.
Yeah, let me follow.
All
What's
right.
up?
Well, no, here's what. It's fine. I don't care. Everyone fucking hears it.
Hey.
That thing up on the docket against the Lock Q tow truck driver guys. I just need to know what y'all want to fucking sue for.
Well, I'm a witness, but they shot me. They shot Kai twice.
Look.
They're illegally towing our cars, so I honestly don't know how to classify it, but like we're honestly terrified of like showing up at work. I don't know how to class, but like yeah, they came over, initiated violence. They shot. They always started the thing.
Good.
I don't know how to articulate it.
The end goal would be to get rid of their CDL and eventually the business, hopefully.
Yeah, like we're trying to get there. Yeah,
There'd be a
we're going after
37-year-old
the
there.
licenses,
Still
whatever
not
money
old.
they have, and
Bob's
hoping
not.
that we
Bob's
can
the
just,
oldest.
like ruin their ability to do towing. Blah.
At minimum, I think it will permanently suspend their gun licenses.
Yeah, which they're
But
trying to
that's
fight. I know that.
Yeah, trying like hell, but I don't think it's gonna go.
I don't think so. Not after
I
how
mean,
many people they hurt.
2 minutes.
Did you see the case?
2 minutes.
For it.
I haven't just yet, but I got a docket update. I just haven't had a chance to look at it. See it now.
Went through the reports and stuff, and it was Kai, you, and I couldn't really put everybody as it's like all right, who got shot at, who got hit, whose thing was about to get to, like who was most like engaged with between the two. So it's you, Kai, and Castor. I put
and Bob.
I was actually the only one that saw the entire thing and didn't get shot.
Exactly. So because he didn't get shot, I was like, all right, I can't like do this. Plus, I'm gonna call you as a witness, Bob. So I had that to talk to you about, and then I had another opportunity
And
to
I
talk to you
haven't
about.
gotten it back yet.
But
It
I'll
wasn't.
forget it after the case. It's
Yeah,
just a
kinda,
different
but it wasn't like
businessy
it
thing,
was legally
part-time work
parked,
for you that
so
I
it's
need her
really
proposal
annoying, and
reviewing.
they probably
Cool.
just stole stuff from it because it was so much things in it.
Permanent ban from the fucking pump and dump sound good?
I think so.
I
I'd
only
have
got
to.
15K,
But I mean, may as well fucking try to fight it, right?
oh yeah, no, we're definitely fighting it. We're suing them. I put
Alright,
it up
so-
on the thing.
Yeah.
I just forgot that I left my compensation being requested as pending until I could speak with any of you guys. And I was trying to call Kai and I couldn't get a hold of her. And then Judge Van Dorst just like 10 minutes ago yelled at me on the docket for not having the money up. So
Yeah, I think Kai is just sleeping and going through some nightmares. She will be around later. I think she said maybe like 4
Emma?
hours from now.
Okay.
So you definitely can run some of that by her.
Emma?
But
Yeah, what?
I feel like what you
Which tow company
suggested
took
is
your
good.
shit?
I'm good with it.
all right, perfect.
Bob,
Fuck you.
remember when? Not Q. Yeah.
Tell your sister I said hi. I saw her at the trial yesterday, but didn't really get much of a chance. Yeah.
Yeah.
She was here for Holden Maddox's thing for a bit.
Yeah, that's scary.
What's the text she sent me? A K'd up old
Team's
man
down there.
who's hot as fuck. What she said.
I mean, for 124, if that's his real age, I mean, he
There's
is
no
looking
way.
pretty good for it. But yeah, he was. I'm pretty sure he
Yep.
was K-holed
Court
while
should be starting
while
now.
there. I wouldn't be surprised.
Nope, court should be starting now.
But
Ooh.
what the fuck was it she had said to me? Oh yeah, she's in a gang now, it seems. And
Oh,
I don't know
damn.
what the fuck she was gonna. Yeah. She needed some help, some bullshit earlier, but I'm just gonna make Harvey do all that shit.
Yeah, valid.
Really?
Yeah. Ah shit, we match.
Harvey do what?
All right,
Yeah, all the heavy
who's wearing
lifting.
it better right now, me or Harvey?
23 DOJ on.
I do,
on,
and
on
unfortunately,
duty
I
right
do
now.
have to give it to Bird because the hair goes with the undershirt very well.
Yep.
And I also like
The
the
vest
little.
is just a bit too much.
I mean, that's Harvey's thing.
Listen. I'd fuck 'em both.
Imagine if I cared. Imagine. Hold on. Wait.
Oh shit! For some reason, my eyes
You
aren't
seen
blue
it?
right now.
So
I don't know
why do
Did
you
guys hear
button
that?
up all the way
Wait,
without
do you hear
a
that?
tie?
Do you hear that?
That's
Bob, do you
just
hear that?
wrong.
Do you hear that?
I just
Keep
hear
interjecting.
a
do
grating
you hear-
noise. That's
you
about
hear
all I
that?
hear right now.
Do you hear it? Listen.
Nobody hears it. What are
You
you
wanna
talking
hear?
about, Harvey?
My 0 fucks given.
I knew there was a setup for something in there somewhere.
Of course it is.
Anyway.
Harvey.
I vote for you, Harvey.
Thank you, Bubbles.
That was a really weird way of saying Bird.
Yeah, that was a weird way of saying Bird. But it's okay. We all know. We all know what's happening.
Ew.
Yeah, I always vote for
We know
Harvey.
what objective reality is.
Action. Who gives a fuck?
Let me just throw this motherfucker over the balcony real quick.
And the
yeah,
only way you're
if you
getting
could
over this
just,
balcony is if you gross my cheeks.
Why can't I fucking walk right? If you could just tell Kai
What?
to hit me up.
Tell him what is wrong with you.
Catch her again.
You just said?
Yeah, I'll shoot her a
I got
text.
24 hours.
Did you say he's gonna clap your cheeks and you're gonna throw him over
Hell
the
yeah,
balcony?
she definitely will be
No,
back.
I
But
said
I'll
the only
shoot
way
her a
he's gonna get me over the
text
balcony is if he
she'll get
grasps
back
my
soon.
cheeks.
All right, perfect. All right, I'll
Hell
see you in a
yeah.
little bit.
And thanks for helping us with that, by the way.
Oh,
I know it should be a good case for you, but I definitely appreciate it as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna eat it the fuck
No.
up, no problem.
Hell yeah.
You're
Actually,
wilding out right now.
Yeah.
She insisted.
You got a whole orchard of apples to eat. Oh yeah, no, don't worry. We'll square up all that stuff.
By the way, Bird. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I actually also wanted to sue them. Specifically more than the first incident and not the second time when they came back. I'm not sure that would still work. Oh yeah, the first time they caused our gas pumps to explode because a cop ran into them, and then I got hit with a concussion, and Kai lost her memory from that.
Second-degree burns as well, Bob. Don't forget.
Yeah, burns.
You know what I'll do is I will, because I guess I'm submitted. I was really kind of focusing on it, I guess, from like the second situation, and more like the one was like a lead into it, and I really didn't regard the fact that you actually, you sustained some serious shit on that first one. So I'm just gonna see if I can motion to add you to the list of plaintiffs.
I was kind of hoping that maybe we could just take everything they did and put that all together into one whole big thing that they are like terrorizing us and keep pestering and coming back.
Well,
which is why I haven't
essentially what
really
made
talked
it,
to anyone yet.
Yeah, I couldn't. So there's a thing here, like, yeah, could we pull it apart and break it down into two situations? Yes, but the judge we got
would also be double jeopardy in a way, right?
No, not double
Putting
jeopardy,
all of the
because
eggs in
they're
one
literally
basket.
two different situations. Yeah, but they're so closely connected and happen right after another. Like doing them together like that actually kind of benefits the case overall. Because
Okay.
it's essentially like, hey, they did this failed attempt before, and they tried this, and then they made a promise to come back, and they immediately delivered on that. So I count it as one big situation, even though it could technically be counted as two. The judge that we have hates trying multiple cases on a docket for like a same scenario, even though they can branch off into many different things. So I think that's why she would probably favor it more and prefer it if I motion to add you to the list of plaintiffs rather than try to open up a separate civil case for it. But if she
That makes
doesn't,
sense.
I can still just do that and that be the case.
All right, thanks.
No problem. Or instead of like individual compensation, so like even if he denies that and doesn't let the civil case go, instead of doing individual compensation, I can request for one large compensation pool that everyone can get from.
For me, it's not as much about the compensation. Like, it would be nice to bleed them dry, but it's mostly just about getting them to stop working. At least.
Yeah, that's gonna happen on the case where they can get you when there's a plaintiff and whatnot. But like, you deserve some compensation for going through that, just as much as everybody else. You know, but just kind of sticking to the rule of 3 on it, and that's the way I broke it down. But yeah, regarding what happened in the first situation, let me cook and see what I can do. All right.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Problem. Anything else?
Nope.
Think so.
Not for me.
But definitely make sure to send Kai your way.
Absolutely. Appreciate y'all.
Thank
And
you
just
so much for taking
hit
care
me
of
up if
the.
you need anything. Absolutely. Even though you didn't vote for me, Bubba.
I voted for Harvey because Harvey looks good too, and nobody voted for Harvey.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. All right. All right. A hard worthy vote. You're forgiven.
But thank you for dealing with.
God damn it! What the fuck happened to my view?
Oh, it is gonna be fun.
It's fine. My cinematic camera doesn't work, so.
Looking forward to it.
I'm gonna watch that. Isn't it supposed to like start soon?
Mm-hmm.
It's supposed to
Supposed to start 7 minutes ago.
They might be transporting him.
Imagine it would make the most sense that the last final thing to arrive would be, well, the guy.
Mm-hmm.
Lola is apparently also having some severe headaches that
Oh, no.
might last a while.
Uh-oh. Well, that's not great.
I'm gonna think hard for a second.
Have fun. I'm also gonna probably think a little hard, Jack, because I need to think about some food real quick. I'll be right back.
Imagine defending this dude.
We don't. Defense attorneys sometimes get shit clients to defend. It's not his fault.
I know, but damn.
Everyone has a
How
right
do
to
you
an attorney,
defend this?
unfortunately.
Honestly,
It's
but
his
how do you
job.
defend this? Like how
Because
this
it's
like
his.
and
You're
I
saying
know,
on a
but there's
technical
like
term?
not a case you could win.
Oh, you're saying on a technical term. He just got to look for. He's got to put doubt in the judge's mind. That's it. That's the
Not
best he
about
can
what
do.
he's done, it's about playing the rules.
It's about poking holes and putting doubt.
Right.
Spin a
I still
tail.
talk to this guy a lot.
He's not gonna win, right?
No way.
I don't see him winning now.
Okay, good.
Let's hope not.
He will he will not win no matter what.
So I
Even
feel
if
like
this
it would be
court
divine
goes his
intervention
way,
would
it
be the only thing.
I don't see him winning at all.
No.
I don't see that happening at all.
Well, anything that's not the death penalty is going to be considered a loss.
And honestly, even if he didn't get that penalty, believe me, there's enough people around that will make that
The
happen
death penalty.
anyways.
He'd get the death penalty.
Weird. Beat me by weird.
Yes, Your Honor, just a quick sidebar to let you know that one of the witnesses
That was good news about the case, though. He seems very confident.
No, I'm excited for it.
It may be hours. Thunderstorms. That kind of thing. It's
Yeah, it's
you know, lots of thunder going on and no power.
You know, natural environment type shit.
pulling up to the courthouse right now.
Repaired. Yeah. Yep. Lola Monte Hart.
Oh wait, no, they aren't coming with them. They've split up. I guess. Yeah, there's some issues happening on the freeway. It's causing people to sleep. There's some getting here and then some back on the freeway still. I don't know if he's which vehicle he's in.
Huh. $15. This is unique. Interesting.
What if you run away or something? Like, what the hell? Yeah, maybe I'm spiraling, but like, what if?
People on the highway are sleeping or something. I heard
No.
it.
I did.
Yeah. Okay. What about making her the last witness or something like that and just start? This is probably gonna take a long time.
Well,
Like,
like
it's
if
probably
she's
gonna
not
take, like,
here
a
and they
long
start, then if they can't just wait for her, they'll have to end it if she doesn't make it back in time.
Maybe they could reschedule it, but
I guess
All getting continued, and that will
something
piss
where, like,
everybody
she
off.
could be, or
Hey, October.
Hello. I can't give it to
October.
Bubbles. I give to you.
Thank you. Let me reach out for that.
one good thing with having a wheelchair is that you don't have to do standing up if you're up here.
There you go.
A chair with you. So scared you're gonna push me through this railing, Mara. I don't want to fall down.
I would never do that to you.
Like I'm a bit scared of heights, and I feel like I'm so close to the edge now.
Oh, you're scared of heights? What's that? Piggyback you over the ledge?
No, Mara. I mean, this is not the worst heights, but still, I mean,
Mara, I would have to
filmed
intervene. She doesn't
my
like heights,
this
so.
I'm just being silly. I wouldn't actually do that.
I appreciate that, Mara. I would probably panic and scream, and then people will be watching, and then I would panic because people will be watching, and then I would probably go outside and panic.
Little part of you would die.
A lot of me would die. No.
There's always a ton of cars in the parking garage.
Oh, that was a good thing.
on Steven. Yeah, we're still waiting for the defendant there. Just waiting for Steven to wake back up. And try again. Yeah.
All right, everyone. Apologies for the wait, but it appears that storms have racked the minds of one of the state's witnesses, and so they are attempting to return here to the courtroom, and it seems the criminal defendant has had a fit of narcolepsy, and their DOC's trying to rouse him in order to make sure that he can get here to the court case on time. So we're probably not going to be starting on time if it's... I mean, that's probably obvious considering we're already 17 minutes over the designated start time of this case. But it looks like we're going to be sitting here, making awkward conversation whilst waiting for this court case for just a bit longer. My apologies.
Thank you.
I should really be apologizing for, you know, fits of narcolepsy and freak storms in people's heads, but you know what? It's the thought that counts, right? It's always the thought that counts.
Yes.
Appreciate you, Supreme Justice.
The flare one, right? That's the other one.
The other one. That's Supreme Justice Joy.
The flare one. Don't get busted at least, okay.
Ooh.
You trying to blame me?
Oh, they were pointing at each other.
Pointing at each other.
It's so typical. If Bird were to throw a cop, nothing happens, and then Harvey throws a cop, and he'll get fucking.
They were trying to
sent
touch
court.
tips from a distance.
That would be very typical.
Touching tips from a distance? I would imagine so for you.
Okay.
Get
Okay.
reaching around sometimes. Oh my god.
Oh.
That, yeah, indeed.
Oh yeah.
Yes, I had a bunch of physical sleep debt that I had incurred, and well,
They're working hard down there.
the body came
Working
Yes,
so
they're
hard.
working.
Oh my
Yes,
god, it's the
yes.
judge that has got the sexy voice.
There we go. Do I look a little bit better?
Who?
Bread.
There's no shot. You just said it above the judge, right? There's
Fuck.
no shot. You just said that, right?
Gavel, please.
Have you? I'm not even gonna say. It's like this guy with this voice, and
Callum, I'm gonna need you to,
Done.
to lock it in, alright?
Like, you're so out of it right now. Like, you just
I need you to lock it in here, Callum.
don't make me call him here, okay?
I would run. I
His name
would
one more
run.
time, and I'm going to piggyback you to go talk to him.
I haven't
Just
said his
push
name
her right in
once.
front of
I'm
her.
just talking
Or
about the voice. I'm no.
Alright, chat, I got food and a drink, and I have my iPad. I'm gonna work on art of the court case while
If you
I
ever do that, I will fight you.
sit here.
I will,
Yeah, we're gonna wait for this fucking court case, guys, if it doesn't get canceled.
push you to the ground.
Because
and
they
I will
cannot
run.
cancel this court case because there's no way we're gonna get all these people together
Look at the very
again
bottom
for like a
behavior.
month, probably. Like, knowing how the city is, so.
Can we stop talking
Yeah.
about fucking in the courtroom, please?
No.
Sure, that's not what we said.
You took your shirt off. You
Yeah,
started this.
Callum.
All I said was the judge had a sexy voice.
Okay, well,
That you took your shirt off.
Callum, I need you to like lock in, alright? And stop saying the judge has a sexy voice. Right above where the judge is standing, I believe. Can't really see over the
I don't
balcony.
fuck.
What judge are you talking about, though? Which one?
The Irish one. Oh,
Good lord. What is with you and Irish women? What's with you?
Is the one with the black hair?
red hair.
Why is this his thing?
Okay.
Top of the morning to you.
Oh my god, Callum.
Serious right now, Cal? There's no way
Awful.
you just said that.
Awful. 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 It's absolutely awful.
I don't think it's gonna be that other person's voice, though, but we'll see.
Callum is awful. Love him. I love Callum so much. Ugh.
If I'm right, Harvey, if someone gets contempt in this case, sentenced to death. Sentenced to death.
How would that person die?
They'd be shot.
Okay.
Yeah, it's firing
Here
squad.
in front of everyone?
No, they take him somewhere else. I think they take him back to the prison, don't they? Or somewhere? I don't know. I feel like they take you to some government facility to do that.
I feel like they should let you choose as long as it's like, you know, remote enough that nobody else would be put at risk.
Because it'd be kind of crazy if someone got sentenced to firing squad and then they just shot him right here in the courtroom. That would be a little barbaric.
That would be
be a little barbaric.
yeah.
Firing squad at the top of the crane.
No.
Hey,
And
Emma,
the body falls when you shoot.
No.
you see the judge next to
Oh my
Katie?
god, the waterfall.
Katie,
The
you see Emma?
waterfall?
Yep.
Emma,
Huh?
Emma. You see the judge? You see the? There's a scary judge. She's walking away. Do you want me to bring the scary judge over?
She's not here.
No, why
Hey,
you
Chris.
guys
Scary
treating
judge.
me like this?
Hey,
Why
Here
are
she
you
Chris.
comes.
treating me like
He's
this?
coming. Here she comes. Scary judge. Here she comes.
God, Harvey.
With
Pray.
Yep.
Oh, I can't even. Why does he have to bully me like this? Oh my god. It does. If he brings her back here and if he says something stupid, I'm gonna run away.
Nope, you're stuck on this balcony. Sorry.
I can't like run away because it's
Nope.
just between me and the door.
I'll trip you. You gotta stay.
You can always jump.
Don't jump. that's contempt of court for sure. Jumping off the
What's
balcony.
more scary, jumping down or meeting her?
I'd say jumping down. It'd probably hurt a lot fucking more.
I'll tell you now from personal experience, it's meeting her.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's not good.
That's a good sound.
That's not a good sound.
What do you mean?
That's an officer down, I believe.
Yep.
Oh no.
Runs away. If he fucking run, no way. He's not gonna run away.
Here it goes again.
That's fine. Just like a training exercise. Yeah. Definitely. Maybe. Hopefully.
Maybe it's completely something else.
Yeah.
There are cops on duty right now. They're not all here, so if somebody's down, hope it's just that.
The people escorting him.
Mm-hmm.
Hope not. What did you say, Harvey?
I didn't say anything.
Hmm.
I didn't say anything. Don't worry.
Sure. Cool. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Over here. Is she over here?
No. Never. Okay. I don't know.
Want me to bring her over here?
No, don't. No, why would you say that?
You're acting like I said something to her that would bring her over here.
I don't know.
Harvey, I need you to stop torturing this poor woman, alright? Please. Love of God.
Stop torturing me.
If you're gonna torture her, at least take her to the red room.
No, what the fuck?
Jesus.
What, Callum? Actually, I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I don't want to fucking know.
I go.
I need anybody who does not work as a government employee that is up on the balcony now to leave the balcony. This is for government employees coming up here.
What?
Hey.
I'm a paralegal. that's a different
If you
complaint.
guys are not government employees, skedaddle.
Fucking actually crazy.
Well,
I'm
you
not.
are, you're a
Am I?
paralegal. You can stay, Emma.
Well, if that's a Lima's route, I'm going home. I understand.
Hey, Cat.
I can't get down.
What'd you say, Bob?
Don't go down. I'll carry you.
Move away from Bubbles so she can get carried. God damn it, that was my good fucking seat. God damn it! It was such a good spot!
No problem.
Oh, that was such a good fucking spot. God damn it.
Really
Why didn't they tell us that when we first got here?
No,
Why
they
did
didn't.
wait all this time to tell us?
They didn't tell me anything.
Like we just made that up out of
I will sit in a random fucking place. I don't care.
I guess you can sit in the aisle with your wheelchair.
Okay.
No, not yet.
People are moving around. I'm gonna sit right here.
Excuse me.
Why did they wait all this time to tell us it was only for government people?
I don't fucking know, Bubbles. It doesn't fucking matter though. We're moved anyway.
And for everybody who just came down here from the balcony, have you all been frisked for weapons?
Haven't.
A weapon on you, I will need you to go put it away before you come back into this courtroom.
Don't have one.
Okay, let me just check you real quick.
Go ahead.
You're good to go.
Bob, would you be a doll and take our stuff back to the car, possibly? Considering they just fucking said they're gonna frisk us anyway, so.
I'll check you real quick.
Technically, I don't really have the right to do it, but let's just play nice.
You're good to go.
Yep, let's just play fucking nice, because I'm not getting kicked out of this court today.
Good to go. You've been checked prior to coming in this courtroom?
Bubbles, I'll be back.
DOT, I think, out there.
Okay.
I'm just throwing my golf club outside. I don't fucking care. I don't fucking need it. I don't want it. I don't care. I'm just throwing it away.
Where you going? You try to sneak by me?
No, I'm not trying to sneak by you. You can check me. Just let me get back to my seat, please. Thank you.
Alright, well, let me check.
Then check me. There you go.
Alright, you're good.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, ma'am.
Excuse me, sorry about that.
And someone immediately sits where we were sitting. Cool, thanks. Can't believe they actually frisked us.
Didn't say anything because I don't want to be frisked by a male officer.
Yeah, you're fine, Bubbles. Just you're chilling. Don't worry. Probably best for you to just It'll be fine. Well, I got what the fuck? My chair is being weird. There you go. I don't know. Why is it so hard to sit down in a courtroom?
Know where Mara went?
Nope.
I only have attorneys. Yes or no? I can't tell you then. What you're seeing is what you're seeing. That's so fucking awful. You can tell me what I have. I can't tell you then.
I made it easy on you.
I can't. This is.
He's the one who
When
even
if I only have attorney, if I only have attorney or whatever, then basically anyone can see warrants now. If I tell you, I might get government corruption by Spark. 7185. Yeah, no, I can see them. I can't see what they're for.
What's that beeping noise?
I'm not sure. Pretty sure that's off or down? I don't know. I don't remember.
Was that an officer down?
I haven't
Anyway,
heard I haven't heard that shit in forever, so I don't know.
I'm gonna squeeze by ya. Here.
Gotta get up, sorry.
You're good.
This should always be a thing.
Danny.
Should always be the thing. Yeah, the amount of times that I've had clients come to me.
Hey Bob, do you know where Mara went?
If I do, I'm gonna turn myself in.
Yeah, she was just getting food. She's gonna be here in a second.
Okay. I didn't know Emma was a government person.
Well, she's a paralegal now,
She
so yes, she is.
Okay. I didn't know that. I was just about to ask what she does.
What MDW accesses I have. Like, surely
Aren't you a paralegal, Bob?
my own MDW
Nope, not yet.
Because if I, the reason why is because I need to make sure that I don't have access.
Still need a couple of days before I can get my expungement started.
Oh
And then
yeah.
once that's done, I can become one.
Wait till you get it. I know you really want it.
It's been a while.
I didn't. Okay, well I'm informing you.
I appreciate it. And I agree that people should see the warrants. I just wish there was communication.
Judge told me before he does sentencing, he'll even look for DOC reports and see if there are any reports made, like that show their.
I still think it's crazy that you won't tell me what my own MDW access is. Because obviously, because I obviously like I need to make sure that I don't have accesses I'm not supposed to, because I've had this I've had the FIB access added and removed.
Sir, do you know if they? Oh, sure. I didn't mean to walk up on you like that. Do you know if they started
and every
already?
time I've been like, okay, I can see incidents again.
I think they have
gonna
to
come and
bring
charge
the
me for something fucking stupid. Take it
All
away.
right. Do you know if I go outside, do I have to get frisked again? You know, if I come back inside.
This was described to me as,
someone
well, you better get rid of it quickly before Sparks comes for you. So I've just been running with that narrative.
We're releasing him trying to get through to Charlie, which is going to be his next victim.
Percy, if you literally were like, I shouldn't see these incident reports, I'm going to tell all of these criminals about incident reports, that's when I would charge you with government corruption.
I just had to look at it and was like, oh, I can see a fuck ton of incidents I shouldn't see. That's cool.
It's more sensitive.
And then close it and phone people.
If you want to strike it, that's fine.
Talk to a judge or someone else.
Oh, I've already got it all sorted.
The argument could be that's more for
I've had it sorted twice now, though.
More freedom
and I was worried that it was a third time.
May actually be able to tell you. I think I probably could, but the thing is, I am extremely protective of my position. I've been appointed for about 2 weeks now, and
we're trying to just say we're
protective.
I
don't want to
hold
be
any information back
because of something.
I mean,
Are you gonna be a lawyer someday, Bob?
Additional accesses to make sure that I don't have anything like I shouldn't. It's only a health check thing more than.
Sorry, what?
You're gonna be a lawyer someday?
For stupid shit all the time.
Yeah.
Hey. I think you'll be really good at it.
I don't know actually. I'll definitely need to get used to it.
But I'd rather be cautious than anything else because some of that shit continues to happen. So.
Yeah.
I'd rather just not trust anyone.
I'm not going to comment at all about how the places they were found.
That is terrifying.
POI locations.
You might want to see a
really
therapist.
Because we don't have the information we need to say
Good,
why those
I'm
were
glad.
POIs in the first place.
I very much wish I
just not Steven, whatever his fucking name is.
Alexander.
Allow.
You have to re-up on parking before this thing fucking starts.
No, we have the same.
Definitely thinking about that.
I mean, we're good for another 45 minutes or so, I think.
State head of department.
I might move the truck up to the parking up on Del Perro, if that's cool.
I agree that it's probably
It's free.
to see what he has access to or doesn't. Willing to. I'm not
Just
willing
do
to
it now, just because it's not gonna start real well.
I'm pretty sure it would be fine, but
Probably do that.
Sorry, Raj.
I get it. It still makes me want to scream into a fucking pillow.
Don't know if I can. I have to try and parkour, and I can't. Sorry.
I heard Garen. Is that you, Garen? Hi, Garen.
Hello. Yowdy.
Yeah, he was asking.
Garen.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, Casper, how's it going?
Obviously, because like my employment has changed.
Oh, hey,
so much
Garrett.
recently, I wanted to make sure that I had no
Uh,
NPD roles that I should no
How's it
longer
going? Been a while.
reach out to get them.
yeah, I've just been doing Grapeseed in Mirror Park. You know, chilling.
Because instead of making it look like he got tormented, you know, he got raised in a cult. It's not his fault he was brainwashed. I think instead of having that argument, it shows that no, you're a sick man that came up with this on your own. So if you want to go that route, go for it.
I just, you know, I had FIB access removed and then added back again.
Next
and
to
then I had to
Steven
get
at all
removed.
time. I'll
And then
just
I
need
had
one
somebody
more
add
with
skip
me on that.
tracer
Otherwise,
access
it'll
to
be
me,
spread
which
throughout
technically
either
I could
inside or
have,
outside, just to assist
but
with areas that need it.
they decided to give skip tracers access to incidents because obviously they need to be able to determine if certain incidents were violent or not.
Sure.
So
Thank
I've had to then have skip
Pardon
tracers
me, sorry?
Sorry, Mara.
And then whenever you're ready, he's with us right now.
Yeah, so I'm while I can technically have these additional accesses, I'm refusing to have them while I'm working as an attorney.
No, what are you doing? You're pushing me into other people.
No, it's cool.
No more shoving.
Got you, sir.
There you go.
Gaslight on the freeway was not fun.
I'll just stand. You can sit. I'll just stand.
There's still room for you guys to sit here as well. We can fit with 4 on a bench.
Okay, then I'll sit here. I can't. You gotta. I'm learning that.
Wildly late.
Go to beach trials.
Is getting late in the evening.
Yeah.
One of the witnesses is also European, and for them it's 3 a.m. in their head.
Hey, Alice.
I need to handle something on my phone real quick, so I'll be back.
Okay, I'm at the Stephen trial.
With how many
Sorry
there
about
are,
that.
please go ahead and leave your dispatches.
Wait, you
as
won your
well.
bench trial.
How to do that? Get with somebody near you. That
Wow.
knows.
Hey, good job.
Wallet yet?
Go, Bob.
Oh no, I mean, do you?
I'm really. I'm.
Didn't mean to push you,
I'm
sorry.
really proud of you.
Yeah, it kind of like sort of. The idea was like maybe kind of doubling as like 9D42. You put all your shit in there, and you know, hey, here's my wallet. I'm part of this.
That's an improvement. So good job. I'm very proud of you.
Good luck with everything, man.
Cool, baby.
Incoherent.
It's important.
My business
Don't do that, baby.
Perfect.
Good. I love you too. Bye bye.
Thoroughbred. White and sexy. Amazing.
Oh, Alice Wonder bench trial.
Great stuff.
I'll
Yeah,
probably
she
just
got
have
it
you
produced.
with me on him, since you've already been with him. Yeah.
You know what? I'm proud of her.
Alright, it looks like we have most everyone here that we need. State, who are we missing? No, I don't think I'm gonna last much longer. Who wants votes?
Speak up, sir.
At this point in time, the only one we are missing is who we informed you of, and that is Lola.
Alright. Defense, are we missing anyone?
No, we are all accounted for, Your Honor. So sorry.
Alright, then I've been previously informed that there's going to be some pre-trial motions, so let's get that out of the way, starting with the state. Any pre-trial motions on your end?
None at this time, Your Honor.
Alright, moving along to defense. Do you have any pre-trial motions?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, I'm motioning to strike several reports. Would you like me just to list them and the reason why, or how would you like me to do that?
Just so that we can make this as neat and tidy as possible, let's take them one at a time. Tell me which report that you're wanting to strike. I'll give the state an opportunity to respond, and then we'll make a ruling on the report from there.
All right, we'll start with report 10068. There is no witness called to testify to the veracity of this report.
Okay, any rebuttal by the state?
One moment. At this point in time, to prevent clogging the docket with witnesses, we already had 2 medical experts that can testify to medical reports that have been notated by any doctors. The medical director is sitting right here and is on the witness stand.
Okay. I guess the question that I have at this point, because I believe Dr. Patrick January and Dr. Quimbley Hayabusa are both psychologists in addition to medical doctors, so there's not really an issue of a doctor who is not knowledgeable in the techniques used by these reports. Like, that's not really an issue. I guess the question that I have at this point is, I know you've got a bunch of sealed reports here, but my question is, how many of these reports are actually duplicative of one another? Because I've done a preliminary perusal through some of these reports, and I have
God,
noted
Lola,
that
please,
some
I
of
hope you get your
these,
power back. Lola, the girl who
talk
plays Lola
about the
had her
same
fucking
or
power go
very
out
similar
IRL.
things,
And so she's waiting for it
and
to
I'm
come back
not
on so she can be in the
necessarily
goddamn
sure
trial.
if all of these reports are particularly needed.
Because if she can't come back,
If there are duplicative reports, then
because
the
if
state
Lola
would have no
cannot make it back
objection,
in time
because
for
then
this
at that
trial,
point, the
they're not going to
report
have her
would
as a
be
witness, and it's
submitted
going to
onto
fuck the trial.
The state affirms that it is needed to corroborate the defendant's own words, which will come out through testimony and the other evidence on the docket.
We're in for the long haul, chat. Be ready. This is like a 5 to 7 hour long trial. Lola needs time to come back anyway. Sleepy, this trial's gonna go on for like 5 to 7 hours. Just a heads up.
I think for this
I've already been live for 2.
report,
I'm staying from the start to the end.
Stand because the report mentions
And Lola's
speaking
power
with
went
Dr.
out
Patrick
IRL, so she's
January
waiting for it to come back. Feel bad.
about this report, and Dr. Patrick January is present and in the court to testify, so I will allow him to testify as to his personal knowledge surrounding this particular report. That's going to be my ruling for this one, but I imagine that you've got many other reports that you want us to look at there, Whitlock.
Yes, I have 6 more, Your Honor.
Okay, what's the next one?
19595, strike that on relevance.
Okay, does the state have a rebuttal to this one on relevance? That's 19595.
Oh, Glenna.
That's 195.
There you go. There's your hug, Glenna.
Correct.
And the objection is relevance?
The objection is to relevance, yes. And based off of my perusal of this report, I am inclined to agree, because I don't really see how this particular report is relevant to the criminal proceedings before us. But if you have an explanation, I will gladly hear it.
I have my iPad. I'm going to work on art of the court case while we watch it, because it's going to take forever.
The only objection I would have on this one is it essentially lays out Stephen Alexander's timeline, which the doctor responsible for this report is also here to testify as to what was told to her. Other than that, that would be our rebuttal for this one.
I'm not really sure I see the timeline that you're laying out here with this. I know there is like a very brief, small portion of this report that feels like it may be relevant to this proceeding, and then everything else is just sort of mostly irrelevant. I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to allow Miss Hayabusa to testify as to the relevant portions of this report, but as for admitting this report into evidence on its own, I think I'm going to be striking this one.
Understood, Your Honor.
All right, next up.
19600, again on relevance.
Rebuttal from the state?
Yeah, sorry, I'm having... Every time I pull up my MDW, it's... Yeah. Same rebuttal. He was here to testify to these. These documents are all therapy sessions notated in medical capacity with Dr. Quimbley Hayabusa. It wasn't until the criminal proceedings were met, and we felt these documents would be relevant to speak to the overall psyche of him.
The work is busy, I bet.
Because it speaks to the methodology in which we are alleging the defendant uses.
Yeah, for this one, I'm actually inclined to agree with the state on this particular report. I think there are, unlike the previous report, where there was only a very small bit that was actually relevant to the proceedings at hand, based on the general knowledge that I know of this case after reading up on it last night, this report does seem to delve quite a bit into things that are actually relevant to this proceeding. So I will be denying the motion to strike this particular report.
Motion denied.
Next up.
20018, objecting to this one on 2 counts, hearsay and no evidence submitted verifying the text conversation that is noted in this report.
When I was coming back in, they asked to like frisk Chris off as he was walking in.
Again,
works here,
these
dude.
are not...
Yeah.
Again, so same thing with this. These are all medical reports. These are not police reports. The doctor is not inclined to ask for people to give them text receipts.
Sorry, you're cutting a little bit in and out there, Mr. Sharp. Can you restate your rebuttal?
Yeah, so on this one, this is a medical report. Doctors do not gather evidence. They listen to people speak, and they write down their observations and their notes and the things that go on when they hear those conversations. The doctor is here to testify to these reports.
So, whilst that is true, writing down a statement that you hear someone else say, it's still hearsay. Hearsay can be both written and spoken. So, I'm just giving a brief read over the report to see if this is hearsay that would come into any exception to the hearsay rule. And as far... give me 1 second. Okay, so this could be a statement against interest. The problem with the statement against interest hearsay exception is a statement against interest is only admissible when the declarant is unavailable. And the problem with this particular report is this isn't just one level of hearsay, it's actually 2 levels of hearsay, because Mercy Schilling is the one talking to Stephen Alexander. Therefore, anything Stephen Alexander says to Mercy Schilling would be hearsay. But Mercy Schilling is communicating this information to Dr. Hayabusa, which is a 2nd level of hearsay. And the way that works is you have to have an exception for both levels of hearsay. So whilst there is an exception to the hearsay rule that would fit Mercy talking to Stephen Alexander, there's no exception to the hearsay rule that I can think of, unless you have one, Sharp. I'll be willing to hear it. But as far as my review of it, I can't find a hearsay exception that would fit Dr. Mercy Schilling then talking to Miss Hayabusa.
Concern for the patient?
Concern for the patient, that's not enough to overcome the hearsay rule.
State of mind, concern of the patient. There we go.
Okay, so you're talking... Again, that would be more fitting of an exception for the conversation between Stephen and Mercy, because the conversation between Stephen and Mercy is basically a statement of a then existing like mental condition or emotional condition. Like that actually fits for that. But when Mercy Schilling is objectively sharing her findings with Dr. Hayabusa, I don't think that fits. Like just simple concern for the patient, that's not an exception.
Speak up. Speak up. If you got a rebuttal, speak up. All right. Councilor Kai would like to bring up present sense in session.
Sorry, what?
Impression. Present sense impression.
So present sense impression doesn't work because for a present sense impression to be the thing, that would only work if the conversation between Stephen and Mercy were happening contemporaneously to the conversation between Mercy and Quimbley. A present sense impression is something that you contemporaneously viewing at the time that you make the statement. So if I see Ronald Sharp drop his pen, and when he drops that pen, I say, Ronald Sharp dropped his pen. That's a present sense impression. But if 20 minutes later, I go to Uriel Whitlock and I say, hey, Ronald Sharp dropped his pen, that's no longer a present sense impression because the statement that I made was not made whilst contemporaneously witnessing what was happening. Does that make sense?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
So at this point, I think we've, beaten this to death. I'm going to be striking this report for hearsay.
Do you want them removed by us, or are you going to do that?
Just for expediency's sake, I'm just noting down what reports I have struck, and I'm just not going to look at them.
Understood.
As for the purpose of the officers maintaining a continued investigation file, they may want all of this in one place anyway. So I'm compiling my own list of the reports that have been struck. What's the next one, Whitlock?
20558, again on relevance.
Relevance, okay. Ooh, this is a long one. I think I remember this one briefly. Any rebuttal to this, State?
Just one moment, Your Honor, please. This report is absolutely irrelevant. Sorry. It shows who Stephen Alexander is. Through his own direct testimony in this session, he mentions killing somebody. This is an actual therapy session. This is not hearsay. It is at this point that we have received the reports for the crimes that he had been committing, and this 100% speaks to him, his character. Unlike the last report, all parties were in that room.
Yeah, I know. I mean, the objection was relevance, not hearsay, so we're not really dealing with that here. I am inclined to agree with the state that this report is relevant. Again, because these are sealed reports, I don't necessarily want to dive into the details of them, because there's a reason why these reports were sealed from the general public, and revealing all of that information right now would kind of be a little bit counter to that, even if counselors may elicit testimony based on these. Do you have a better explanation, Whitlock, for why this report is not relevant? Because from my reading of it, a lot of the things that your client is talking about in this report are absolutely relevant to the proceedings here.
My thought, Your Honor, is that what he talks about is not anything he is being currently charged with today. Any accounts or alleged crimes discussed within this report are all things that did not happen, and he is not being charged for presently in the proceedings today.
So, whilst I would be inclined to agree that nothing that is testified to in this report directly pertains to the crimes that he's being committed of here today, this report does provide some evidence of both motive, intent, or a common scheme or plan. So, again, whilst the going-ons that are being testified to in this report they're not any of the things that actually happened that are the subject matter of this case, but a lot of the circumstances are reasonably similar. This does sort of provide at least some explanation of any intent as to why he may have done the things that he is alleged to have done. So for that reason, I'm going to overrule striking this report on grounds of relevance. All right. I think we've got one more or two more to go through.
Two more, Your Honor.
Okay.
The next one's 21381. Again, this are no witness called to testify to the veracity of this report.
State has a rebuttal.
Sure. Let's hear it.
Again, same thing. I've got two medical experts on the witness list, and while Ellie Malarkey may not be here to testify to it, these doctors are more than capable to interpret their, well, I'll say with Dr. Q's subordinates results. And unless you wanted me to call 7 different doctors, because that's about how many were thoroughly involved in this entire, every single report in this case, I went to the head.
Do you have any further rebuttal there, Whitlock, on this one?
One moment.
You said you think it was done in front of the lawyers?
Yeah, I guess the the text at the top specifically calls out the medical professional that was familiar with the procedures involved. That would be Dr. Malarkey. That would be, I guess, my only rebuttal.
Okay. So for this one, the problem that I actually have with this one is I'm not necessarily sure what particularly in this report is relevant to the guilt or innocence of Mr. Stephen Alexander. Like, I think this report could potentially be used in the sentencing hearing on, because it does speak to his behavior whilst incarcerated. But as towards the guilt or innocence of any of the crimes he is being directly accused of here today, I don't know if this report's really relevant, because it doesn't really... I'm not really sure what you're trying to use this report for.
Yes, Your Honor. So the state will agree with your sentiment that we did add more evidence to this docket so that in the event we believe we're going to get a guilty, when this goes to a sentencing hearing, all these things are already prepared for everybody involved.
Gotcha. Okay, then here's what I'm going to do. I am going... For the purpose of the case in chief here, I'm going to strike this report as not relevant, but for the sentencing hearing, I will be admitting this report because, again, this report does relate to his behavior whilst incarcerated. So this report we're just going to put on a shelf until phase 2 of this trial. Anything else, Whitlock? Last report.
Last report, 22348, again, on relevance as well as being a third-party account of a conversation.
22...
Is that the DOC report?
I don't actually... What was the number again?
22348.
22348. I don't actually see that report anywhere.
It's in the master evidence to add to public docket for State v. Stephen Alexander.
Oh, it's a report within a report. Okay, for it. And sorry, one more time, what was your objection?
It would be on relevance, sir, as well as being a third-party account of a conversation.
Okay, this is Lucy recording what they observed. We submitted it to be thorough, and you can use that.
All right, and what's the state's rebuttal to that?
Yeah. So with this report, I will kind of concede that maybe it's not relevant to the crimes being levied against. When it comes to these DLC reports, the main reason for adding these reports is for two. One is the witness tampering charges, which will speak to his character while he's been behind bars, which is where most of the DLC reports have came from, but also two, for the sentencing hearing when we do believe he will be found guilty. And also full transparency, because if a report's been created about this man, we've made it available to pretty much every relevant party involved, or at least try to the best of my abilities.
All right. This is another one that I think we can put on the shelf until the sentencing hearing.
Leon.
All right. Any other pretrial motions from defense counsel?
There are no more motions, Your Honor.
No more motions. All right. Well, we got through everything about a little over an hour past the start time, but you know what? We'll take it. Are the parties now ready to proceed today?
State is ready, Your Honor.
Defense is ready, Your Honor.
All right, then with that, I will call the matter of State v. Stephen Alexander to order. Will the parties representing your various clients please announce your appearances for the record?
Here we go, chat.
For the State, Assistant District Attorney Roland Sharp.
State Assistant District Attorney Sadi Kai.
Attorney Uriel Whitlock for the defense.
All right, Mr. Alexander, you stand accused of the following charges. 2 counts of witness tampering, 3 counts of mayhem major, and 1 count of murder. To the 2 counts of witness tampering, how do you plead?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
To the count of mayhem major stemming from an alleged incident involving Lola Amarty Hart, how do you plead?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
To the count of mayhem major stemming from an alleged incident involving Catherine Cuddlepuff, how do you plead?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
To the count of mayhem major stemming from an alleged incident with Lana Stewart, how do you plead?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
For the count of murder for the alleged killing of Miss Izzy Abbott, how do you plead?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
All right, that's not guilty on all charges, and therefore this trial will be set on all of those issues. The floor is open for opening arguments. State your show.
All right. Today, well, we delve into a case that involves cults, mountain lions, songs such as Amazing Grace, and another song known as Boots, Boots, Boots. Manipulation, psychological control, witness tampering, and murder. These are events that one would never believe could happen anywhere, much less in our great state of San Andreas. We will paint a very deep and dark picture of the events that took place over several months. This investigation has been extensive, lasting over a month, and as such, there will be a substantial amount of testimony and evidence to review. We ask the court the peanut gallery, and all other observations to have patience and thorough examination of the evidence. Additionally, we request the compassion for the victims who will be taking the witness stand today. These brave souls have endured significant psychological manipulation, and we may need to take breaks to accommodate them. We value their well-being. The state asserts that we have the correct perpetrator of the crimes alleged before the court today. And to quote the own defendant's words against him, when you are dealing with a cult, if you take a shot, you better make sure you don't miss. Today, the state takes a reasonable, firm stance against the havoc brought against our city and will prove beyond a reasonable doubt the guilt of Stephen Alexander for the crimes alleged and ensure we land a bullseye after pulling the trigger on the barrel of justice for all involved.
All right, thank you for your statement, Mr. Sharp. The court would also like to add into the record that at least one of these witnesses has also taken a pretty pink slipper from Dr. January to the shin. Defense, if you have a closing or not a closing argument, an opening argument, now's the time to make it.
Your Honor, my client, Stephen Alexander, is a troubled man. Extremely troubled, and hounded by a past that would make the best of us curl into a ball nightly, crying at the cruelty of it all. The state today will, with an absolute mountain of evidence they claim they can tie together, claim that Stephen Alexander knowingly and willingly engaged in behaviors culminating in the alleged murder and torture of 4 different people. The defense contests this notion that they can prove these crimes beyond a reasonable doubt. Thank you, Your Honor.
And with that, we move on to testimony. State, go ahead and call your first witness.
At this time, the state would like to call Catherine Cuddlepuff to the stand, please.
On my right, please.
Right here.
Yep. All right, I don't see anybody volunteering to be a bailiff, so I'll... Oh, okay. All right, Pike wants to be bailiff.
Do you mind raising your left hand for me, please?
Nope, you got yourself stuff. Oh, okay, she's got it.
Okay. Yep. All right. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth by the pains and penalties of perjury, so help you really? Witness is sworn in.
This is your state.
Can you go ahead and state your full name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Catherine Cuddlepuff.
And Miss Cuddlepuff, are you currently employed?
Yes, sir.
Oh, with whom are you employed?
I work for the Department of Corrections at this current time.
When's the last time you were on duty?
Honest with you, I don't have a memory of when I last was on duty.
What's preventing you from going on duty?
Very likely a lot of pain.
Are you currently in full health?
Negative at this point.
So sorry to hear that. How did you come to be injured?
I'm not sure. I have awoken in the hospital and I'm too sure, I'll be honest.
Would that be the date of July 12th that you woke in the hospital?
I don't believe so, no.
Do you know what day it was?
I believe I had awoken on the 19th, or yeah, I think it was the 19th.
And is that the first day you were at the hospital?
Sure, but I did hear voices before that. Sounding like
Understood.
doctor.
Have you ever seen or met the defendant, Stephen Alexander, before today?
Indeed have.
And how did you come to meet Stephen Alexander?
That's actually a bit of a story. I met Stephen Alexander while I was in the ICU visiting a friend of mine, and he had called me and wanted to congratulate me and kind of just be nice to me and tell me that I'm doing greatly with my job and that other DOC members did the same. And I believe he also wanted to kind of advertise his psychological, I can't pronounce that word, you know what I mean, skills and work.
Is the word you're looking for psychology?
Yes, sir.
Understood. So he presented himself to you as a psychologist or a therapist of sorts?
Yes.
Were you a patient of Stephen Alexander's?
I indeed was.
How long of a patient of his do you think you were?
1 or 2 months. Not too long.
In that 2 months, did you have any therapy sessions with Stephen Alexander?
I almost had therapy sessions every day with him, so around 16, 19 times without, I wasn't in the city for a few times, but it was definitely a long time.
And was he attempting to help you in a therapist capacity?
I personally do believe so, yes.
During your sessions, did you ever discuss any kind of treatment plan?
Sir, we met and discussed things about things that I could tell myself. It's quite a personal matter, so I won't be telling too much, but telling myself things to make myself feel better or calm myself down in certain situations.
Understood. Did you enter into these sessions for help?
Yes, sir. I was under influence of alcohol at a long time. I was an alcoholic for a bit.
Understood. And what is the last date you remember being at 100% health?
I'm not sure. I've constantly been hurt in the last 3 months. I have not been doing healthy ways, so I'd say about a year ago.
Understood. What are some of the current injuries you're dealing with?
Some of the injuries that I'm currently dealing with are a broken nose, fractured ribs, which, well, have apparently moved upwards a little bit, which make my breathing quite hard for myself. Cigarette burns. I've lost 10 of my nails. I have. I'm not sure what kind of marks they are, but I have several marks on both of my back and the back of my legs, such as I believe some mental injuries, which also include not being able to remember things very well.
And are those old injuries or those things that happened a year ago?
No, these are injuries that I recently have sustained and awoke in the hospital.
Do you have any idea how you got injured?
do not have much memory of what completely happened to me because these memories are completely either woozy or not there anymore.
Understood. Understood. You mentioned you were dealing with other injuries and other issues. What pre-existing medical conditions did you have?
I pre-existing medical condition that I have had is immune disease called Graves' disease. It's a heart disease which also includes random allergies that I can get and my cells basically fighting each other.
Have you been seeing any medical professionals for this condition prior to the last 2 weeks?
Excuse me.
Yes,
Excuse me.
sir.
Thank you.
Were you taking any medications for these conditions?
Yes, I have been taking propranolol, I think, and hold on. I have been taking carbimazole and propranolol for, I believe, over a
Have you
month
been
now.
receiving medical treatment for any of the new injuries?
Yes, through the whole stay of my ICU stay, which I'm currently still enduring, I have been getting checked on almost every single day.
Just best approximation, how many times do you think you've received some kind of medical attention since your initial awakening in the ICU on the 20th?
Around the 19th, but I believe around 11 times. Sorry, my math is not really good right now.
No, it's okay. It's all right. Would it be correct to say that you are consistently receiving medical treatment around the clock then?
Yes, sir.
And is that medical treatment because of your old injuries or your new injuries?
Both, but mainly because of my old injury. New injuries.
Understood. Give me one more moment to confer with co-counsel. Because that's where I'm leaving it with her.
No, I'm fine.
All right, state will have no further questions for this witness.
I may step down, right?
Nope. The defense now gets to ask you questions.
Alrighty. I apologize.
That's totally fine. Your witness, Whitlaw.
That works.
Hi there. Do you prefer Miss Cuddlepuff or Catherine?
Boys, I don't mind any either. Yeah.
All right. Do you know who did this to you?
I have somebody.
Objection. Let's go.
Oh, he talked about her injuries for, I think, like 15 or 20 questions. I'm asking, does she know who gave her the injuries?
Do I answer?
So I'm going to say this is within the scope because the state explicitly asked, do you know how you were injured? And to which the answer was not, like, I don't have much memory. It's either just not there or it's woozy. So I believe this question is absolutely within the scope of direct examination.
Understood, Jan.
So if go ahead and answer the question, ma'am.
Sure. Well, my memories tend to kind of flashback, and I personally don't see Steven, the person hurting me.
Don't think Steven Alexander did this to you?
The flashbacks that I have been getting, dreams and everything show that I personally had a feeling that a woman had hurt me.
I believe you had stated that woman would be Dr. Nicole Green. Is that correct?
That would be an objection, misstatement of testimony. That name was never brought up.
That is brought up in her statement after she woke from ICU, in her medical report.
Rebuttal would be cross-examination.
Where's her medical report?
It would be... It's report 20897.
Which part of the report in particular mentions this Dr. Green?
One moment, Your Honor. I think I have mistaken one report for another.
What do you mean?
There's a guy like protecting the stairs down there, and he stopped her from coming up here.
Why? Why didn't he think that?
That's fine, we've got 1,000,001 reports. So it's bound to happen, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a good thing you have
There you go.
I have mine in my pocket. Literally. What? With Jerry Callow?
You gotta be quiet. That fucker's back in
Oh my
ICU.
god, I just discharged him today.
He's like a boomerang.
What the fuck did he
I
do?
need to talk to him about his $1 million court case, that prick. Jerry Boomerang Callow.
On that $1 million court case, by the way?
You know what, Your Honor? I'll withdraw the question. And I have no further questions for this witness.
Sued by who?
All right.
Martin Pierce is suing Jerry Callow for $1 million.
Does the state have a redirect based on those two questions asked on cross-examination?
No, Your Honor. We are ready to let this witness go to sleep.
To be fair,
All right.
later than both of us.
Yeah, four.
Then, Miss Cuddlepuff, you may step down.
She's gone.
Miss Cuddlepuff?
Doctors?
Doctors gestures vaguely.
There's enough in the room. The chief of medicine, the medical director.
She fell asleep?
Head of ERP.
I don't know.
And
Might have, or she passed out. I don't know.
It looks kind of like trance or something. Some kind of trance. I don't know.
She's gone.
She has narcolepsy?
Right then. That's the first time seeing that one. State, do you have another witness to call?
We do.
Or did the two witnesses you were planning on calling just walk out the door?
Oh, shit. Yeah, actually. Well, yeah.
All right. Well, we'll just.
Can we motion for a recess?
We'll just put the court in a very brief recess while we wait for Dr. January and/or Dr. Green to return to the courtroom.
Dr. Hayabusa, not Dr. Green.
Hayabusa. God damn it.
I was so confused in the line of questioning. Ooh, those aren't the ones you want to get confused.
He's okay. It's a bit of a panic attack, which elevated the heart rate a bit, made her pass out. She's okay.
All right, that's good. Is Dr. January just taking her over to the hospital, or?
Yeah, he's gonna bring her across the street to the other doctors on duty, and then he'll be back.
Gotcha. All right,
Does
Mr.
anybody
Schaub,
have
do you
any
want to?
food?
Were you intending on calling Patrick January next, or?
So yes, Patrick January was going to be next, then Q, and then if Lola can make it back. It was supposed to be Lola next, actually, but yeah.
Okay.
Go now, it's fine.
We could wait for Pat, or I mean, would it hurt your case too much if we just put Dr. Hayabusa up now and got through her, and by the time she's done, Patrick will more than likely be back?
No, not at all.
All right. And how about let's do that then?
She suffocated that poor guy. Literally. She suffocated him.
Okay. With this one,
He does that. In a very inappropriate way as well.
Yes, I've seen.
you got this. I got full faith in you, and I trust you.
Yes. Firsthand.
All right, Dr. Q, can you please raise your left hand for me? Okay. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth by the pains and penalties of perjury, so help you miles away? Sworn in.
Witness is yours, state.
All right. Can you go ahead and state your name and employment for me?
Sure. Dr. Quimbley Hayabusa, I'm the medical director for the state.
And just a brief explanation of your credentials. How long you been in the medical field?
About 12 to 15 years or so.
And do you happen to specialize in any particular field of medicine?
Yes, I am a trauma surgeon and a forensic psychiatrist.
All right. When did you first meet the defendant, Stephen Alexander?
I believe it was back in May, the end of the month in May.
Understood. And in what ways did you interact with Mr. Stephen Alexander?
At first, it was to field a complaint about something in my department, and then it just turned into casual conversation, which kind of turned into therapy sessions.
So you took him on as a patient? I'll repeat just in case it didn't come out.
Oh,
so you
yes.
took him on as a patient?
Sorry. Must not heard me. I said yes.
Okay.
Nope.
No worries. And were those patient interactions documented?
Yes, extensively.
Understood. Do you know if Stephen Alexander was ever admitted into the ICU at Mount Zona?
He was. Yes, he was.
Just 1 second, let me pull up the report. What I would like for you to do is go ahead and pull up a report for me if you could.
Sure.
Actually, never mind. Scratch that. One moment.
Okay.
Give me a moment with co-counsel. Just one. This is why I hate sealed evidence, because it's sealed. I can't really have her talk about the shit in court.
She could talk about it, we just didn't want to make it available to the audience.
No, we can't talk about it since the
the evidence itself was sealed. The judge said he doesn't want to hear that whenever we're going through pretrial motions.
What happened since I've been gone?
All right. What I actually want to have you do for me is I'm going to use your specialties to interpret medical the evidence. If you don't mind.
Okay.
Roland, you gotta speak up.
Subject matter was just.
Thank you, Mr. Whitlock. What I'd like to do is use your skills as a medical professional to interpret a medical report. Can you pull up medical report 1389 for me?
What was the number of that again? You had a little frog in your throat.
Report number 13689.
Yes. Okay.
And with your expert medical experience, can you please provide your interpretation of that report to the court, please?
Yes, this would be a DOA report. So this is what we do after a patient dies. It appears here the victim died from a fatal stab wound to the side, which indicates to me that there was exsanguination, which means extreme blood loss, as the cause of her passing away. The victim appeared to have external damage of some bleeding on the feet, covered with just mangled skin. There were various cuts and gashes on her legs and feet. She was severely dehydrated and malnourished. Heart and lungs seemed to be overexerted. Yeah, it's pretty brutal.
How would one come to sustain these injuries?
I mean, it could be a number of things, being stabbed with any sort of object. The mangled feet could be from walking across really, really rough surfaces with no shoes for extended periods of time. Obviously, the dehydration and malnutrition would be from not eating or drinking anything. That's kind of self-explanatory. And the fact that her heart and lungs were overexerted shows that she was likely just overworked. Her body was working very heavily to try to keep itself alive.
All right, thank you. What I'd like you to do is go ahead and turn your attention to the next medical report we're going to bring into evidence, which is going to be Lana Stewart, report number 16579.
Okay. Yep.
Can you please explain to the court the injuries that this patient received?
Yes. There were deep gashes on her back. Her feet were torn up and infected, mangled. There were fingernails missing from her left hand, multiple cigarette burns on her arm. She had a busted lip, broken nose, a lot of swelling near her right eye, a fracture to the orbital bone.
Jesus Christ.
And how would these kinds of injuries come to be sustained on a person?
All same with the feet before, just by walking on rough terrain, or I don't know. It's like if you had someone walk over hot coals or something like that. The fingernails missing would likely be from being pulled off. Cigarette burns, obviously. I mean, you're putting a cigarette out on someone's skin. Broken nose, split lip. I mean, that's just from blunt force trauma. Could either be with a fist or a sharp or heavy object. The fracture of the orbital bone could be the same type of thing, just blunt force trauma, being hit with an object, or a fist, or kicked, or something of that nature.
Would these injuries cause pain in a person?
Oh, absolutely.
In your medical profession, how much pain would it cause?
Well, I mean, we like to use a 1 out of 10 pain scale, right? I would say this is over a 10. This would be extreme amounts of pain.
What would be the lasting effects of these kind of injuries?
Oh dear. I mean, to start, you could, depending on where things have been hit, you could have a loss of sight, depending on what has happened with the damage to the eye. With the gashes, depending on where they are cut, you could potentially have nerve damage and scarring that would last a lifetime. The fingernails, they'll grow back, but you could potentially have infection that could happen when your nails are growing back. The cigarette burns would likely leave permanent scarring on your arms. And not to mention the psychological damage that you could incur depending on how these injuries were obtained.
Based upon the information in that medical report, has that patient made a recovery?
That patient has not woken up from the ICU since it's happened. She's still there.
And prior to reading this report, have you ever known of Lana Stewart's existence?
Do you know anybody that can kidnap somebody?
Objection relevance?
I'll get there in the next question.
Given that you're having Dr. Hayabusa interpret a medical report about this person, I believe it is a fair question to ask whether the interpreting physician for the report has personal knowledge of the subject of the report. So I'm going to be allowing this question.
PETA?
Prior to reading that report, were you aware of Lana Stewart's existence?
Times I recall her knowing about her existence was one, I mean, seeing that report, obviously in our ICU log, because, you know, I see everybody that's in and out of the hospital. But the other time I was made aware of her before kind of really diving into the report was when Stephen called asking about her.
Which would be the next question. Did Stephen Alexander and yourself ever discuss Lana Stewart? And is that documented?
Yes.
All right. Give me just one moment, please, to pull up the next section. Did Stephen happen to mention how he knew about Lana in your conversation? And are the details documented in that same report?
Yes.
All right. At that point, I would like to turn Your Honor to medical report number 19601. That's the report in question. We won't be testifying because it is a sealed evidence. Actually, I need to ask you, Your Honor, do you want people testifying to sealed evidence in court? Because I thought that was the reason why we sealed things.
If you need to ask the witness questions about that in order to make your case, then yep, you better be asking it.
Yeah, I'm okay. Sit up there, or should we sit back here?
I wasn't mentioning it in pretrial motions because it's not really my job to be publicizing this kinds of stuff, but just because it has been sealed from the public doesn't mean that it isn't fair game to ask in a court of law, because that's kind of the reality of it. If you're going to be introducing it in a court of law, that means one party or another can ask questions about it. And generally speaking, in American law, we value the defendant's right to question their accusers and the state's right to pursue discovery over the right to privacy of any of the particular witnesses or victims in the case. That is a judgment call that was made by our founding fathers so long ago, and we've just kind of held to it because it's kind of sort of worked so far.
Understood.
Chat, I'm gonna be so real. I can still hear everything, but I got up to go to the kitchen to make a cookie. To get a snack. Get a little snacky.
19601. Can you provide the context for this report?
Yeah, this was a panicked phone call that I had received from Steven sometime around June 19th.
And
what we spoke about.
Okay. And what exactly was that phone call about?
He had called me asking about Lana Stewart, because I guess he'd spoken to a cop at some sort of a farming event. And when he had introduced himself and said his name, apparently the cop said to him, oh, do you know Lana Stewart? And he started panicking, asking me for information about this. And is she in the ICU? And does this have to do with a homicide? Things of that nature. I remember telling him that even if she was, I could not give him that information unless he was an emergency contact. But in order to kind of direct the conversation into a different direction, I just mentioned that maybe that cop was asking questions related to, you know, the psychology field. And that's maybe why they were asking about it. It was quite random, because the only thing I really knew of her before then was just remembering, oh yeah, she was an ICU patient that had been in our records, but yeah.
All right. What I'd like to do at this point is go ahead and turn your attention to the medical report 20897.
Alrighty. Yes.
All right. This one's a little bit longer, but can you provide your interpretation of the medical records here, please?
All right.
Point of order, what was the report number again?
Oh, no worries. 20897. This would be Catherine Cuddlepuff, multiple injuries.
Sorry.
Am I good?
I think you're good.
Okay. Well, starting with the internal injuries, there was some severe hypertension. There was a damaged trachea and airway. There were 13 broken ribs in various different states. Some were displaced, some were non-displaced. There was one compound, which means that it's coming out of the skin. Elevated iron levels. There was some possible jaundice that was going on. There was some yellowing of the skin. External injuries, including mangled feet that were infected. There were some large lacerations on her legs.
It's insane the RP that's happening right now. Not to mention how many people are fucking here for
her
this.
Her hands were mangled with her nails ripped off.
It's insane to have this many people from the DOJ around all at once.
There were very large gashes across her back, severe bruising from the pelvic region all the way up to her shoulders, a busted lip, broken nose, bruising on her face.
That sounds like quite a few injuries. How would somebody come to get that many injuries or sustain those injuries?
It could be so many things, but in order to have such severe injuries like this in what seems to be a very short amount of time would have had to have been inflicted either by her being hurt. The pulling off of the fingernails suggests torture to me. The fact that she has 13 broken ribs, severe blunt force trauma.
How many ribs are in the human body?
We have 24 ribs in our body.
So what you're stating right now is that half of this poor woman's ribs were broken.
Yeah,
Objection
more than half.
counsel is testifying.
I can withdraw a poor woman if I need to.
I'm gonna sustain that objection, but also the court can do basic math.
Understood. Then I will move on. What date did this patient enter the hospital?
The report says July 12th.
And based upon this report, can you determine if the patient came into the hospital of their own free will?
From what it looks like, from what I've read, the EMS brought her in.
Did the EMS on scene need to provide medical treatment before bringing her in?
Yes. According to the report, yes.
Once the patient arrived at the hospital, what kinds of examinations did they undergo?
All right, this one's a doozy. I had to go through and kind of simplify it a bit because a lot of the medical terms I didn't want to confuse people with. So, she was given an IV basically to treat infection and significant blood loss. So she was given things like plasma and platelets and things of that nature to help with her blood loss. Her bleeding was controlled using clotting agents. There were EKGs and x-rays, ultrasounds completed to look inside internally. There was surgical intervention in multiple different places, including her ribs needed to be repaired. The internal bleeding needed to be repaired. The compound fractured rib needed to be repaired. There was multiple incisions made in her abdominal cavity and her chest cavity, which needed to be drained and cauterized in multiple places to kind of control the bleeding and to stop internal bleeding. The ribs had to be repaired by doing bone grafting and bone implants. There were chest drains that were left after the surgery so that they could continue to drain any excess fluid or blood. The imaging that was done on her nose showed a septal hematoma, which is basically a large collection of blood in her nasal septum, likely due to the nose break, so that had to be repaired and fixed. All of her outer wounds, such as the gashes, the large lacerations on her back, things of that nature, they had to all be cleaned, debrided, stitched up. Debridement, for those who don't know what that means, is when you have to remove dead or infected skin from the area. The cigarette burns, nail beds, all of the torturous aspects of the injuries were all cleaned up, covered in bandages, antibiotics, that of the sort. There was a blood panel showing that she had some elevated levels in her liver. It also showed some high iron levels, suggesting that she may have been poisoned. She was also in a medically induced coma for about a week.
So the patient came into the hospital on July the 12th and awoke 7 days later?
Yes, she was in a medically induced coma for about a week.
Understood. And is that patient still currently receiving treatment?
Yes.
said,
Do you see any physical injuries that will result in permanent scarring?
I do. The injuries to her legs and back will likely leave some lasting scarring. The surgical sites could potentially leave scarring as well. The cigarette burns will likely leave a permanent scar. The to her trachea could cause issues with her throat, talking, breathing. The CT scan. I looked through some of the treatment that she'd been receiving, and I noticed this had just been, added into her report recently, where the CT scan showed structural changes to her brain
What the
compared to
fuck
previous
is
scans.
this?
So there is likely to be some long-lasting
Maybe
psychological
imagine him on
damage
the
as
other
well.
end of this. I don't know.
For those of us that are not medically inclined, can you please explain what that means?
The changes in the scan are implying that there could be some sort of dissociative disorder, potential personality changes, and things that will probably have to be monitored over time based on what I'm reading in this report.
And will those types of injuries affect a person's day-to-day?
Absolutely.
Will those types of injuries affect a person for the rest of their life?
It could. It absolutely could.
Based upon the information given in that medical report regarding Catherine Cuddlepuff,
Alright, I'll see you guys later.
can you provide a... Hold on, give me just a second. Hold on, sorry, 1 second. Sorry, so many reports. It's number 8906.
Yes.
Are you familiar with this report?
I am.
Can you go ahead and give us a breakdown of everything in this medical report, please?
Yes, this is a report for Stephen Alexander, who was brought in to the ICU in the middle of March 15th. The injuries, including a carving on the chest that said "Sins of the Father" with infected tissue surrounding. Fingers and toenails were removed, mutilated tissue surrounding it. Mangled feet, needle track marks on his arms, cigarette burns, broken nose and a broken right orbital bone, and a swollen and damaged mouth area.
Do you see any similarities with these injuries to the other medical reports you pulled up thus far?
Yes, there are several similarities between the reports.
And what similarities are of note to you?
Particularly the mangled feet, the cigarette burns, the fingernails. With Lana Stewart and Stephen Alexander, both of them have damage to their orbital bones, broken noses, damage to their mouth areas.
Did he undergo any kind of other examinations?
Yeah, he was in the ICU for a bit. I think he also spoke with a therapist as well.
That is correct. And that would be medical report 9288. But that is Mr. Packer January, and we'll get to him. You mentioned before that Stephen Alexander had became a patient of yours.
Yeah.
Can you recall when you had your first session or how that relationship started?
Yes. It was the end of May. He came in to raise a concern about an employee that I had. And am I supposed to say that who he was making the complaint about? Because it kind of could be relevant to the case now that I think about it. Yeah, all right, whatever, fuck it. He was making a complaint about Nicole Green. And we'd got to talking. And he told me the original reason he'd been seeking therapy from her was because of his past in a cult. Now, myself being a forensic psychiatrist, I was like, oh, tell me more. You know, I'm curious to know. You can talk about whatever you want to. Kind of how everything started. He just started kind of opening up about his past, and I was learning about, you know, his life.
Do you recall the contents of the complaint being made?
What's the question, sorry?
Do you recall the details of the complaint that was being made against Dr. Green?
Yes, I do.
And what was his complaint?
Objection relevance?
Do you care to explain the relevance, Mr. Sharp?
Wrote. I feel that it's very relevant because that report will be testified to because we did not strike it.
So Nicole Green explicitly is not on trial here, but I know even Mr. Whitlock yourself tried to ask a question of Miss Cuddlepuff, eliciting her to answer whether she had said the woman that she'd remembered from her, whatever it was Miss Nicole Green, so...
That is true, Your Honor, but that question was withdrawn.
The question was withdrawn, but it is contained in the medical evidence here that someone, I guess, made a comment at some point that Miss Green may have done this.
I'll tell you what, I can rephrase if the counselor will let me.
Go ahead and rephrase, and we'll pick it up from there.
Did the complaint that Stephen Alexander make about Nicole Green relate directly to their therapy session?
Yes.
Now I'll ask, what was the complaint?
Okay, so from what I remember, the complaint was that he had wanted to have a therapy session with her, had ran into her when she was working up in Sandy. And apparently during the session, she started talking about herself and, you know, was making comments like, if I really wanted to, I could have gangs kissing my feet and things like that. I guess from what he told me in his complaint, he was a little bit confused on kind of why she was bringing that up in their session. And he kind of, was telling me that she's alluding to being the best psychiatrist in the state, and that she was up in Sandy for a reason because, you know, she wanted to be away from everybody in the hospital. I guess he had scheduled a follow-up appointment with her and she had not responded. She just ignored his text messages or calls. I can't recall which one it was. Apparently, after she had, you know, ignored those calls or texts, she had texted, or her phone had texted him saying, oh, this is her daughter. She's in the ICU. She's not going to be tending to her patients. But then a few hours later, he had seen her at the cabaret advertising on Twinsta. So he basically felt abandoned and ignored by her, is kind of the vibe I got.
Understood. Do you recall when you had your first section with Stephen Alexander?
Hmm.
All right, then I want to go ahead and get the first session pulled up here,
Sure.
Which is going to be report number 19592.
This one is gonna be a long one. Right. I've got it.
All right. You mentioned that you were interested in him. Is that correct?
I thought his story was fascinating.
Is that how you took him on as a patient?
Yeah, pretty much.
And in this first session here, did he provide you any details of his upbringing or past?
Yes, he did.
Can you go ahead and interpret for the court the notations you've got here regarding the conversation you had?
He told me how he ended up in the cult and a bunch of information kind of about the cult. How when he was about 8 or 9 years old, he was on a camping trip with his family, his mom, dad, and sister Emily. They were camping in the woods. 4 men just came out of nowhere with guns and knives. And then apparently there was one man amongst them that had no weapons who had a talk with his father asking, you know, which child is your favorite? But his father thought that was basically an impossible question to answer. The man then apparently was threatening his father, saying, if you don't answer, I'm going to start taking pieces off your wife. They continued to intimidate his father until he said his sister's name, which was Emily. Apparently the man had a very strange smile on his face, nodded to the other men. They dragged Emily behind a tree and killed her. Then they shot his mother and looked at Stephen saying, hey, this is what your father did. Look at what he's done to you. He's the reason that your parents, that your mother and sister are dead. Basically filling his head with lies, pushing him to the brink where he stabbed and killed his own father. So basically, after all this had happened, that's when these people welcomed him in with open arms and acted like they were, he was one of their own, and basically had manipulated him to feel sorry because of all this situation. And that's what he told me is how he was brought into the cult, and that this was a very common practice for how they would bring people in, that they were basically groomed to be leaders. They would manipulate people from a young age and bring them into the cult. He said that the way that they would bring these leaders in was different every time they do it, but basically manipulation was a huge tactic. He told me a lot of basic information about the cult, just that they would keep trying to get people away from people. They would do things to make people feel bad and then use that against you. A lot of manipulation, basically. He talked about these trials that they would have you complete. The cult would mention things about how, basically, you know, when you go to an old Baptist church and people are talking about hellfire and brimstone, basically something like that was going to happen. And they needed to purge the sinners so the strongest could survive. He told me about a game they would play called the Pain Game, where you would flip a coin, and whoever won the coin toss would stand in the center of a circle. The people on the outside would have these like thin switches or sticks, and they would hit the person in the middle of the circle, and the outside people would try to make them flinch. If you made the person flinch, then you would switch to be the person in the center, and the point of the game was to smile through the pain and not to flinch. If you could smile through the pain, or if you couldn't smile through the pain, someone else would take your place, basically. So, I remember asking him like how he left the cult and how he had gotten to Los Santos, and the long story short of it was love. In this cult, you were not allowed to be intimate in any way, and while in the cult, you would basically, from what he told me, you would go out and recruit in the cities. So he went to a weekly like drug meeting, met a woman there that struck his interest. She was down on her luck. She seemed like someone who could be easy to manipulate. So he just, you know, started building up a rapport with her over time. From what he expressed to me in that first session, they had fallen in love. They became a secret item. They kind of hid themselves away from each other, or sorry, from the cult with each other. And then once they were found out, they were punished. I was told in that first session that he was basically brought outside, given 20 lashings on the back, and that she was tied to a pole in the hot sun in nothing but her undergarments for the entire cult to see. She was given barely any water to survive. Her skin was cracked and bleeding. At some point, she'd gone blind from being in the sun and eventually died from the injuries sustained from being left on this pole like this. He said this happened about 5 years ago and that it left a hole inside of him. Her name was Deborah, and that every time he closes his eyes, he sees Deborah. Then I asked him how he had gotten to Los Santos. Because when I hear about this, I'm like, well, how did you get out of all of this? He said he came here from Canada after attending university. He was working on a psychological doctoral thesis about cults. And that's why he came to Los Santos, is what he told me. He was trying to kind of get back out there again, and how he got here was he went on a dating app and apparently met a woman who brought him to a coffee date. And as he was leaving the coffee date, he started to not feel so well. And a black van pulled up and basically black bagged him, threw him in the back of the van. And I guess he had been drugged. And then he was tortured for 10 days, is what I was told. And he magically was in Los Santos after that. He told me he believes that these were family members of the cult members who were wronged by them. And in my opinion, this never quite sit right with me, because how would you know that? He said that, you know, I asked him, why were you still left alive then? Like, why didn't they just kill you? And his answer to me was saying, well, it's easier to kill somebody. These people probably wanted me to suffer because of the things I've done in my past. He always kind of framed wanting to change and wanting to be different from his past. The end of my notes stating that, you know, he's basically started to dedicate his life to helping people. And he used to be a monster. He wants to help people now. He does freelance psychology. And yeah, once talking to him after this session, I wanted to know more. So we scheduled another session.
All right, and I do see that notation.
Okay, I'm going to pause questioning here for just a moment. Are there any members of this cult present in the courtroom, please raise your left hand nice and high. Anyone?
I really hope not.
Anyone in the courtroom a part of this cult? Anyone? Going once. Going twice. Alright, I think we're good. I resume questioning, Mr. Sharp.
Thank you very much, Yana. So the notation on the right-hand side says you scheduled a follow-up appointment. Were you able to have that appointment? Sorry.
Yes, we did.
And would that be the medical report 19593 entitled Session 2?
Yes.
All right. Can you go ahead and explain the contents of this session and your notations behind this?
Dear. Oh, I'm so sorry. This is going to take so long. Well, I kind of sectioned out my notes with different types of labels so that things could be understood easily for myself to go back on and read if I needed it. Because my intuition told me I would, and I'm glad I did notate all this down. So when asking questions about some of the normal cult practices, some of the information, there was never a specific name for the cult. People would call it the blood tree. Sometimes they would refer to it as the father. Everybody in the cult was given the last name of Alexander. They basically tried to be quiet, not take up too much noise, not attract the wrong attention. They didn't want to attract police. Male or female, it did not matter who led the cult. It was based on who could lead it the way that they deemed fit. So progressive. The cult was kept away from cities and towns. They basically lived out in the middle of nowhere in a barn and little huts. Their daily activities included farming, hunting, collecting water, laundry. It was basically kind of a commune to keep running. They kept people in line with violence. Anyone who could see through the bullshit, they would use violence to persuade them.
Your Honor, I'm going to object on narrative here. If we're just going to read every report line by line, like this is actually going to take forever.
This is really going to take a long time.
There's a lot of information. And
I mean, it is pertinent information, but it is going to take a while.
So I can read all of these reports myself. I know some of these are sealed, so for the benefit of the gallery, they don't necessarily get all of the spicy, saucy details of these reports.
I will share the spicy part, and then you can read the rest.
How about for questioning on these reports, let's hit the key points that would relate to presumably the case the state's making is tying back some of these as a motive for Mr. Alexander or something to the effect, if I'm to take a guess. So maybe let's stick to the points that actually relate to that. And then if Hayabusa deems it fit, she can discuss with Mr. Stephen Alexander about literary rights to publish a short story or make a documentary film about, you know, this cult, and they can handle it. They can handle it then, and then the rest of the city of Los Santos can be regaled with the stories of the blood tree or the father or,
you guys know if there's any doctors,
you know, whatever the fuck you want to call this.
Do you just want me to talk about the relevant parts, like the eating hearts and the trials and stuff?
What's the problem? Is there any doctors here?
I think so.
Probably up front.
You think so or you don't think so?
I don't.
Sure.
Fuck! A crippled guy at the hospital that needs a wheelchair.
Did Stephen Alexander
You guys wouldn't happen to have a wheelchair?
Reveal how they initiated people into the cult?
Fuck!
Sorry.
Can you ask that guy over there on the other end of the bench?
How did they go about that process?
I can't.
What are you trying to ask? 5 trials.
Because I think that's Lola's wheelchair. If you're talking about the wheelchair.
Those 5 trials are?
The first trial would be a willingness to live. You would have to demonstrate to yourself and everyone around you that you can suffer and survive. So basically, the first trial would be dehydration and hunger. They would not let you eat beforehand. They would toss you out in the middle of nowhere, make you walk with no socks or shoes, with barely any food or water, with a compass, and tell you to follow this direction. And based on what Steven had told me about his trial, his lasted about 10 days. So I guess it kind of varies. But the first trial was basically just walking to see if you would survive, with no shoes and no food. The second one would be taking your greatest sin and marking your flesh with it. So basically, one of the 7 deadly sins would be chosen, and it would be carved somewhere on your skin where you could see it as a reminder of this is who I am and I need to change that. Then the third trial would be recognizing your sin, having it removed from your body, and getting your sin washed away. So they would take you to a body of water and basically hold you under until you stop kicking. Then they would leave you there for another 10 to 15 seconds to make sure the water has quote unquote fully covered you. They would give you CPR on shore. If you survived, then your soul would be cleansed and you would come back born new. As a note to that, a lot of people didn't make it past trial 3, is what he told me. The fourth trial would be get a sacrifice, give it to the tree. You would find a dangerous animal of sorts. You would take a pint of its blood, pour it at the base of a cherry blossom tree with its heart, and you would feed the tree with blood and nourishment. You would then eat that heart of the animal, give the rest to the soil, and that was the fourth one. The fifth one would be bringing someone else into the fold. So you would basically have to go out and recruit someone as a, member of the cult from there.
All right, just one moment. In any of your sessions, was it ever revealed, or did Stephen Alexander ever discuss his injuries that he received in March?
Yeah, I got a crippled guy at the hospital.
Honestly, I don't really think so. I think it's like he would reference it, but not really anything lengthy. Didn't really talk about it a lot.
In any of your sessions, did you ever talk with Stephen Alexander about how the cult would get people on their side?
Oh, yes.
What I would like to do is refer you to the report 19597.
Oh, yes. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Can you explain the methodology that this quote-unquote cult used to initiate its members?
Yeah, that is what he kind of phrased it as, reprogramming. There would be 2 categories of people. There would be willing people and unwilling people. The willing people that they could easily manipulate to go along with things was basically the first, trial. They would starve them, send them on a walk into the wilderness. They would give you a token or a picture of something to give you that piece of hope through a hard time. After the struggle of going through this, being, lost in the wilderness for God knows how long, they would basically love bomb you. And they would basically try to make you feel like you were getting made stronger over time.
And I don't mean to argue semantics with you, Doctor, but can you explain what love bombing is, please?
I mean, basically, it's just a heightened amount of praise. Like, oh my God, you did so well. Oh my God, you're so great. Oh no, like, we love you. We're going to take care of you. Like, just a lot of overly positive type stuff like that.
Did he go into how they would initiate the unwilling?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Can you go in detail as to the process for initiating the unwilling?
There was physical violence associated to get them to a point where they would be more willing to do bad things for them. So basically, to start, they would follow around the person who was unwilling to get to know their routine. They would then drug them, take them somewhere where no one would find them, and in 4-hour intervals on and off, they would play Amazing Grace and give them painkillers and be super nice to them. But then 4 hours later, they would use graphic imagery and a poem called Boots, 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 Walking Up and Down Again that they would play. And, you know, it's the tone of the poem. It's not what the poem is saying, it's the tone. And I urge any of you to look that up on your phone and give it a listen, because it is one of the most uneasy things I've ever heard in my life. I've listened to it one time and one time only. I will never forget it. But basically, it would create this uneasiness. And say they wanted somebody to be, you know, someone that they had a target on. They would show the person they were manipulating a photo of that person and basically would associate that person with the torture that was happening to them. They would torture people, break them down, take pieces off people, whip them, cigarette marks on their bodies. They would show a picture of the person they were trying to associate the pain with. Then they would switch to the happy. They would give them drugs to stay loopy. Then they would give them pain meds. They would give them psychedelics. And then they would give them pain meds. They would switch back and forth and say, you know, look at how awful this person is. Let me torture you. Look at this person. And then they would switch to, hey, let me give you some pain meds. And, you know, oh, you're doing so great. You're so strong. They would always cover themselves so that they could keep the trust of the people they were harming. So that way, they wouldn't associate that level of pain with the person that was harming them, right? But then I guess the repetition is kind of what they would really put focus on, is they would do it over and over and over again to manipulate and brainwash people.
Understood. In this session, did you ever mention the idea of Stephen Alexander being reprogrammed?
Was this the one? God, there are so many. If it wasn't this session, it was one shortly after where I asked him, do you think you were reprogrammed? Just based on what he had told me.
Why did you ask him that question?
Well, I mean, he had the same injuries on his own body that were present for some of these, what he said the cult would do. So I figured, oh, well, was he reprogrammed then? Because if he had sustained the same injuries.
And are you referring to the ICU visit by Stephen Alexander we talked about earlier back in March?
Yes.
All right, 1 second. After this session, did you feel that Stephen Alexander had been reprogrammed based upon your expert opinion?
At this point, I wasn't sure what was going on. I had multiple different theories at this point. I figured either he was reprogrammed and manipulated, or he was just bullshitting me the entire time and literally just telling me all of this under the guise of a therapy session.
Understood. Did you make any observations about Stephen Alexander during that session, his demeanor?
Yes. When I began asking him about these topics, like, do you think you were reprogrammed? And whenever I would start to push about him, he would start to fidget a lot in his seat. And it's something I noticed throughout most of our sessions, but I never mentioned it out loud. I would just notate every time he did it.
Understood. One moment. All right. It's at this time that I want to go ahead and just quickly ask you, do you recall being present for an interrogation of Stephen Alexander?
No.
And what observations did you make about Stephen Alexander during that interrogation?
Let's see here. I'm gonna go through my notes because it has been a hot minute. I noticed that the tone of voice that he was using in that interrogation was a polar opposite of the voice of the person I had been meeting for months. He sounded very stoic in nature, very cold, very calculated in that interrogation. Tell he was choosing his words very carefully by what he was saying.
Did you make any observations of physical action?
I do remember a couple of moments where he would look at Veronica a little strangely. There was that moment when she asked about his mother and sister being killed, and his eyes, he just kind of started squinting at her, giving her this menacing look.
Understood. Now I want to turn your attention to a report that you did personally, number 21274. It's entitled Stephen Alexander Psychopathy Evaluation.
Psychopathy. Mm-hmm.
Psychopathy? My apologies.
Mm-hmm.
What is this report for? What does it do?
Oh. After gathering a lot of evidence from
I'm gonna be back in a second.
all of the things that I had uncovered, on top of the things that I had learned in my own sessions, getting ready for this case, I decided to see if he fit the bill for a psychopath.
No, you go.
It's based on a list of things that I had found. And kind of those things that you would categorize a psychopath to be.
And what were the results of that examination?
Well, based on everything I have put together, out of 40 points, he scored a 34, which the cutoff for the label of psychopathy is 30, based on this test.
And if one scores above 30, what does that mean?
That they would be a candidate for psychopathy, someone that I would want to study further to see if they indeed are. But since I have extensively worked with him for about 4 months at that point, I believe he fits the bill.
Your expert medical opinion.
Yep.
All right. There's one more session I want to go over with you.
Sure.
And that's going to be number session 7, 19638.
Ooh. Yeah. Yep.
Did you and Stephen Alexander speak about Lola Amante Hart in this session?
We did. Yep.
Did you also speak about Izzy Abbott in this session?
We did.
Pardon me? And in this same session, did you also speak about Lana Stewart?
Yes, actually, we did.
And in this session, what was the intent when you went into it?
Let's see. God, it has been...
Objection vague.
All right, let me rephrase. Did you and Stephen Alexander speak about Deborah?
Yes.
What was the reason for speaking about Deborah?
Why did I speak about Deborah?
Yeah, how did Deborah come up in this session?
Full disclosure, you'll see in my notes, I went into this session knowing that he had killed Deborah, but he didn't know that I knew that at the time. So, as a means to sort of see if I could get any sort of a reaction, both physical, verbal, or emotional, I tried to just bring him up, or sorry, bring her up, and try to see what his reaction would be. I was kind of trying to test the waters.
And were you able to acquire information?
No. He still wasn't honest about it, and was instead the ground a lot, fidgeting a lot. That's kind of when I could tell something was up. Would say that her dying wasn't his fault. He would get very, very fidgety, and he would stare at the floor a lot. He would try to turn the conversation back on me instead of talking about himself.
What specifically did you speak with regarding Alola Monte?
It was something about her being, I believe she was hurt. He was on the phone with her the night before, I guess, and her phone had cut out because of something that she was in the ICU. I knew that because I'm a doctor, but I guess he had tried to call her back. He knew that she was with people like doing mayor things. And they found her at the pink cage, just kind of like lying there with some blood around her because she fell off a roof. There was about a 30-minute time frame in between their call and when she was found, based on what I was told.
To the best of your recollection, who mentioned the name Izzy Abbott first?
Dear, I think it was Steven.
And what was the reason for mentioning Izzy Abbott?
I guess he had been speaking to some officers recently about forensic psychiatry and forensic psychology because he, in previous sessions, had mentioned he had an interest in this as well. Kind of a similar interest in things I do. I guess he was speaking to cops about like offering them, his services, and he likes to talk to cops about it and offering his services. And I guess talks of Izzy Abbott came up during that conversation.
Let's see.
I guess the cop that was talking with him, was unable to piece anything together about Izzy Abbott's murder. Wow, like maybe forensic psychology could be really helpful. That kind of a thing.
And did that conversation encompass Lana Stewart as well?
Yeah.
One last question regarding this session. Did you give Stephen Alexander anything before he left that session?
Yeah, I gave him a camera because he said he wanted to do photography.
What kind of camera did you provide him?
It was a PD camera out of our armory.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second, tactical counsel. Anything else? Anything else you think I'm missing?
Ask Interurban, does she think he's aware of everything he's doing? Like, does he have control over what he does?
Understand.
Veronica,
Based upon your sessions,
you're doing great.
Sorry. You're good.
I believe he's aware.
Because of course the old man doesn't see my text message. And I'm pretty sure I texted Bob, so whatever.
Try to squeeze on in.
You got something, Will?
I do, yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Rebuttal to that would be just a competency test was performed for this trial. However, Dr. Ibusa was not the one
fucking
performing that
pushed right
test.
now.
It'd be unclear to me how she would be able to cover the awareness.
I might just
of
go over
my
to the other
client.
side, actually.
So, Dr. Hayabusa has had several therapy sessions with Mr. Alexander. I believe it would be appropriate. Okay, this is an appropriate question to ask a licensed medical professional like this. However, I have a personal problem with this question in that it's very vague. So I'm going to overrule this question on vagueness, and I'm going to ask you to clarify a little more what you're asking here.
Understood. Would you be able to...
I think they're just having a crazy fucking headache.
Based upon your medical sessions with Stephen Alexander, create a profile for him. A psychological profile.
Just push me and then I'll move again. I don't care. Just...
What would you include in that psychological profile?
Let me squeak past. I can go to the other side.
I'm trying.
Several.
My brain's freaking out a little bit.
Characteristics that I would classify as psychopathy.
Brain.
I would also say that he is fully aware of what he's doing.
My brain hurts.
He is not insane in any way. In the sense of, you know, oh, I'm taking medicine that's making me, you know, do these things. No, he's fully cognizant of his choices.
My brain was hurting.
Shit, I only just now saw your message.
Let me see if co-counsel has any last questions.
Sending him as I think.
State has no further questions at this time. We will go ahead and let Mr. Whitlock take over.
All right, cross-examination. I think that was probably the longest direct examination we've ever done in this courtroom.
I'm sorry.
And
it's so much
I had to
info.
preside over the first case of terrorism in this state. Or not terrorism, treason.
Sorry.
Actually, I think I also had to preside over the first terrorism case and the first treason case. Yeah, that was a very long direct. So, and cross-examination is probably going to be just as long. So, buckle in, everyone. Go ahead.
Everybody.
Hello, Dr. Hayabusa.
Oh.
To start, what is the typical reason session notes are kept for therapy with patients?
Oh God, it could be anything. Could be referencing old material. It could be needing information for future sessions. I mean, it could really be any kind of whatever therapist wants to do with their notes.
Is it typical to refer to your patients as a motherfucker in the therapy reports?
Well, whatever I write in my therapy reports is whatever I want to write in my therapy reports. Thank you so much.
So you seem to not think very highly of Stephen, is that correct?
Never said that.
Well, you refer to him as a motherfucker in, let me see here, report 18264, 19597, 19598, 19638, and state that he's clearly lying out of his ass in 20751. Is that correct?
By that? Mm-hmm. Police my tone. Have you ever heard me speak, sir?
You're really getting puritanical right now?
I'm like, all right.
I'm just asking in terms of, as a medical professional, do you think it's professional to refer to your clients in this way?
To be quite frank, I don't give a shit what you think is professional or not. Based on how I speak.
God damn.
Thank you.
Malibu?
Tell me.
Do you believe that you have an unbiased opinion of Stephen Alexander?
Seeing as all of these reports were done before all of this information came to light, yeah, those reports from my sessions, I'm allowed to have my opinion.
God damn.
You're correct. However, are then asked to interpret these medical reports today. Is that correct?
Yeah? Yes? Sorry, I maybe you didn't hear me.
With all this in mind, then, why did you continue to meet with Stephen Alexander?
Why did I continue to meet with Stephen Alexander? Well, number one, he fascinated me. Number two, I was curious if he was gonna do something illegal. I was curious if he was gonna do something like this. I was curious if he was bullshitting me. I kept meeting with him to try to gather information.
Yeah, for a little bit. What's up?
Did Stephen, during your sessions, ever mention that he was still part of the cult?
Sorry.
No.
In your medical opinion, do you believe that Stephen is reprogrammed per your statements in report 19598?
I couldn't answer that. I don't know if he was or not. It was just a note, a speculation of sorts, a question I was writing down to ask myself.
In your medical opinion, would someone that is reprogrammed even be able to understand or comprehend that they are reprogrammed?
Per what he told me the cult used to do to them, no. But I don't
Moving
believe
on.
this is the case here.
All right, a motion to strike that.
On what grounds?
She answered the question and then continued to answer the question. I don't believe that anything she said afterward was clarifying to the answer for that question.
I'm going to disagree with you there because in the first part of the question, she mentioned what Stephen Alexander believed the answer to that question would be, which was technically non-responsive to the question. And then afterwards, she said, I don't believe that's the case here, which is her actual personal opinion on that question and the actual answer to that question.
All right. Moving on to the psychopathy test. Who made this test?
Oh God, I would have to find the book. It's don't make me look this up. This is going to take so long. Sorry, can you hear me? It's an online resource I found, but it's going to take me so fucking long to find it. Just say an online resource. It's going to take me fucking forever to find it.
Okay. Is this a standardized test that you've given to other people?
When needed. Yeah.
And how many other people have you given this test to?
In this state, no other people.
Why is the noted time of report 19601 so long after the initial call?
Sorry, what was that?
Yeah, objection vague. I don't understand the question.
So there is a noted time of creation for the report of 19601.
Okay.
Reporting a call that was made about 10 days prior. Why was there such a gap in when the report was created and when the call was actually made?
Okay, hold on. I need to look back and see. Okay, so at some point, I actually did move these reports to a more secure location on the MDW because when I realized the significance of what I had found, I'm not going to lie to you. I don't trust anybody to not leak this and ruin an investigation. So I moved a bunch of reports over to my medical director reports instead. So that may be why there is a time lapse. I don't know if that's the case, but that may explain why there's a bit of a lapse in time here. I needed my stuff to be in a more secure location. I did not want any leaks.
Just one moment. All right, we had looked at some of the medical reports of the alleged victims. When someone has head injuries similar to the alleged victims in this case, how often do they suffer memory problems?
Oh God, I cannot speak to that because every person, every body is different. Everybody will react differently depending on how they heal. Some people will have memory issues depending on the blunt force trauma. Some won't. It just purely depends. That's kind of the fickle beast with these types of injuries.
But it is possible, right?
To have memory issues?
Yes.
Absolutely.
And would these injuries affect their recollection of events?
I mean, it would happen to anybody with memory issues, but I guess it's kind of a case-by-case basis.
I have no further questions for this witness.
All right, Mr. Sharp, do you have a redirect based on that line of cross-examination?
Yeah, I got one or two.
I'm.
Dr. Hayabusa, do you have your own private workspace?
Yes. Yes, I do.
And do you...
Oh my God, chat, good news. We just got word Lola got her power back. Let's go.
Yeah.
Do you use it in a prejudicial sense, or do you typically call just people motherfuckers?
Oh, I say motherfucker all day, every day. Everybody a motherfucker.
No further questions.
Last but not least, Whitlock, have a recross based on those three questions.
One moment.
I'm gonna ask for a witness after this one is done.
Yeah, so it's going to be January unless Lola manages to...
I do not, Your Honor.
All right, then Miss Hayabusa, you may step down.
Oh my God, thank you. Thingy back.
Mr. Sharp, you got your hand up.
Yes, Your Honor, the state would like to make a motion for a brief 10-minute recess, please.
Let's see. We've been going for almost 3 hours. Sure, let's take a brief recess. Everyone go and stretch your legs and...
Thank you.
3 hours? Oh God, it has been 3 hours.
I'm starting to get ass. Do you want to go?
I can go get a nice shirt again.
Yes, no, fuck you.
Alright, what'd you say?
I'm starting to get antsy. Would you like to go?
Oh, do we need to stand? I'm sorry. Here you go.
Excuse me? Sorry, sir.
Oh, sorry.
Jesus, sorry. Canadian to me.
Pardon me?
Okay.
I'm not getting a still dog.
was when I left earlier.
I'm here now. You're kidding me. No way. Dare I call somebody a motherfucker? That
Hey, guys.
Sounds like he has no idea how tame you are.
Okay, what's the sorry? This has been a big court
I'm
case.
sorry, getting that
I
what?
just saw your call.
Here you
What's up
come.
about Parsons?
Oh, there you go.
Thank you.
I tried to say hi to the dog and it wouldn't say hi to me. I hear a puppy bark. Where's the bathroom in here? Because I'm gonna go try to fix my face, apparently. I'm gonna go breathe some fresh fucking air for a second.
Thank you, sir.
Ugh, breathe for a second, Jesus.
Oh, there is a food.
Is there a break or something?
Yeah, we're on recess
right now. Ah, okay. Waiting for that.
Yeah, well, you know. You're having a good time in there?
I wasn't listening.
Lola.
That's your friend you're talking to.
Hi, honey.
Terrible life choices
Hi.
I've made.
Hi, Q.
Oh, dear.
I fell asleep. I'm sorry, Q.
No, it's okay. I'm glad you're okay.
Yeah.
I knew my testimony
Looking
was
so
gonna be
far.
the fucking longest.
Q, you're doing great on the stand.
Interesting.
Kill.
That shit was badass.
I should ask to do that
I
test.
don't like people telling me I can't say motherfucker.
Can I
'cause,
request
like,
it?
Have you ever heard me speak?
Yeah, it was wild.
You know?
That's how I know they
It's
don't
not like
know
a
me.
Myers-Briggs thing, you know? It's like, I want to know. It's because then I just know, you know? I just like to know things.
Hell yeah, I mean, what the fuck, your personal notes.
Yeah, you can say whatever the fuck you want to say in your personal notes.
I mean, I didn't think I was going to be able to mention any of this stuff outwardly in the court case.
Yeah.
The judge says, well, you can
Yeah,
talk
Sleepy
about
Hollow,
this
there's an actual
evidence.
blood
Well,
drink.
they kind of let it rip, dog.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds
That's when the
sick.
motherfucker.
Yeah, no,
Let it
that
rip
sounds
the
sick
dog.
in a different way, man.
Well, it's like it keeps
What's
all
the
buds
general
and stuff, and it's like
consensus
inside the tree, so
here?
he has to like
Hey Lola, I love you. I'm
cut
gonna go
open
grab
the
some
tree
food.
and pull them out.
Hi, puppy. Whose dog is this? You're so cute. Aww. Why's there a dog in here? I'm so confused on whose dog that is and who plays that dog. Who is that dog? Oh. Bleh.
Do you want to go outside?
Bleh. Is there a bathroom I can just like fix some stuff real quick in? Nope. You're a dog barking.
Hold the courtroom down.
Sir, you know.
What they were saying, but some of it was just so
Hi,
sad.
Caster.
A lot of foot mutilation.
Yeah.
Had to leave.
Lola's back though. Lola made it back finally. I'm thinking about a storm, so that's good.
Came back?
Yeah, Lola's back. She's back in there with Liam.
Oh, that's good.
Yep.
That is good.
So she can do her testimony.
Some of the stuff that they were saying just.
Yep. Sucks. Not fun. Hate it.
So
But I
used on me.
Yeah,
Oh,
no.
how wretched
Fuck that.
these reports were. Like, when
Fuck
I
these
tried to
people.
look at them, I couldn't access those reports. Like, Bob, you read them, but I couldn't. No fucking clue.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really bad stuff.
It's insane.
I told you a little bit about it, but it's, yeah.
And this person was just wandering around the city all free and doing this stuff to people.
I love Bubbles.
And not alone.
What do you mean not alone?
Part of a cult.
Part of what they were talking about was how they recruited other people into the fold.
So there's other people who in this city like him?
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, hold on.
The fact that they keep mentioning Dr. Green, Nicole Green, is really concerning.
you mind
It's
taking
not
off your
actually.
glasses for a second, Frankie?
Jesus fucking
Ow.
Christ.
Why? Why my hat? You're supposed to take off your glasses, not my hat. Are you okay? Are you mad at me?
No, I just
Okay.
lost my balance. I'm sorry.
Okay, no, you're good. You're good. I'm fine. I'm peachy. But my hat. There's a hat.
That didn't really seem to work.
Thank you.
Bye, puppy.
Adjust my jacket.
Bye, puppy. Bye, puppy.
That's a cute puppy.
Wow. Are you sure you need me to teach you how to fight? You are really like I thought I was gonna need medical attention or something.
Really, I'm sorry.
That's a
Nah,
lot
I'm
of
good.
cops
You
at the
just got a
hospital,
real
Jesus.
mean one both of your hooks are really mean. Ooh. Thank you.
Sorry.
You want something to smoke, Bubbles? Calm down a little bit.
I wish I had
No,
like cigarettes to offer you.
I think I'm okay. They're gonna catch everyone else who was working with him.
Hopefully.
Go back, Cliff. Close down there.
Lucky texted me that she's by the food truck. I'm gonna go over there for a second. Okay.
Let me get out of your way.
What?
Thank you, Bob.
What? What'd you just say to me, dog? Hey, you watch your fucking mouth when you talk to her. I think I won't beat your ass in front of all these people.
Any food, by the way? Like, are you? I haven't seen you all day, so do you want anything?
No, I got some food at Atla earlier and stopped by to say hey to Hellfire.
Good. Real good.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Damn, what was their name?
Oh, puppy.
I really want to know what that dog's name is. Here
I'm
at the
just
collar
calling
a
them
little bit.
puppy for now because I just see the purple collar
Yeah.
and they're cute.
Oh yeah, sure.
I'll be back.
I do be needing fentanyl.
No, deadass, because Morrow should not be saying that shit to Bubbles because we all know how Bubbles fucking reacts to stuff like that. We all know how Bubbles is. And they're gonna sit there and like say all that shit to Bubbles, be like, yeah, they're out there. They're out about, they'll find us. And it's like, dude, don't fucking do that to Bubbles when you know how she is. Where did Lucky go?
Right in front of you.
Oh, your face is all fucked.
Odd.
Take your glasses off. I think that might help. We'll see. Maybe. Ma'am? Ma'am, you good? Ma'am?
Probably not.
Maybe it'll help. Maybe it won't. I don't know. Yeah, maybe put him back on. See if it helps. Nope, didn't help, but hi. Cute outfit. Hello.
Food. Hello.
I like your outfit. It's cute.
Thank you.
I'm stealing it. When it gets cold, I'm stealing it.
Cute. What you needed?
I don't need anything right now. I'm just fucking annoyed.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, this shit that's happening is fucking awful, dude. Holy fuck.
Hi, Bubbles.
Oh yeah, can you just like chill with her for like 2 seconds and talk to her? Appreciate it. Thank you.
They're talking about really bad stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they told me that there's more people in this city who are like that.
Hi, like her. Is she a husky?
Okay, yeah, is this y'all's dog?
No, this is Malibu.
Okay, I was wondering. I kept seeing a dog in the courtroom, and I was like, oh my god, you're so cute.
I know.
You're adorable.
Reaction.
Is it?
It,
The dog moonwalk?
Yeah, the dog moonwalked. Hi, Malibu. Hi.
Sick.
Bye, Malibu. Oh. Oh no. Poor Malibu.
thank you for letting me say hi.
Hi, Malibu. You're very cute.
I'll go with you. Come on.
Aww. Y'all's dog is adorable.
Pushing me up back and forth on the fucking on my
I know the dog's name. I'm not telling.
shit, dog. What? Nah. Damn.
The dog is cute though. Oh, lick you apparently.
I was sitting in the pews, dog.
And yeah, like
Who
Mara
is-
was mentioning,
who is
cigarette
screaming
burns,
dog right now?
stabbing with knives. It's
Yeah, it's not great. None of it's great.
Yeah. Yeah. What the fuck? That's fucked up.
All
You might as well
awful.
not e- you might as well double down and not even apologize. You should call me a motherfucker then.
What the fuck?
Who is fucking yelling right now? Am I going crazy? Somebody's yelling and just fucking complaining.
I think it's the dude in the top hat.
Probably. Maybe stop.
yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Yeah, maybe stop fucking yelling. Holy shit. Lord.
Damn, all these psychopaths, dog. We really need to take that test.
Hydrate Panda! Oh my god! I am, I promise.
I'm just trying to find out what the hell's gonna happen to this psychopath. I might be look.
Ugh. Yeah, I'm gonna go sit back down. I'll be inside. If I can.
Sickens me.
Shit, what's that?
Hey, how's it going?
Pond?
Hey, you're clear.
Oh,
Do you want me to call Jay again?
Why don't he just swim away?
If you could, I'm sorry.
That's alright, that's alright.
I'm fine with getting first.
Forget. Alright, go turn around for me.
Yep.
This motherfucker kill so many people when he's fucking stupid.
I'm waiting for,
She wants Jay.
sorry.
Good.
Understood. No worries. Completely understand.
Some things I can,
Well, I'm
some
happy
things
for
I
you,
can't.
I've heard that before, so trust.
Trying, you know. A lot of things take time.
Anybody who's smart would stop you.
And a lot of things that get done, a lot of people don't see, right? 'Cause
It's a good compliment.
EMS is a helicopter, but not too many people hear about
Is it in recess?
But for them, it's
Obviously, Garen. We wouldn't all be outside if it wasn't.
just let Josie know. I think she told me she's not gonna be around for a little bit, but I'm sure we'll see her soon. Yeah.
It was so full earlier.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
I need to get some food. Just.
Oh no.
All we need to do is
Nope, Lola's back. I'm sitting up here. Fuck off.
state that report and that document. Those are the files that we really want to bring attention to.
Yeah, basically we're gonna say we
Okay.
preemptively
You trying to get in the get down here or something?
of all the actual evidence that is already included in this docket.
Sorry.
One-stop shop place to see why we are arguing the charges we are arguing and what evidence we have to back it up. All he has to do is open that shit up and read it.
You missed
Alright.
two pop off. You will love that.
And then we do the closing. Yeah, I mean that's pretty much it.
Very good.
I won dart. Golf got canceled before the end, so who knew who would have won? The defense had any special witnesses or anything?
No, they've only
Karen left to go golfing?
been closed today.
Yeah.
I wore clothes the last 2 days because it was serious business. Stop, we got you.
It's so nice to not have Gordo up our asses, but wearing hats.
Yeah, I got here a little bit late.
I don't
so
miss that.
Might have missed some things. Throwing those.
Where throw of shoes?
Dr. Green is here. Apparently, I just need to take all out.
I mean, it's fine now. The cat is all gone to bed. Now
She keeps asking me, like, what do I
Oh,
do?
sir.
Keep telling me that I'm the one who did all this. I'm like, it'll all come out in court. Don't worry.
Completely different that I don't.
Yeah.
know.
It'll be obvious. You know, you
I
are.
may have done that before
Close,
too.
out close.
I'm Malibu.
You okay?
Tell me that story.
Hello, can you hear me?
I couldn't. Yeah,
Who
I
was
couldn't
up
hear
there?
you.
Can I
Yeah, what's up?
stand up in the
Story.
window box so I'm easier to see for her?
Oh, barely. Barely hear you.
I thought you were Brock Booker.
Oh no. I'm
Yeah, if I'm allowed to,
But
sure.
this has to.
It's Malibu.
Hey, Whitlock.
Oh, okay. I hope you have a great
Bill.
day.
Real quick. Would you have any objections
Thanks.
to
Not him.
Lola
Not
having
him.
her emotional support dog next to her on the stand? He won't be speaking. He'll just be there in case she gets
My name?
uncomfortable because she's going through it a little bit.
My name's
Well, it's a
Kristoff.
dog. Yeah, I don't mind.
Well, it's
Here.
well, it's that guy right
Yeah.
there. It's not actually a dog.
Couple of scratches
Wait.
and cuts.
Oh.
Yeah, it's me. I won't open
Yeah,
my mouth.
he's
It's just
he's
emotional
been
support.
her emotional support.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
The second time
I
I've
think-
seen the
yeah,
mayor.
probably
I just
Call
wanted
it
to
an
make
emotional
sure you're okay
support
with that. He won't
dog.
be-
What the fuck?
When I briefed
The
with
Chris
him,
Hyman
we had some episodes, so he's been kind of there to.
That's what it
Yeah.
is, you know.
Cool. Let me make sure it's cool with you, Honor.
They probably think you're looking for Booker now. That's why.
I'm calling you an emotional support dog.
Right behind you, right
I'm going though.
Not Liam, the emotional support dog.
Hey, Dr. Green.
Yes, sir.
Standing around you, girl.
I want you to know.
We will tell them that we're gonna stand around you, and then I will fight as best as I can.
And if anybody doesn't know that,
That was
they're
a spicy
fucking
move
dumb.
today.
And I'm sorry you
I
have to
hope
deal
you're
with
so
that.
worried about giving him a
I
gift of
know
joy.
face to face. I never had
Yeah,
a chance to
kitty.
That's why I wanted to.
I wanted to see and see.
Very short.
No, I don't.
It's just lazy because it's just evidence on the document. He could have already found that out himself. Like,
That man is not dumb. That
How are you?
man
No, it's not.
He took my past, tried to manipulate it and use it.
Bye, Malibu.
But I've never hidden my past from people who want to know. Never.
Yeah, you've been 100%. That's why I respect the hell out of you. I know we don't really know each other, but you have your reputation to precede you. And if you've done damage to your reputation, then I would say you.
All right, I see that most people appear to have made it back into the courtroom and are awkwardly staring at me waiting for something to happen. Are the parties ready to resume trial?
Really fucking
Or would you like to awkwardly
posting
stare at me
the
for
same
a couple
minute
more
as you
minutes?
guys? The fuck?
No, I
We have a pretty good
Sarah,
view
come on,
now.
Wherever you're
Free
on.
She
sidebar.
texted me.
Sidebar? Sure,
Push for the
sidebar.
same minute.
It's fun. I have no plans to start anything.
I love a good awkward stare.
Our favorite kind.
I'm so glad she has fucking power again. Thank God. Oh, hi Malibu. Bye Malibu. Malibu's great. We love Malibu. Here's Callum. I'm right here in the front row. Cal is up here in the bleachers. Bob and Bubbles will be back soon. Don't worry, we'll all be there with you when you're done.
All right, that's Malibu calling the court back to order. State, go ahead and call your next witness.
At this point in time, the state would like to call Lola Montehart to the stand, please.
Here we go.
All right, Miss Montehart, go ahead and
Here we go, chat.
roll yourself over to the
But
witness
not them
desk
calling
here.
Liam an emotional support dog. That's wild. Where the fuck is Bob's and Bubbles?
Hold on. Is that Jamie Rose?
Who the fuck are they?
Bailiff
Are they just
is
outside
browsing
talking to
TikTok.
people? The bailiff is on TikTok!
This is what happens when you promote him,
Is it
Your
okay
Honor.
if I just sit in the wheelchair? Please?
Can you reach the microphone from there?
I picked it up.
Yeah, as long as your microphone, then you should be good.
I'll do you one better, and I'll move as close to the microphone stand as possible. Can't stand my leg. Is this alright?
Yep, that's completely
The
fine.
bailiff
Wherever you're
is. I can't
comfortable
put
with.
that on stuff. The bailiff is.
Hey, Lola, do you mind raising your left hand for me? Alright. Do you swear to tell
I was
the
like,
truth,
Bob, get the
whole
fuck
truth,
back
and
in
nothing
here
but the truth
now.
by the
Like,
pants and
holy
also
shit.
perjury, so help you, Daxa.
I do.
Alright, sworn in.
Your witness, State.
Oh yeah. I needed to get the hell out of there.
Can you go ahead and state your name for me, please?
Lola Amante Hart.
And do you recall the events of July 10th?
Yes, sir.
With whom did you have contact with on July 10th?
On July 10th, I had contact with Mr. Alexander, Dr. Green, and the mayoral cabinet.
I need the old man
And
to
did
look at
you
his fucking
meet with
phone. Bob
anybody
needs
on
to look
July
at his
10th?
phone, Bob.
Yes, sir.
Who all did you meet with on July 10th?
I met with Mr. Alexander, the mayoral cabinet, and Dr. Green.
What was the reason for your meeting with Dr. Stephen Alexander that day?
We had a therapy session that took place on the Salt Flats that day.
And you mentioned a mayoral cabinet meeting. Who was that with?
Objection relevance.
It's establishing the victim's whereabouts that day, building the foundation for the events, Your Honor.
Since we are dealing with an alleged kidnapping victim, I am going to allow this line of questioning, if only to establish the whereabouts of the witness, because that would be irrelevant, because one of the requirements for kidnapping is that you are forcibly moved from one place to another.
Do you need me to repeat the question?
Yes, sir.
You said you had a mayoral cabinet meeting, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And in your meetings with these individuals, did you make arrangements for the following day?
Yes, we were scheduled for a follow-up cabinet meeting the following day, July 11th.
Did you make arrangements with Stephen Alexander? for July 11th?
Not on July the 10th, no.
Understood. Did you make arrangements with Stephen Alexander on July the 11th?
Yes, sir.
And what arrangements did you make?
Mr. Alexander texted me the morning of the 11th asking if we could meet up and talk, and I agreed to meet with him.
Did you only plan to meet with Stephen Alexander that day?
No, sir.
What other meetings did you have planned?
I had planned to meet up with a friend of mine, Katie St. Clair, at some point during the day, and I was also scheduled to attend the follow-up mayoral cabinet meeting.
And were you able to attend that mayoral cabinet meeting that day?
No, sir.
What prevented you from being able to go to that meeting?
Mr. Alexander kidnapped me from my business.
Did you meet with Alexander on July 11th?
Yes, sir.
How did that meeting come to take place?
Mr. Alexander texted me that morning asking if we could meet, to which I agreed. Shortly thereafter, he arrived. We agreed to meet at my business, Vinewood Music and Records, to which he arrived shortly after my agreeing to meet with him. And he asked me to sit down on one of the couches in the lounge area so we could have a conversation.
Do you know why he wanted to meet with you?
Yes, sir. He wanted to discuss the events of the previous day, July the 10th.
And what events are those?
I had a run-in encounter with Dr. Green that day, who had learned that I had been meeting with Mr. Alexander for therapy. Dr. Green, being somebody that I hold in very high regard and respect her opinion very much as a medical professional, had given me a warning saying that Stephen wasn't who he says he is, and that I needed to be careful around him.
And what was your relationship with Stephen Alexander at this time?
I started off seeing him for therapy, for grief counseling, and by the time we arrived at the date of July the 10th, Mr. Alexander's and my relationship had changed into one that became very, very close.
How do you mean close?
I believed that we considered each other as family.
Were you ever a patient of Dr. Alexander?
Yes, sir. That is how I met Mr. Alexander.
How many sessions do you believe you had with Mr. Alexander?
Met Mr. Alexander approximately mid-May, and we began having sessions once or twice a week. And by the time we arrived at the date of July the 10th, I was seeing him practically every day for several hours a day.
And you mentioned that he wanted to meet with you that day?
He
Ju-
texted me.
Should have asked and answered.
Withdraw.
Yeah, that's an answer. Let's just continue.
Do you remember approximately what time you met with Stephen Alexander that day?
Around 1 p.m. Eastern.
And you met him at Vinewood Music Records?
Yes, sir.
Why did you meet him at that location?
Vinewood Music and Records is my business, and I had already happened to be there. Plus, we had met there on several occasions in the past.
Did you inform anybody you were going to be meeting with Stephen that day?
No, sir.
And why did you believe to be meeting with Stephen that day?
He wanted to discuss the conversation that I had with Dr. Green the previous day.
When Stephen Alexander arrived at Vinewood Music and Records, did you stay outside your business?
My business is an outdoor venue. However, I was inside the lounge area when he arrived. He walked in, we said hello, and he asked me to sit down on one of the lounge sofas so we could talk.
And what'd you talk about?
We discussed the conversation I had with Dr. Green the day before. I informed him that I had concerns because Dr. Green is somebody that I respect very highly, but because I considered he and I to be very, very close, I wanted to hear his side of the story.
And what did Stephen Alexander tell you?
After I finished telling him about the previous day, he asked me to give him a moment, and he walked back out toward the driveway where his car was parked. He was out there for about a minute, and then he came back in to where I was seated. He did not sit down. He just kind of stood rather close to me.
Then what happened?
At that point, Mr. Alexander began to tell me about his past. He told me that he used to be a member of a cult. He told me the story about how he was taken at 9 years old with his family killed in front of him. He told me about the story of him and a boy named Robert. And then he told me about the trials that he went through as
Dr. Didac, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it.
a member of this cult.
What did he tell you about the trials?
He went through each of them in detail. And with each one he told me, I remember feeling more and more horrified.
And after he finished telling you his story about his past, did he leave?
No, sir.
What happened next?
After he finished telling me about the trials, he looked at me and he said, the one thing that I learned above everything else from being in the cult was that if you don't have your trust, you have nothing. And that if you break your trust with somebody, you are no longer strong and you are weak. At that point, Mr. Alexander took out his gun and he pointed it in my direction.
Did he give you any commands?
After he pulled the gun and pointed it at me, I stood up in shock. And he told me not to move and to not say a word.
Then what?
At that point, he told me to put my phone down on the coffee table that was directly in front of me and to drop any weapons that I was carrying. And I complied with his request.
Did he leave after you complied with those demands?
No, sir.
Did he give you any more orders after that?
Yes, sir, he did.
What did he ask you to do?
He threw some zip ties at me and told me to tie my wrists together.
Did you comply?
Not at first, because I was in shock. I tried to ask him why he was doing this and what brought this on.
What made you comply?
Mr. Alexander struck me in the head with the butt of his gun and told me again to put the zip ties on.
How did the impact of that gun affect you?
I was bleeding from a wound on my head, and I felt dizzy and disoriented from the impact.
And did Mr. Alexander leave after striking you with his firearm?
No, sir.
What did he do next?
He told me to put the zip ties on, and this time I did it.
Did he leave after you put the zip ties on?
Not quite yet, no.
Did he give you any more orders after putting the zip ties on?
After I put on the zip ties, he grabbed me by the wrist and led me to his car and then threw me in the back seat.
Do you remember what vehicle that was?
It was Mr. Alexander's Emperor beater.
And was that the only vehicle there at Vinewood?
No, sir. My car was also there, parked out front.
Were you able to exit Mr. Alexander's vehicle?
No, sir.
What happened after he threw you in the car?
He turned the car on and backed the car out into traffic. And as we started to drive, he told me not to say a word or alert any attention to us, and if I did, he would hurt people that I care about.
Were you ever given a reason as to why you were being taken?
Yes, sir.
What was that reason?
Mr. Alexander made it very clear that I had betrayed him in some way, and that what was about to happen to me was a punishment.
Where did you drive to?
We departed from my business, which was off of Alta Street and Haywick Avenue, and started driving north on Alta Street and made our way north and west through Vinewood and the Vinewood Hills. Eventually, we ended up going north on North Rockford Drive before making a right-hand turn on East Marlow, headed east. And before we reached the gates of the Parsons facility, he made a left-hand turn off-road and we started driving up into the hills.
Did he park in the hills?
Eventually, yes.
What happened after he stopped the vehicle?
After he stopped the vehicle, he got out of the car. And he pulled out his gun and pointed at me again. And he told me to get out of the car.
Did you listen to him?
I exited the car as instructed.
Were you escorted anywhere?
No, because we had reached the place he intended to bring me.
And what were you noticing around you?
There's a big tree that had a steel plate screwed into it with 2 chains with shackles on the end. And there was nothing around for miles except for trees and bushes. And there was no signs of life, as far as I could tell.
After you were escorted here, did Mr. Alexander leave you here?
Not at this time.
Actually, rephrase. Let me rephrase. Did he... Hold on one second. I just need a second. I gotta rethink. What was the metal plate you observed in the tree?
It appeared to be some sort of anchoring device for the chains.
Were you escorted to that tree?
Sir.
Were you given any other orders?
Mr. Alexander told me to shackle myself to the tree.
And did you comply with that demand?
No, not at first.
Did you end up shackled?
Yes, sir.
How did you end up shackled?
After I refused to shackle myself to the tree, Mr. Alexander punched me in the stomach. The force of the punch took the wind out of me and forced me to my knees. While I was on my knees, he reached for my left hand and he shackled me to the tree.
Did Mr. Alexander leave at this point?
No, sir.
What happened next?
He handed me a cup with some kind of mixture in it. It was a liquid and it had some kind of floaty pieces in it. And he told me to drink it.
Can you describe the contents of that cup?
It just looked like a beverage you would get from a local food truck, but it had some other kind of chunky. It looked like something had been chopped up and put into the drink itself.
And did you willfully drink the contents of this cup?
No, sir.
Did the contents of this cup ever enter your body?
Yes, it did.
How did that liquid end up in your system?
The first time I refused to drink the cup from the cup, Mr. Alexander took out his knife and he drove it into my left thigh and twisted it. And he screamed at me to drink from the cup.
And that made you drink from the cup?
Not yet.
What happened next?
After I refused the second time, he took the knife out of my thigh and he held it to my neck. And then he cut off a bunch of my hair and he told me to drink it again.
And did you willfully ingest the contents of the cup this time?
No.
So then how did you end up drinking that?
Mr. Alexander put his knife away and he pinched my nose closed so I would have to breathe through my
Did
mouth.
a reverse roll chat? 1 to 10 on how angry Danny is right now. 10 being she would jump the fucking wall and kill that guy if she could. Oh, she rolled a 9, boys. Ooh, Danny is
Punched me in the
pissed.
throat, causing me to cough and gag. And as I was coughing, he took the cup and forced it down my throat.
Can you describe the taste?
It tasted.
I know he's probably not doing it on purpose, but it is
like
fucked that the guy who plays Steven is drinking right now. It's so fucked. Oh, I love this
bits
cinema.
and pieces that were inside of it were kind of tasted like chewy cardboard, and they also kind of tasted like shit.
Oh, my God. After ingesting the contents of this cup, did Mr. Alexander leave?
No, sir.
Were you given any more orders?
No.
What happened next?
After I was forced to drink the contents, he grabbed my right wrist and shackled my right wrist to the tree so I couldn't move. And then he put a gag in my mouth and said, "This is to make sure nobody hears you scream." And then he blindfolded me and put headphones in my ears and taped them to my head and turned on that awful song.
And what song are you referring to?
It's walking up and down.
Oh my God, she's so good. Holy fuck. Holy shit.
How were you feeling in that moment?
Scared. Angry.
This is such good RP. I'm losing my mind. Oh, she's gonna make me cry. Fuck.
What I did to deserve this.
Did any of your other senses
Oh my God, I
become
love her so
heightened?
much.
The only sense I had left was my sense of smell.
Did you smell anything out of the ordinary?
Minutes after the song started playing.
Meanwhile, I'm just playing a puzzle game on my phone.
Car exhaust.
Did you ever taste the contents of that cup again?
Yes, sir.
How many more times?
2 additional times.
Were you left any food?
No, sir.
Did you have anything to eat?
Yes, sir.
So you were fed?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe what you ate?
It tasted raw. It tasted like raw meat and almost like it was starting to spoil.
Son of a.
Jesus.
Did you ever
Who
regain
just
your vision while
screamed?
shackled to that tree?
Yes, sir.
How did you end up regaining your vision?
The officer that found me removed my blindfold and gag.
How did you react whenever you got your blindfold removed?
I panicked. I started screaming. I didn't know what was going on.
Were you transported to the hospital by those police officers?
Yes, sir.
How have those injuries affected you up to this point?
I'm still sedated in this wheelchair. I can't work at my job at Bahama Mamas as a dancer. I resigned from my position at the mayor's office because I don't feel safe anywhere. I haven't been able to set foot in my business since this happened. I just feel so scared every single day.
Do you know who is responsible for your injuries?
Yes, sir, I do.
And who is that?
Stephen Alexander.
Let me refer over co-counsel one moment. You got anything? Yeah, she said she can't step in her business. She's unemployed from the mayor's office. Yeah, she said that. Yeah. All right, state has no further questions. We're going to go ahead and turn it over to defense.
All right, Mr. Whitlock, witness is yours for cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The right thing to say is you have no questions.
Hi there, Lola.
The fuck do you ask for after that?
When you were struck with the gun, how long did you feel disoriented and dizzy for?
From the moment I was struck until we had begun driving.
Did you feel confused afterward?
I was confused because I didn't understand why this was happening.
Moving forward and talking about ingesting the contents of that cup, how did you feel afterwards?
Lethargic. And like I couldn't move. And as it felt like the walls were closing in and there was tears coming out of my skin.
You stated in a report you couldn't tell the difference between sleeping or hallucinating after ingesting this contents of this cup, correct?
Yes, sir.
So did you know who gave you the cup the second and third time?
I was blindfolded and deafened at that point, so I can't say for sure.
One moment. Do you know what
Is
happened
Resi.
to the headphones that were put on your head?
They were removed by the EMS who was attending to me.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Any redirect?
Negative.
Alright, no redirect. Miss Montehart, you may not step down, but wheel yourself back to wherever it is you wish to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yep, I got you.
Put the microphone back.
Alright, State, do you have any other witnesses for us?
Second to last one is going to be Dr. Patrick January.
Dr. January, approach the stand. You know, I don't know if I've ever had you on my stand before. I think this is a first.
Alright, Dr. January, do you mind raising your left hand for me, please?
Is this real or
I
a
swear to tell the
game?
truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
It's
but to repeat the
roleplay.
penalties of perjury, so help you, Danielle.
Also, obviously, a bunch of characters in a game. So, no, not real roleplay.
Alright, State. Oh.
Uh-oh.
This is GTA 5. Yes, it is. It's a roleplay server.
Well, that's a little awkward.
You're just the first person that ever asked me, is this real or a game? I'm like, well, it is a game.
Actually surprised it hasn't happened
It's
sooner.
real people behind the characters, but like, it's just all made up. It's roleplay.
Well, we'll give him a minute or two to show back up, and then if not, I guess.
I'm
we'll just
sorry,
have
it
to
looks
have
really
this
very
guy
interesting. I
do the
love anything related to
requesting
courtroom and
for
just
the interim until
recently
he
I'm
gets
super
back.
stoked because I got LSPDFR to work on my computer. Okay. I don't know what that is.
Magic,
but
so
cool.
hopefully he'll be able to get in sooner rather than later.
Oh. Playing as a cop on GTA? Yeah. Well, I'm right here. Hello, this is me. I'm just watching. The girl with pink hair who was on the stand just now is a friend of my character's, and she nearly died. So we're all, a lot of people out here, or a lot of people in this audience are here for her because this guy's a serial killer. Yeah, this is a roleplay server, so it's not just GTA Online or some stupid shit like that. So if that's what you're looking for, this isn't it. Just a FYI. This isn't like a GTA Online stream or something. This is a full-blown whitelisted roleplay server. Yeah. I used to be a NoPixel, which is like the quote unquote big RP server for GTA, but like it's kind of been lacking, and I've been there for 2 years as of today. So yeah, GTA Online I don't get. Like there's people who go into RP servers and play it like it's GTA Online, and I'm like, what's the point? Like role play or don't be here. Like that's it. Because in NoPixel it's like very OC. Unfortunately, a lot of the time. That's why I came back to ONX. You know, I was whitelisted in ONX like the first week it opened, so. But, and then I was gone for a month, and now I'm back, and I fucking love it. And my original character is currently shelved, and I have a new character named Danny. That's me. Hello. And I love it here. It's very fun. I've met a bunch of new people. It's cool. Yeah, back in NoPixel, it was like if you tried to roleplay, you got called cringe, and it was like, all right.
Apologies.
All right, Mr. Sharp, can
Guess
you
that game
hear
is years
us?
from coming. Yeah, probably.
Yes, I can.
Because this is like
Yup.
you gotta
Are you ready
apply
to proceed?
to be in the justice system. You gotta prove that you have.
All right, doctor. Can you state your name and occupation, please?
Dr. January, psychologist and trauma surgeon.
This is the first time we're actually
And
finding
how
out.
long
Yeah,
have you
me
been
too. I didn't know all the details. Fuck.
Including EMS, over 9 years.
Do you have any specialties in the particular field of medicine?
For psychology,
Yeah, this sucks. I hate this.
basically gender therapy, and trauma surgery is just whatever comes in.
And have you ever had an interaction with Stephen Alexander before today?
Yes.
When did you first meet the defendant?
It would have been when he was in the ICU in March.
Understood. Did you have a follow-up appointment with him after that ICU intake?
I did, and I fell ill for a little bit of time. And by the time I had come back, I believe that Stephen was a bit soured on therapy because of his interaction with Dr. Green.
What I'd like to do is turn your attention to psych report number 9288. This is your psych report, and it appears that your patient was Stephen Alexander.
Yes.
Seeing as how these are your personal notes from that session, can you please explain to us in the courtroom as to why you came to these conclusions?
Well, first, I just want to say that this was asked to be done by, at the time, police officer, now agent FIB agent Keller. She just wanted an eval.
August 1st. Yeah, just about.
So I just asked a few questions. We had a conversation for about 30
July
minutes, 40 minutes
31st
maybe, and
is
these are just
my
things
2
that I had
years in
picked up
roleplay.
in the
So
subtext
it's also
of
my
what we were
anniversary
talking
today. July 31st. I started in NoPixel. I was in NoPixel for a year and a half,
Then I'll turn your
and I've
attention
been in
to psych report
ONX
number
since last month, I think.
10068.
That's cool.
We're just going to
Congratulations, thank
briefly
you.
touch
Appreciate
on what exactly did Dr. Nicole Green speak with you about regarding Stephen Alexander?
This sucks. Awful. Hopefully this stupid fuck gets the death penalty. Oh, in character, of course. Oh, see, this is amazing artistry that's been happening right now, and the guy who plays Stephen Alexander is really fucking good at this.
For about 2 weeks.
Pretty cool. Pretty well
That would be,
done.
to the best of my knowledge, what that was about.
I love roleplay.
Understood. And have you provided treatment to any of the witnesses listed here in the courtroom today?
I have.
On sale on Steam for $15 instead of $40. Oh, damn. Yeah, GTA 5's not that expensive anymore, is it?
At this time,
Not
I'd
like when it
turn
first came
your
out.
Attention to medical report 20933.
I've had it since it like came out, so when I was like 14, this game came out. I'm 25 now.
Give me just 1 second. I'm pulling that up myself.
Cool, you've been wanting to do that for like 10 years though. Now you're finally going to be able to. It's pretty sick.
Do you recall the events of this report?
I do, yes.
Seeing as how it looks to be in medical jargon, can you please interpret this report in its entirety to the court, please?
Yes, I can. So, The medical jargon we use is called the petty code, so I'll just go through this here. The patient condition, so the CBT is condition before treatment. B would be high concern. CAT is condition after treatment. Physically, C, that would be low concern. Mentally, B, high concern. That was just because I put that in there because of, in case she was staying in the ICU to be checked on. So the injuries, 103 to the leg, 103 is a knife wound that needs to be, it's just a stab wound. 104 HD is head, 104 is a major laceration, and 114 is blunt force trauma, also to the head. Treatments would be...
Her hands
200 to the
are
head,
bloody
which
as
is
fuck
ice.
right
That was
now.
done in the ambulance on my
Danny's
back.
palms are bloody as hell because
203
she
is general
dug her nails into her
anesthetic.
palms
Since she was
so
in such a
hard
state of
while Lola
shock,
was on the stand
I
that she
opted
started
for
to
general
bleed.
anesthetic to numb her entire body. So that nothing during the surgery, there
Because she
no
was
sudden movements,
shaking
no
and crying. And it's,
panic attacks, nothing like that.
I did a reverse roll on a
204's
D10 to see
IV
how pissed
medicines,
Danny was.
fluid,
10 being,
vitamin
oh,
K,
she would jump the
helps with
banister
the
right now,
bleeding, stab wound.
murder him herself
Ketorolac
if she could.
helps with the
And I rolled a
pain. I wasn't
9.
sure what to
So,
give her for pain because
Danny's
at that point I had
pissed.
not done the blood
She's
test
already mad
yet
at Mara,
to
so
see what was in her system.
that didn't help.
The
Where'd Bob go?
lidocaine is the general anesthetic
Bubbles left
that I
because she couldn't
used,
deal with it, I'm
and
assuming.
benzodiazepine was just for general anxiety to deal with her panic. 210 is a cleaning, flushing, saline, stitching, and bandaging on the leg and the head. 307 is a surgical intervention for a stab wound. And in the notes you can see the knife was inserted and twisted, tearing the muscle tissue. I had to stitch up through the leg. It wasn't just a clean stitch. Physical therapy will probably be needed, and the patient may walk.
Whoever's sitting next to me, I do not know.
That is undetermined.
Oof,
at this
yeah,
time.
Danny's hands are fucked.
307, oh yeah, I went over that. 400 to the leg is a CT scan that I did to determine the muscle tearing.
Dude, Dr. Green screamed earlier. She was like, son of a bitch, after she finished their fucking thing.
Understood.
It was awful.
And you also ran a toxicology or
I
blood
did.
panel?
The main thing was a high dosage of psilocybin, which is what the active ingredient in magic mushrooms, commonly known as, is. There was other pings for hallucinogens, but that might have just been the mix.
Yeah, my parents are strict with games too, but also I was an only child who had unrestricted internet access.
Name.
So when I got Christmas money, I bought my whatever video games I wanted to buy.
The psilocybin is what to be looking
The
at.
joys of growing up in the early 2000s, early
What is
2010s
psilocybin?
is like your parents.
Like I said, it is
You grew up with the internet developing,
psychoactive
so it was like, ooh.
ingredient that is
I definitely
found
should be playing this
in,
game, but I'm going to.
what are commonly known as magic mushrooms. They're found.
I don't think I've played
under-
normal GTA
they can
5
be
since it came out. I'm gonna be honest, because I've just been in RP. Like
fungal
most
injections
of college, I was in
rice
RP.
Cakes, but they also can be found just plain as day under piles of cow shit.
And how does that typically enter one system?
You would eat it. It basically induces a severe form of food poisoning that makes your brain react in psychoactive ways.
And have you continued to treat this patient for their injuries?
I have, yes. I've been doing debridement and scans on the leg to document the healing process.
All right. And how have you documented these treatments?
I have
Actually, let me rephrase. Are these treatments documented in the 3 reports, number 21787, number 21788. And number 22098.
It is mentioned in 21787 about giving antibiotics for the infection that she had developed.
I do see that this is a psych report.
Yes.
Can you explain to me how this session came to be?
This is the 21787.
That is correct.
So this was, I believe, 48 hours or less after we had recovered Lola from the tree, and this was just basically an assessment to see basically just where she was baseline in the reaction to the trauma.
And what were your initial findings in this report?
The patient was showing signs of anger management issues, which have manifested through our meetings more and more. Definitely anxiety disorder, depression due to not being able to work her jobs anymore, the shattering of trust for others that she is close with, and general signs of complex post-traumatic stress disorder.
My friends did not make me laugh right now.
And did you have any follow-up sessions with Ms. Montehart?
Yes, we've been meeting regularly to keep this process of healing going.
All right, and I want to go ahead and kind of get you to explain medical report number 22098 for me.
I'm getting the funniest fucking text right now, and it's killing me.
Hold on one sec. Okay, the MRI scan.
Sleepy, bruh.
Can you explain how this exam took place?
This was an idea that was brought up to have Lola retell the story while being put through an MRI scan, while the entire time we monitored for her basically brain circuitry, synapses, and the chemical makeup of her brain.
And what did this examination conclude?
So we have other scans from head injuries previously. This scan, compared to those, there is changes to the amygdala and prefrontal cortex. During the beginning of the storytelling, there was not very much out of the ordinary brain activity. Towards the moment of the kidnapping and the telling of the story, there's spikes that started to happen that progressed more and more throughout the story. I was very curious to check during the word tree, because during our sessions, Lola had always almost been timid saying the word tree compared to everything else. During this, the snap patterns were not able to reroute, causing brain chemistry to become very abnormal, and the brain started to react in a way that we call fear circuitry, where it shuts itself down to. It's a mechanism that causes the brain to shut down to just prevent itself from additional trauma. Compounded with being inside that MRI machine and retelling the story, I could see why that.
Understood. And in your treatment, what is the full... I'm sorry. In your examinations and treatments, have you determined a physical change in Lola Monte's brain?
Yes. There is, like I said, the physical changes in the scans from previous ones to the amygdala and prefrontal cortex, and also the brain chemistry makeup has also changed.
And in your expert medical opinion, what is the prognosis for somebody with these issues?
That would be CPTSD, complex post-traumatic stress disorder.
All right, let me confirm my cocaine. Oh.
So fucking much.
Never talk about like mental stuff. Well, I don't know.
Yeah, I really don't.
Even if the witness tampering stuff, like as Lola told you. Or your in your session with Cutoff. Did they ever talk to you about? Being reached out by within or I don't know. I don't.
Do you really want me to bark up that tree?
What will be hearsay?
Yeah. All right.
Got everything covered, I think.
All right, state has no further questions for this witness. We'll turn it over to defense.
All right, your witness.
Hello, Dr. January. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
All right. The toxicology report for Lola indicated psilocybin and other hallucinogenics in her bloodstream when she was found, correct?
Correct.
She also had noted head injuries, is that correct?
I had, yes.
What specifically were those head injuries that were observed?
Was blunt force trauma that was stitched up. Yeah, it was just blunt force trauma.
Was there any psychological evaluation done when she was found?
At that moment, no. The sheer panic and she wouldn't fully be able to remember what had happened to her.
When was the first psychological evaluation performed?
About 48 hours later.
Can hallucinogenics and head trauma cause difficulty in remembering details or events?
Yes, they can.
Can hallucinogenics and head trauma cause difficulty in determining what is real and what is not?
Yes, they can.
I have no further questions.
You have a redirect based on those 5 questions for cross.
Yes, just one. In any of your sessions with Lola Montehart, have you made a determination that she is unfamiliar with reality?
No, I have not.
No further questions.
Any recross based on that question?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then, Dr. January, you may step down.
Sorry, Chad. I'm taking screenshots for art later.
Your final witness.
Whew. All right.
Oh my God.
God damn, Dr. January.
Oh my god.
Crazy ass flip.
Got jumps.
Crazy ass flip from Dr. January.
You got that vert.
Holy shit.
All right, state will call Veronica Wilson to the stand. Detective Veronica
Wilson, you're up.
Do you take, oh my god. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth by the pains and penalties of perjury, so help you, Occam Saber?
Occam Saber!
I'm trying to get the microphone. I do.
Thanks, sworn it.
All right.
Resi left. They left. I'm
Can you
going
go ahead and
with them.
state your name and employment for the record, please?
did.
I'm not gonna bother them because they need their moment alone.
Hello. Hello.
Got a frisk again.
Oh, where the fuck is everyone? Where the fuck is Bob? I'm assuming they're over there with them, yeah.
I sure do.
Y'all still need to frisk me even though I walked like 5 feet?
Therapy stuff, right? Got you, Lobo. Got you. Yes. Thank you, buddy.
Okay, I literally walked 5 feet.
Anytime, dog,
but okay.
anytime.
Somebody wants to frisk me, they can.
Yeah, just give you a quick first kit.
Mhm.
Good. There you go.
Literally walked out, not even out of their view. Love you both.
Love you too, Danny.
I don't know where the fuck Bob and all them went.
The following
so
day,
finish watching this
I
fucking
noticed
case.
The text conversation held between Catherine and Stephen Alexander, where she was saying about how she was going to be, she had been not eating or drinking.
No clue where the
as
fuck
per
Bob and
his,
them went, so.
Not demand, I guess, just his instructions that she was not to eat or drink at all that day. She was communicating with him about how, you know, she was feeling weak. She had to go to the hospital to have her foot looked at again. And it became obvious that he was the last person to have contact with her. That they met up, and after that, you know, her phone went out of service.
Did you continue to conduct an investigation?
Yes, I don't know if I wrote the subpoena or someone else did. The one for Stephen Alexander's phone records, phone and bank records. Actually, I think someone else wrote that one.
And
Review my notes real quick.
yeah, no worries. You take your time.
I continued. It looks like A. Smith continued to write additional subpoenas today to expand on the length of time, as well as to get Stephen Alexander's information.
And were you involved with the writing of these subpoenas?
I believe these, again, he just asked me to look over them. I was, there was another detective on the case, but she was in ICU at the time, so that's why he had come to me. And again, at this point, I was still just reviewing and approving what he was doing.
And what information did you get from the subpoena from Stephen Alexander's phone and bank records?
He got. Check my notes real quick. Saw that there were additional people that Stephen Alexander had been talking to, that Catherine Cutoff was not the only person he was in communication with about therapy and setting up meetings.
And while you were investigating Catherine Cuddlepuff, did any other individuals go missing?
Yes.
Who was reported missing?
On July 11th, Lily Monte Hart went missing.
And how did you come to be aware of this?
I was on duty when we received, it was either a 311 or 911 phone call that dispatch had answered and then broadcasted that Ramona Flowers wanted to report a missing person, and Trooper Quentin Quell responded there to take her reports.
How did you begin to conduct the investigation into Lola's missing persons?
I did the standard thing immediately. Quentin again did phone and bank subpoenas for me to look over them and approve them. I then met up with Dr. Hayabusa and Dr. Schilling, because someone had told me they had some information about, you know, the suspect in this case. I met with them for several hours and got kind of the history, the background of Stephen Alexander, and some of the cult rituals that he has talked about. And that's when we realized this was obviously it. This was not a normal missing persons thing. This was a pretty big, serious thing that putting lives in danger.
And did you believe that the two incidents were related?
Yes, we could see the Stephen Alexander was the common thing between the two of them, about needing to meet up and everything. Started to look through some older records we had of unsolved cases, and that's when I discovered Izzy Abbott and Lana Stewart.
And you discovered these two with Stephen Alexander?
Yeah, after I had gotten information from Dr. Hayabusa, and I looked at the similarities about, you know, where, you know, just looking at cold cases, saw pictures from Izzy Abbott's crime scene where she was found, noticed the similarities between that and where Lana was either taken from or found. I don't recall off the top of my head. The Izzy Abbott case had been declared cold by the previous investigator who had looked at it. There was a reference made to the lost. I once was lost on the scene of her crime, and the investigator thought that pertained to the bicycle group, the Lost. I wasn't able to determine much in follow-up. Obviously, after I saw these other crime scenes that had been left behind, I immediately put in subpoenas for Izzy Abbott phone records. Previous investigator had done just 24 hours. I did, I think, a 2-week time frame, and that's when I uncovered numerous text messages between her and someone named Alex.
Did you know who this Alex was at that time?
I had suspicions that it was Stephen Alexander using a different name, but obviously couldn't confirm it. It was a different name and a different phone number than the ones being used in the other cases.
Takes 30 minutes to an hour for blood to dry, so more than likely Danny's hands are gonna be just covered in dry blood from her nails. Just FYI, chat. For the lore. Danny's hands are covered in dry blood right now. But she dug her fingernails into her palm so hard that she bled.
At what point into your investigation did you apprehend Stephen Alexander?
The morning of, I guess it'd be the afternoon of July 12th. The morning of July 12th, Catherine Tuttlebluff had been found. I was not awake during that time. As soon as I got on duty, I got a panic phone call from Mercy Schilling saying he wants to meet with me. What do we do? We had talked the previous day about maybe setting something up where she could meet with him and we would be, hiding and being able to keep eyes on her. At this point, she was continuing to lead Stephen on that she was on his side on everything, that she wasn't suspicious of what he was doing. But after finding Cuddlepuff and her severe injuries, and with Lola still being missing, we determined as soon as she called me and that he was getting anxious to meet up, that we would schedule that. Happen pretty quickly, and I believe it was less than an hour before we had a setup to meet on there's a bench out on the beach just west of Fort Zancudo, and that's where they were going to meet at. She sent me a text shortly after he arrived, and then we moved in as a team to apprehend him.
And did you proceed to interrogate Stephen Alexander?
I did.
And what happened during that interrogation?
I was first trying to establish just kind of a little bit about his past. At this point, in my discussions with Dr. Q, we were still unsure if all his stories he had been telling her was the truth, or if he was trying to copy things that he had read about in a journal that had been discovered called The Blood Tree, written by Joseph Alexander. So I was trying to figure out during that interrogation, how much of what he had told Dr. Q was the truth, and, what would set him off or, give us clues. Before I was able to get to any of the current missing people, the lawyers stopped the interrogation.
And were you able to recover both missing persons?
Speak up.
Were you able to recover both missing people?
Yes. After the interrogation, we had a bail hearing, and right after the bail hearing, we got a call about Lola being found. I responded to that scene and found her tied to a tree.
Understood. Can you go over what was found on scene where Lola was recovered?
Yeah, let me just pull up my report here. So she had been tied to a tree. There were headphones taped to her ears, and we got on scene. She was kind of, she was like rocking back and forth, like making some noises. You can tell she's trying to cry but couldn't. She was blindfolded. She had a gag in her mouth. The gag and blindfold were removed, and then she started screaming to make it stop. The walls were closing in, and then we took off the headphones, and she kind of breathed a sigh of relief, but then just was inconsolable, very upset. On scene, also, there was a bowl with a lot of blood inside, and an organ that appeared to be a heart. That once belonged to a mountain lion, which is something that had been found on previous scenes. And there was a clump of pink hair next to her.
And she was recovered after Catherine Cuddlepuff was recovered, is that correct?
Yeah, basically that day the order went, found Catherine Cuddlepuff, arrested Stephen Alexander, found Lola Monte.
And did you find anything of note on scene with where Catherine Cuddlepuff was recovered?
I wasn't on that scene, but what was documented by those that were. Pull up that one. There were many writings or carvings on surrounding, it was like a bridge next to where she was found. One that said, "I once was lost, but now I am found." One that said, "Those who walk the path do so of their own free will." That one was written in blood. One said, "Sometimes the best thing to do is to walk away." there were a bunch of cherry blossom strewn about, which is similar to some other scenes that had happened and stories he had told Dr. Q about that she had told me about when I met with her. There was red hair found in a bush. There were footprints of high heels, tire tracks, a whole bunch of bloody footprints, basically leading from the scene by the bridge where all those items were found, to further south on Great Ocean Highway to where she was recovered. It's basically a trail of bloody footprints.
Did you find any other incidents that matched these scenes?
Yes.
And what were they?
In Izzy Abbott, Lana Stewart, and Catherine Cuddlepuff, those scenes both had red synthetic hair left behind, high-heeled footprints left behind, cherry blossom flowers on scene, the writing of "I once was lost, but now I'm found." From comparing just Lana Stewart and Catherine Cuddlepuff, those things in common were chopped mountain lion heart found in a bowl, bloody footprints. The phrase, "those who walk the path do so of their own free will." The phrase, "sometimes the best thing to do is to walk away." Both of them suffered multiple cigarette burns on their arms. They both had their fingernails ripped out. They both had gashes on their back. They both left a trail of bloody foot marks. The last three victims, so Lana Stewart, Catherine Cuddlepuff, Lola Monte Hart, all three scenes had the chopped mountain lion heart. They all suffered broken noses. And all four, let me just double check. All four victims had evidence of having hallucinogens found in their system. Two of them, Catherine Cuddlepuff, Lola Monte Hart, were forced to listen to the boots, boots, boots on the ground. I don't know if Izzy or Lana did, because again, Lana has not gained consciousness since she was found, and obviously Izzy Abbott died, so she can tell us her story.
You mentioned you found synthetic hair. What does that mean?
Red synthetic hair basically means it's fake, like it's from a wig. It doesn't come naturally.
And upon finding these incidents, did you submit any further subpoenas or search warrants in relation to them?
Yes, the same day we found Mr. Alexander, I submitted a search warrant for his RV. He only owned an RV and an Emperor beater. We had already searched the beater when he was arrested before it was impounded. Nothing significant was found in the Emperor beater. I knew where his RV was parked at. Someone had shown it to me. The following day, the search warrant for the RV still hadn't been approved. I received a call from Mercy Stilling, who said Stephen had called her and said, "I need you to set fire to the RV." So as I drove to the location of the RV, I got on the phone with the judge saying, "Can you please check the search warrant? There's obviously something very important there I need to find." When I got to the location, the RV was no longer there. I spent more than 4 hours that night driving around the entire state, checking the VIN number of every RV I could find, hoping to find where his was at, and was unsuccessful in doing so. Spent another 4 to 5 hours the following day doing the same, was unable to do so.
While conducting this investigation for the RV, were you able to recover any belongings of Stephen Alexander's?
Yes, on July 15th, I received a phone call from someone stating they found something that was like half digging in the dirt near a tree. I responded to that location and discovered a hard drive with Stephen Alexander's name on it. It was in a Ziploc bag, partially covered by dirt next to a tree.
And were you able to obtain the contents of this hard drive?
Submitted a search warrant, which got approved. And then basically I was exposed to the most disturbing thing I've ever had to deal with in my life.
The contents of this hard drive reveal unknown information.
Yes.
Did you find information relating to Izzy Abbott on this hard drive?
Quite a bit. I can share a couple excerpts from that. Basically, I guess I'll first tell you what was on the hard drive as a whole. It was a series of audio journals, a recording of him killing Deborah, a recording of Deborah singing Amazing Grace, photos of multiple text messages, like screenshots of messages from Catherine Cuddlepuff's phone. Or no, from, not Catherine Cuddlepuff, from Izzy Abbott's phone that he had put into there. Again, Izzy Abbott had been communicating with someone named Alex, but all the screenshots were on that document. There are also photos of Catherine Cuddlepuff. And let me make sure I'm not leaving anything out.
Do you know who took those photos of Catherine Cuddlepuff?
Yes, Steven took the photos. He's using the camera that was given to him by Dr. Hayabusa, which put his name on the photos. Shows a picture of, there are several pictures of Catherine walking, one of her laying in like the crevice of, I don't know if it's a hill. And then there was a photo showing Lola Montehart tied to the tree. The one with Lola didn't have his name on it. The ones with Catherine did. There are also some screenshots of 3 identical messages sent from, I believe this was Cuddlepuff's phone, sent to Cora, Randall Gemma, and Sven Wallen. The message was identical, except he changed the name, where he was making it sound like I'll just read it. It said, "He hurt me. Oswin used me like a floofing whore. I thought he loved me. He's sleeping with so many women. I cannot even count how many. I feel like I'm going to fall apart. I'm going to have a bit of vacation. I need some time to calm down." That was sent from Cuddlepuff's phone to those 3 individuals I mentioned. Want me to get to the Izzy part now?
Yeah, what information did you find relevant to Izzy Abbott?
So we had 10 audio journals, and they were dated, and kind of jumped back and forth between talking about his past or talking about things he was going to do in the future. Related to Izzy, he talks about how he met her, that she had a broken family, that she's been living on her own, that she was dating Danny O'Shea, who's one of our rangers. He says, "Do you remember when he, referencing Danny, do you remember when we had our first talk and I told you if you ever had any sort of signs, any sort of anything that this cult stuff was actually creepy back, just to grab whoever you thought it was and shoot them in the back of the fucking head? Because these cults have a way of digging their talons, digging their claws right into your psyche, right into your soul and destroying you." And then he goes on to talk about Dr. Green.
What does he mention about Dr. Green?
It says, "And then I brought up Dr. Green, because you see, originally with Dr. Green, I was going to use her as someone I could tell people to go talk to me. No, listen, go talk to Dr. Green. I've been talking to her all this time. She knows what I'm really like and that, blah, blah, blah. But you see, Dr. Green abandoned me. If I was just a normal kind of person who didn't really come to the city with a purpose, that would have happened. I would have probably been destroyed. Like, she made one. We had one appointment. Then she said she got into it where her daughter used her phone and said that she got into a car accident, was going to be in the ICU. And then later that day, we were supposed to have our appointment. She was at the Legion Square little cabaret. I'm like, what the fuck? Anyways, a couple of days later, I let it go by. I see you're on duty on the app, on the phone, so I'm sitting there. I'm like, hey, glad you're out of the ICU. Let me know when you're ready for the next appointment, and nothing. She's ghosted me. So instead of using her as someone that people can go to verify my character, I'm going to use her. I'm going to frame her If anyone dies during any of the trials, I'm going to put it on her. I'm using a burner phone, and on that phone is where I'm texting is where I'm going to be texting all these members of my potential flock. So I'm going to put up a plan. I'm going to grab some evidence for when I do trials too. I'm going to spread it around the crime scene. That way, when push comes to shove and the time is right, I can point the police in her direction and she will take the fall for me. Oh, Dr. Green. People I can just dig my claws into a little bit, just so if fingers ever get pointed at me, I can have other people come to my defense. And then the entry on April 30th, 2024, Tuesday. I don't think Izzy made it. On a text message or a phone call from her number. Now, I've been hiding my burner phone in a dumpster on the outskirts of the city where no one ever goes, so I can't really have it on me all the time. But so far, I haven't heard anything. And to be honest, I didn't think she was actually going to live. I was pretty sure that she was going to die, but I was prepared for this. You see, after I got all dehydrated and I had starved her out for about 24 to 30 hours and set her upon her journey where she had to walk for several hours at bare feet through the trees, through the rocks, through everything, that pain that she was going to feel was going to help set her free. It was going to help her realize her goals. But I think what that pain did, instead of uplifting her to see that she could actually survive, to see that she could actually make it through this, I think it ended up destroying her. Because when she got to the barn and she saw me, she didn't really have a happy look on her face. She looked down, she looked sad, she looked defeated. I honestly thought she was expecting to see Danny standing there, waiting for her with arms wide open, waiting to embrace her and congratulate her on the hard task that she had to go through. But that wasn't the case. But that's fine. I was prepared for this. This is where I start my journey of framing Dr. Green.
Ma'am, this is your last warning. If you do not, you will be.
I'm framing Dr. Green for Izzy's murder. I went to a clothing store and I picked up a pair of heels. And just outside the train barn store, I went and put just one imprint deep in a piece of dirt while making sure to wipe.
Oh.
Hmm?
Alright, well.
We lost your honor.
If she comes back, just let
Oh shit.
The aliens took your honor.
I think she got abducted, so we'll keep an eye out.
Hey, I'm gonna do the thing. I'm gonna place this court into brief recess until he returns. You're not allowed to leave the stand, and nobody please speak to the witness while they're on the stand. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
So, because I'm sure he'll be back up here in no time.
Absolutely. He probably had the same food I did.
I could use some food and water, but I can wait till I'm done.
Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch.
10-4. Yes, it was.
Better keep that fucking DLC guard on his ass.
I'm trying to exchange thoughts. Sorry.
Son of a bitch.
Pardon me, officer.
Yeah, probably.
I don't think I've ever heard a courtroom be so quiet.
I think it did.
Yeah, it's certainly very quiet in here.
Yo, not him being like, I've never heard the courtroom this fucking quiet. Real though. Been quiet as hell.
I'll be good for now, thank you.
What's up?
You know what I'm really surprised about?
Are you still on the microphone?
I don't know. I was just whispering to be whispering. But yes, I was. You know what I'm honestly surprised about? But I don't. Come here.
Fucking cool. Or do you want to seethe in your rage?
No. Yes, Supreme Justice got snatched. Several people got.
You mean
Honey, you
he's been
missed
doing
all
that
of
all
that.
time?
Journals of how he was gonna frame me. Journals, she was reading them. He's
He writes himself as an evil ass.
I really wanna
I still try to have at least a decent working
somebody on the
relationship
burn.
with my colleagues.
Just to be like, next time you pick up shipment, I expect a confirmation that you got it.
look at that bastard standing there.
Hey, I don't take it personal. He was just doing his job. I don't even take it personal that he said I was unprofessional.
He missed an appointment.
Truthfully, if I was not married,
I need to wait though, because I don't need Mara to look over and be like, oh, it's Danny, you know?
how unprofessional I can be, dog.
I didn't need to object for you. I just was like, okay, all right, she's got this. We're almost done.
This is the meat and potatoes. Is Steven taking the stand?
I don't know, but in the event he does, we're ready.
Frame me.
Well, that's what I mean. The only person he can call is him, and I mean, unfortunately, I can't ask him every fucking question in the book because he wouldn't be my witness. But whatever he asks, I'll come up with something to cross his ass on.
Oh, can I help you? I guess not.
And that's the whole reason why I pulled him away over here, because I'm not giving him any respect. He would take that.
I grew up in Stanley when everybody else was down in the city.
There is our justice. Green justice.
Well, I will say, I feel like there's probably not even based on it. He was raged in his fucking personal journals. He was just yelling at himself.
I know what he's like. I'm not gonna think.
I shared a new case file too. That's gonna be fun. I knew that one was coming though. I was just waiting to figure out what happened with it.
Never know when it's your time to go. Everyone will go eventually.
It's fucking justice.
But my time was not this time. Where'd we leave off?
Me.
Salute.
Want me to continue? Go back a couple sentences in case you missed those.
I left off at the part where something about hiding a burner phone and how he was sure that Izzy wouldn't make it. Something like that.
Right. Yeah, so he had said that if you honestly didn't think she was actually going to live. I was pretty sure that she was going to die, but I was prepared for this. You see, after I got her all dehydrated and I had starved her out for about 24 to 30 hours and set her upon her journey where she had to walk for several hours at bare feet through the trees, through the rocks, through everything, that pain she was going to feel was going to help set her free, was going to help her realize her goals. But I think what the pain did, instead of uplifting her to see that she could actually survive, to see that she could actually make it through this, I think it ended up destroying her. Because when she got to the barn and she saw me, she didn't have a happy look on her face. She looked down, she looked sad. She looked defeated. I think that she was expecting to see Danny standing there, waiting for her with arms open wide, waiting to embrace her and congratulate her on the hard task that she had to go through. But that wasn't the case. But that's fine. I was prepared for this. This is where I start my journey of framing Dr. Green. I am framing Dr. Green for Izzy's murder. I went to a clothing store and I picked up a pair of heels. And just outside the train barn store, I went and put just one imprint deep into a piece of dirt while making sure to wipe the rest of my prints clean from me to my car so that cops wouldn't be able to track that. They would just see that heel. And then also I've been seeing Dr. Green wearing, I think it's a red wig. I don't know if she actually dyed her hair, but she has a red wig on, I'm pretty sure. So I went to the hairdressers. I went and found a red wig where I just took like 3 or 4 strands of long red hair and went to hook it onto the metal cabinet that was inside the barn, just to leave for a little piece of evidence, a little bit of something for the cops to find, something that will point away from me and hopefully to someone else. But that's okay, I got more plans for this too. So yeah, back to Izzy though. Part of me feels bad for her, but I also think that this is a sign. I think that Izzy and I were supposed to meet. I think that Izzy was supposed to die the exact same way that she died, the time that she died. And because, like I said before, she's dating someone. She's dating Ranger Danny O'Shea. And me and him have had some conversations together, back and forth, from when Keller brought him out. Actually, no, when Keller brought him out and he was driving me back to where my car was. I had a little talk with him. I told him, I was like, what do you think about this cult stuff? And he's like, it sounds pretty fucked up. And I told him, I was like, you have no idea. And I asked him if I could give one piece of advice. He's like, yes, please. You know, anything to help with this kind of stuff. I'm like, if you ever find yourself in a position where you think someone is one of these people, you have one of 2 options. Turn and walk away, get away from it, get far away from it, and fucking run. Don't look back, don't stop, just keep running, or take that person out back somewhere and shoot them in the back of the fucking head and leave their body in a shallow grave. Because if you let these people walk, they will manipulate you. They will dig their claws right into your soul. I don't think he took me seriously. I think he just brushed it off. Well, how about now, Dan? How do you feel now? Well, I have more in store for you as well. Danny, in the first step, I actually might try to get you to be the one to arrest Dr. Green. I'm sorry, though. I do wish that I could have helped Izzy survive, but it is not my journey. It was hers. It was her journey alone. I was only supposed to be the guiding light in the darkness. She wanted to stay in the darkness, hoping that Danny would come and save her. If she would have made it through that first trial, I already know what sin Izzy would have had. I would have carved envy into her flesh, so that every day she looks in the mirror, she would look at it and see it and acknowledge it and be like, yes, this is true. And then I would use that for her to help separate her from Danny. Izzy, thank you for your sacrifice. With your sacrifice, my flock will grow. And don't worry, Izzy. I will make sure that Danny pays for the suffering that you had to endure just for the chance of making him happy. I will see you soon.
Did you find any information relevant to Lana Stewart?
Yes, I did.
Do tell.
So starting from his journal entry 6, I mean, let's be real. The real reason I'm trying to peg these deaths on her, she abandoned me. And this is about Dr. Green. We went and had a session. We were supposed to have follow-up sessions 2 weeks later. I get the text message saying that she's in the ICU from her daughter on the phone. Then I see her at the cabaret advertising on Twinsta for the cabaret a couple hours after we were supposed to have our session. She wasn't in the ICU. She wasn't hurting. That angered me so much. I was originally just going to use Dr. Green as someone to be like, yes, this is what Steven is like. This is what he does. We talk about this stuff all the time, and he's doing good. But no, she opened up something inside of me, and I'm going to make sure that she pays for throwing me aside. I don't want to take it yet. Just skip a little bit. I want to wait till stuff with Dr. Green starts going up full swing, but I think I might take that. Simply coming to start planting more seeds of doubt with regards to Dr. Green for once. Lana finishes her first trial, so she could be set to take the fall for Izzy Abbott's death and Lana's when the time comes. Okay, on to Lana. So Tuesday, May 21st, 2024, I met up with Lana. After a short talk, we started getting her prepared to do her first trial. Part of me wishes I could have found someone weaker for this task, because Lana has to die. In order for this plan to work, Lana has to die. She cannot survive. Lana's sacrifice will be another nail in the coffin of Dr. Green. I remember the determination in her eyes when I told her to remove her shoes and explained that with no food or water, she has to walk. I never gave her an endpoint. I just told her that she will keep on walking until I approach her and tell her to stop. But I kept an eye on her from a distance, and about, roughly 20-ish hours of the time she had started, my car in her path. As she approached, I could see the fire burning in her eyes, the determination, the will to live, the will to keep going. She had obviously been crying, but that did not stop her. She was determined to keep
This
moving
is
forward.
so fucked.
Once she got to the car, I motioned for her to get in. Once she got in, I gave her a beef broth with some psilocybin mixed in before we started with the second phase of the first trial. Due to her exhaustion and how dehydrated she was, she took no time to down the entire contents of the thermos. By the time we had gotten back to the wooden bridge, the psilocybin had started taking effect. I poured her some more broth mixed with some painkillers. Part of me wishes I had access to the pharmacy at the hospital so I can get some morphine. That would help out the good side of this a lot. And at this point, it was time to start conditioning her mind for what was to come. I started with letting her rest a little while taking my time slowly cleaning up her feet, which had taken a beating on that walk with all those rocks and sticks poking at the bottoms of her feet. Looked like hamburger meat.
Ugh.
She was bloody. Footprints would follow her everywhere she went. There was dirt inside of her wounds. I took my time to clean it up and make her feel nice. While I was doing this, I had a nice soft version of Amazing Grace by Judy Collins playing to help keep her calm, while I told her nice things about herself, how she's so strong, and kept building her up of all the great things she's going to be able to do with her future. Once we finish this trial, once she survives, this goes on for about 4 hours. And then I had her stand up. I had her turn around, and as the pain medications are wearing off, I had her focus on to a picture I put on one of the beams of Dr. Green.
Jesus
Gave her a little bit more
fucking
broth
Christ.
with psilocybin. I switched the song from the nice, calming Amazing Grace to something a little more deliberate, a little more nightmarish. Started off telling her that Dr. Green wants her to be weak. Dr. Green wants her to suffer.
Bro.
Dr. Green wants her to die.
A woman
All
I
of
had
this is
therapy with
happening
today.
because of Dr. Green.
Awful.
I took a cigarette I had just lit
Such a
and I
kind
pressed
woman.
it into her arm. The sound it made as the hot embers seared her fresh, followed up by her breathless cries. It's a sound I wish you could bottle.
Bruh.
To look at what was happening, I would turn her
This
attention
is
back to the
fucking
picture
insane,
of Dr. Green.
RP.
She needed to associate this pain
Holy
suffering
shit,
with
dude.
her.
This is
That is how
wild.
this is going to work. After I marked her flesh with a cigarette a few times, I asked her if she wanted to stop.
I'm gonna have nightmares
She believed she was
tonight.
weak,
I
like Dr.
know
Green
I
thinks.
will. Holy
She shook her head and
shit.
said no. She wanted to continue. She wanted more. She begged for more. Strength she showed wanting to go through more of that was exhilarating. By the time I started pulling out some of her fingernails, Lana no longer cried out in pain. Her eyes were focused on the picture of Dr. Green with a glazed look of fire and passion. Even as I pulled the nail from her flesh with the nerves ripping and tearing ever so slowly, she has gritted her teeth, took it, and asked for more. And was so proud. Again, this went on for another 4 hours before I ended up giving her some more pain meds, small amount of broth, switched the song back to the nice, gentle, Amazing Grace. Once I had switched the song and turned her around to face me, she wrapped her arms around my neck. She was saying, thank you, I could have cried. I've never been so happy with an individual in so long. But again, I went and cleaned her wounds.
Good
I told her
fucking
how strong
Lord.
she is, and I kept building her back up, building her to trust me.
I got shivers,
This has
man.
been going on for almost a week now. It is almost time
Ugh.
to set her free for the next stage. Although she is already free, as I told her repeatedly, all she has to do to make it stop is to say that Dr. Green is right. She is weak and pathetic and not strong enough, not deserving enough to do what is needed. Every time I mention this, it's as if I reignite that fire deep inside her soul, and she keeps fighting on. It's beautiful, and you see, all those who walk the path do so of their own free will. And that was the last mention of Lana.
I hate to ask, but did you find any relevant information to Lola Monte Hart?
Yeah, do you want me to Catherine first in the journal? Skip to Lola.
I'll withdraw. Did you find relevant information to Catherine Cuddlepuff?
Yes. Don't worry, this is a lot shorter. Friday, 5th of July, 2024. I need to get my shit together. It's a test. I'm one of the closest things to family she has right now. I believe she will be of great help once I start spreading my word. This is in reference to Mercy. And then he says, then there's the issue of Catherine Cuddlepuff. The girl does not listen. She does as she wishes. She made my mask slip for a few minutes when I had to scold her for her actions one morning. I'm either going to have to punish her, or maybe she can show some grit and be of use. She gets attached very easily. Even confessed to me that she was attached to me at one point. I think I'm going to start Catherine on the trials. That's some good news. I sent my forensic psychology staff to an LT and the CID.
Oh, raise
Kate
it.
McNamara.
Made it.
If I can get in close with them and help them out with some other cases, I think I will be able to manipulate them and point them in other directions besides my own.
Actually talked with Kate about it.
And what relevant information did you find to Lola Monte Hart?
So Friday, 5th of July, 2024.
It's pretty bad.
Oh, sorry. This is what I said before was about Mercy, was actually about Lola. Sorry. I need to get my shit together. It's a test. I had Lola tell me how I felt almost like family to her. This is good. I'm going to keep doing things for her and helping her. I'm not going to try and bring her on the path with me, at least not yet. I'm going to keep her close and let that connection grow. I'm one of the closest things to my family she has right now. I believe she will be a great help once I start spreading my word. And then he goes into Catherine Cuddlepuff.
And within this journal, did you find any other potential victims or targets of Stephen Alexander?
Yes, he made a couple references to other people. He talked a lot about
This
Keller,
is rough.
about,
I know.
Mercy
This
Shelton,
is
about Dr.
fucking
Hayabusa.
wild.
He talks about
This is
his
crazy.
reasoning before doing this. He wrote in his second journal
I'm
entry.
freaking out.
Because you see, Stephen Alexander was one of the chosen. I would be the next father. I was going to show everyone, including the other.
This shit has
chosen.
been fucking
I was
insane.
going to pass this test.
It's
and I would
been
be the
very
easy
interesting.
choice to become the next father.
But it's been fucking insane. The only reason Danny has stayed this whole time is because she promised Lola she would.
I would survive.
I know Lola and Liam are
and I no
gone, but
longer felt
like,
weak.
Danny
Weak
said she'd
guys
see
who
it through.
were
She's seen
strong
it through.
to survive.
And also, Court TV.
Robert's sacrifice wasn't about me walking out that deep, dark forest that night. Robert is someone that he admits in the journal that he killed. A rock beating him on the head when they went through a trial together.
That's right.
It was about bringing me here to Los Santos to do
And
what
his partner
Joseph
made
could
it.
not do. Here in the city, I see so much weakness. So much weakness. But maybe here in this desolate fucking wasteland of crime and poverty, maybe I can find a few strong, willing individuals that we could bring into our flock. He says,
Ray's
I need
gonna
to find
text and be
someone
like, "Come
new.
sit with me," and she's gonna be like, "No, I'm not sitting
This
anywhere
is
near that
Trophy
monster."
7 on June 4th. I need to find someone new. I need to find someone new to put through some tests. I don't even care if they survive. I just want to tear them down. I want to cause someone pain. I want to hear the screams of pain as I reach deep inside of them and pull their
Like, he's
fears
definitely gonna
from
be like,
deep
"Come sit
inside
with
their
me,"
souls
but
and cut it out of them.
he literally
I
does not want
want
to be
to
anywhere
watch
near
someone
Steven.
scream through an ocean of pain. The best music ever.
Danny doesn't want to pick up her phone because her hands hurt.
Once Stephen Alexander was apprehended and incarcerated, did he cease his activities?
Yeah, he could no longer physically get to people, but he apparently memorized a lot of phone numbers. And he started calling many of them. His victims, doctors, myself. Even tried to call DOC when they were off duty. Made numerous phone calls from the prison to those people.
And did you submit any subpoenas in relation to those claims?
Yes, I submitted 2 of them. I submitted a third, but it didn't get responded to. But there were 2 that are submitted in evidence for all 4 payphones that are at the prison. I was in contact with the victims because they would call me and tell me, you know, hey, try to call me, and I'm just like, just ignore the phone, don't answer the phone. And July 23rd is when Lola called me from her primary phone for the last time. She's like, he just called me again. I couldn't help but answer it. I hate him. I told him I hate him. I told her to get a burner phone and give that burner phone number to all of her friends that she wanted to have contact with, and put her primary phone somewhere else. I think she said she was gonna leave it with her boyfriend, so that she wouldn't be tempted by Steven's phone calls anymore.
And my final question. Throughout the course of your investigation, did you find any incidences of victims with these injuries that had any association with anybody else other than Stephen Alexander?
No, I combed through phone records for all 4 victims, and through Stephen Alexander, and with all 4 victims, the last people they had contact with and were arranging to meet was with Stephen Alexander. I couldn't find any evidence of anyone else being involved.
No further questions.
All right. Defense, do you have a cross-examination?
I do, Your Honor.
Of course they do.
Hello, Detective Wilson. How you doing?
Okay.
In relation to Izzy Abbott, the autopsy report said she died from a stab wound. Is that correct?
It is.
Was there ever a murder weapon that was recovered for this case?
Not to my knowledge.
Was there ever any physical evidence found pointing that Stephen Alexander was on scene?
Only the physical evidence that he admitted to in his audio journal.
Sorry.
Placing on scene. The red synthetic hair. The shoe prints.
Was the burner phone ever mentioned? Was the burner phone that was mentioned ever recovered?
And I did do a subpoena for the full records from Izzy Abbott to the time of his arrest. It was never used again after Izzy Abbott's contact.
Were there any dates that were associated with the text messages present on the hard drive?
That one I'm going to object to because I'm confused as hell.
Do not
Hold
answer.
on, there's an objection. So your question was the text messages from these various individuals that are alleged to be on this hard drive. You're asking if there were dates in those images of the text messages? That's your question?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are you still confused, Mr. Sharp?
Negative.
All right. Go ahead and answer, Veronica.
The screenshots do not show dates.
Sorry, one moment.
Should I correct that? There are dates. Not the date the screenshot was taken, but the dates that the text messages were sent. It does show, like in image number 1, shows as April 27th, 1:19 p.m. Image number 4 says April 28th, 3:55 a.m. Image 9, April 29th, 10:14 p.m. Also, these the way these are laid out in evidence is the other way they were on the hard drive. So they were grouped like that, and they were numbered by Stephen Alexander. I think those are the last dates that I see on the screenshots.
Detective Wilson, you mentioned these recordings. Did Stephen Alexander ever say that he stabbed Izzy Abbott on these recordings?
No, he just mentioned that she knew she had to die, and then talked about framing Dr. Green for her murder.
But did he say that he himself murdered her?
No, he did not.
Moving on, did Catherine Cuddlepuff ever state that Stephen Alexander was responsible for
Meanwhile,
her
I'm doing like a
injuries?
water puzzle game on my phone. I'm gonna be so honest.
Not to myself.
Be so honest, chat.
Oh, she kept talking about the monster.
Playing a little puzzle game on my phone that keeps
green
my
monster.
sanity.
That's all I personally spoke to her about. I don't know if she may have said more to other people she talked to, but in my long discussion with her happened like the second day or so that she had kind of come out of her coma and was willing to talk. And we didn't talk a whole lot. We talked mostly about Pokemon and what they mean in other languages. Because she was very panicked about everything, and that was the only way I can get her to calm down. So she did not tell me anything about Stephen Alexander.
Was there any date associated with the pictures that are found on the hard drive that was recovered?
Oh my god, it's almost 1 in the fucking morning.
If you're asking for a timestamp of when the photos were taken, no. Again, there's the date of the text messages. There are the photos of Catherine Cuddlepuff wearing the same thing that she was recovered in, showing her in the mountains with his name on it. There's a timestamp on the camera, but our cameras don't provide a date stamp, just a timestamp.
Okay. Moving on to Lola. The report states that she was found with headphones on and a recording playing. Is that correct?
Yes.
So there's a recording in the notes of report 20931, but there are no headphones noted in evidence. Do you know what happened to those headphones?
No, one of the other people on scene took them off her head. I don't know where they went.
Okay, so there's no evidence of these headphones.
Other than testimony from the officers. Yes.
Why is there a scene photo with the victim in the photo?
Because that's the first thing I as a detective do when I arrive on a scene and a victim is still on scene. I always document where the person is, whether they're alive or dead. That's the first thing I do.
So this is typical when documenting a scene?
When I document a scene.
There are several people noted in that photo who are not wearing protective gloves. Is this typical for a crime scene?
Yeah, most police don't wear protective gloves when we respond to to crime. A lot of us wear leather gloves, but no, we don't wear latex gloves. We don't stop and tell the person committing the crime, hey, stop shooting us. We got to put on gloves first to protect the crime scene. We react. EMS tends to wear gloves, obviously.
You watch YouTube? Yeah. I would if I had another monitor. I only
Detective
have the
Wilson,
one.
is the integrity of a crime scene important?
Don't you fucking dare bring up rubber
Objection.
fucking
More
gloves.
prejudicial than probative.
Dude, not everybody's gonna wear rubber gloves in an RP server. I'm sorry, man. Like, you can't. That doesn't seem like an okay question to ask.
I'm gonna
Like, that's just one of those.
overrule
That's
that objection.
one of those
more
things
prejudicial than probative.
where it's like, yeah, that's just one of those things that's a given in an RP server.
However, I'm
you
going
don't
to lodge
really.
my own objection based on relevance. Only because, as far as
Okay,
I'm
relevant.
aware, all of the physical evidence that has been admitted, it's not like they're lifting fingerprints or they're recovering DNA or anything else that could be contaminated by
Yeah,
the
exactly.
non-usage of gloves. All of the physical evidence is like large, concrete, like objects. So,
Yeah, fucking
whilst
exactly.
it certainly isn't necessarily the best procedure for going through a crime scene, I don't know how this type of contaminant would really be relevant to the photographs or the physical evidence at hand. Like, we're talking about like apparently a bowl with a chopped up heart. Like, it doesn't matter if somebody gets in there with their hands or whatever. Like, it's still a chopped up heart. The fact that somebody was handling it without gloves on doesn't really taint the scene, as it were. Again, we're not really dealing with like DNA evidence, fingerprints, hair, things like that could reasonably be contaminated by a scene, because
Yeah, exactly.
the police don't really collect any of that kind of evidence.
Okay, I'll move on then. Was there any physical evidence found of Stephen Alexander at any of the crime scenes?
Again, just the physical evidence that we recovered that matched with what he said he was going to do in the audio journal of the red hair, red synthetic hair that was left behind, cherry blossoms that were sprinkled around. We didn't find his DNA on scene, or his driver's license that fell out of his pocket, if that's what you're asking.
You mentioned in report 21890 that a physical copy of the Blood Tree book, as it's called, was given to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Who gave you this book?
Leo Keller.
Was there a stated reason why?
It's a book that she was given to her. Previously, she had given digital copies of it to Dr. Hayabusa and Patrick January. And I requested from her to give me the physical copy of the book so I can place it into evidence.
There's no report detailing how this book was handed in initially to the FIB. Is that correct?
Yes.
So any person could have been in possession of this book beforehand. Is that correct?
Yeah, this book, again, this isn't the journal that he made. This was the journal of Joseph Alexander, the cult leader.
Was there any indication on the crime scenes of when the messages that were found were put there?
No, the person who put them there didn't timestamp them.
Was anything found in the RV?
No, as I testified, I couldn't find the RV. I actually found it a couple days ago. A tow truck, Fisher Potts, posted on Twinsta. Stephen Alexander contacted me. Someone immediately brought it to my attention. I called Fisher. That's why he wanted to get a hold of Stephen Alexander. He said, because I towed his RV and wondering if he wants it back. I let him search for the RV.
Somebody living under a rock. Good lord.
I searched it, found like an old driver's license of Mr. Alexander, some old crumpled up cups, and a candle inside the RV, but nothing else of significance.
Was there any indication of how long the hard drive had been buried under the tree?
The person who to us. Let me just get the. I don't want to quote it wrong, so let me just look at it again. Said they had noticed. Let me just read it here. Part of the Hobbs seal part of the warrant of someone saw him there kind of patting the dirt a couple weeks before that, apparently. Yeah, there's no timestamp or date stamp of when it was buried.
Yeah, I understand that. Was the area able to be accessed publicly?
Yeah, there was no fences with barbed wire surrounding it.
I have no further questions.
All right, Mr. Sharp, do you have a redirect based on that line of cross-examination?
State's good.
State's good.
All right, Miss Wilson, you may step down. Does the state have any other witnesses they wish to call?
No, Your Honor. At this time, the state will rest.
He fell.
All right, then we shift over to defense. Defense, do you have any witnesses you'll call?
No, Your Honor.
Now, witnesses, does your client want to take the stand and give his own testimony?
He has been informed of his Fifth Article rights and will be not testifying.
Thank fucking God if I hear this man talk.
Then we move on once again to closing arguments.
If any of us had to hear this man talk.
Highlight any evidence contained in the checks notes. 60 fucking reports that are attached to this document.
Jesus Christ.
Well, Your Honor.
60 fucking reports.
Do you want me to do it traditional, or can we run it a little different here? Because we kind of preemptively prepared for this to take lengthy and prepared our evidence highlights preemptively, and that's what's on the last report in the docket, is essentially our evidence highlighting.
Well, if you just want to point to a, like a report that you put on the docket that already highlights all the shit that you want to talk to, then you know what? Sure, why not? But if you actually want to make a real closing argument, floor is yours.
All right. Yes.
Your Honor, before he begins, can I have some time to write a closing?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, sure. All right.
I have like 10 minutes.
Or we'll place the court into a 10-minute recess while everybody gets their marbles all lined up in an order.
Thank you.
How many minutes is that?
Is there going to be deliberation, or is that for later?
Emotional heartstrings.
Very likely there will be, yes. Because, yeah, no, not right away.
Well, they just said
probably soon, yeah.
Yeah.
To closing. Yellow Jack's posted up outside. So I'll wait for closing, and then I'll run out.
Yeah, after closing, the judge will deliberate.
Okay, so deliberates, and then so what's a sentencing hearing afterward then?
He's just gonna say if he's guilty or not today. Then apparently he's gonna have a separate one for
I'm
what
about to
he's gonna
text you to come sit
sentence
with
him.
me.
So this is to establish guilt, and then sentencing is like, what does this guilt determiner mean for him? Basically,
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
It's because death penalty is, Daniela.
Yeah.
On the table.
Hey, Lola.
Come here.
Exactly. On the table, yeah. Sorry.
Wait to see a Yama fucking table.
Can you roll back outside? Yeah, can you roll back outside?
Sure. Sure, just push me around. Everyone else does.
I'm trying, dude. I'm trying to clear the way to the door.
He's given a death sentence before, right? He's the one who sentenced that other guy.
I'll never push you around, Abby. I'm too scared.
Dear God, that's Roger.
Hello.
See, Danny was really fucking upset while Lola was on the stand, right? Danny was like fucking angrily crying, but she was like completely silent. She was clenching her hands in her fists so tightly that her acrylics cut into her hands, and her hands have been bleeding this whole time. It's been an hour now, so her hands are just covered in dry blood now.
And if I have to spend $200 every week on rubber
Like-
gloves at the Mega Mall, Pops can afford that too.
Like, her hands are just covered in dry blood now, so she's hiding them in her
Plus, she's gonna
lap
be
so
on
she doesn't
my
freak
ass
anyone
for fucking
out.
food prep.
Right. And now she's just completely numb. Like, she's just like cold and numb and like ready to just go home and sob for like violently for a while. Like, Danny's just broken at this point, hearing everything that's happened. It's awful. Promise she'd be here for Lola. Promise she would. I feel bad that he woke back up. It's like it's like morning for him, but like I didn't think he'd wake back up. If he needs to go back to sleep, I hope he does. Oh, hello, Ginger. Oh, hello, Ginger. Would you like me to turn off the lights so you can go bed? Would you like me to turn off the lights so you can go bed, Ginger? My sweet girl. Yeah. All right, I'm talking to my dog. Hi, doggy. Hi, sweet girl. Hi. God damn it.
You right there, Doctor?
Are you okay, Abby?
Okay.
God damn it, Bob told on me. God damn it, Bob told on me! God damn it, Bob!
Stupid TV.
Want me to boost you?
Old man fucking ratted on me. Crazy.
Abby,
Deliberation is.
He didn't rat on you. He's looking out for you.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna have to up there you go.
There you go.
You can do it.
Meant more as a joke, but yeah.
Keek athleticism. It's got nothing on
Easy.
Patrick's joke.
Old man ratted on me. Bob! Bob!
I think deliberation is gonna take way
God
over
damn
an
it.
hour with all the evidence and shit.
Oh, it's gonna take.
This old man fucking ratted.
Yeah, probably
That's
multiple
crazy.
hours.
Takes multiple hours on small cases.
Why do you even have a deliberation here? It's a separate date, to be honest.
Because no matter how big of a piece of shit you are, everybody deserves a
Old
fair
man.
trial.
This old man ratted on me.
Yeah.
It's crazy. God damn it, Bob. I don't know the clip that and send it to him.
I commend whoever just said that. I really do.
Old man. Old man ratted on me. It's crazy. Cheeky Bob. Yeah, Bob fucking ratted on me. That's crazy. Ow. Said, yeah, we're outside with Bubble. She needed a bit. I'm with her. I said, yeah, if I get him now, I have to go to Crusher. Fuck my hands up. Not leaving Lola. She calmed down. Lucky's with her. After yourself. I will when this is over. This motherfucker ratted on me. I know he didn't rat on me, but still, it's really funny. The fuck? The clip in the Onyx chat. Somebody get shot? Did somebody get shot? Hold on, what the fuck is this? Well, now I want to know. Oh my god. Yawn. Oh, yawn. Oh.
My spot, Mercy.
I just don't want to sit over there. Can y'all let me through, please?
Oh no, she's gone again.
Wait, there's room.
Uh-oh. Nikki?
That's sass for you.
Green fucking flipping him off, bro.
Right thing to do, Nicole.
Hey, Lola.
Hi.
Hang on. Mara fucking jingling like a goddamn elf.
wanted to say we're all here for you and we all love you.
Thank you, Mara.
I had no idea.
You know, not many people did. This is the reason why I wanted to do this in court and not in a deposition.
Yeah, no, this had to be done for everyone. Those who are gone and
Do you know how fucking hard it is to take this seriously when she's dressed like a goddamn elf? I love Mara, I do, but oh my god, girl, being dressed like an elf during this is insane.
just to let you know
It's
that
killing me.
we were all thinking of you.
Thank you.
Got this.
You doing all right?
I don't know.
I believe that. Took courage.
Pardon me.
You did good.
We got you, Lola.
Come on. No, you can come back up here.
We're moving up a row.
Oh, that's Mercy then.
Part of
Okay.
me wishes I could get out of this chair right now and take care of business.
I know. I get it. I get the passion. I do. But we'll after we get through the closings and the arguments and all that stuff, then I'll tell you how I really feel.
If that was Ray's phone, I swear to God, silence that shit. Oh, it's gonna be like 2 or 3 in the morning by the time I go to sleep. I feel like Ray's gonna make us go to bed while the deliberation happens. The deliberation will probably be like an hour or two. I messaged Lola on Demon. I was like, "You did amazing." She goes, "Thank you." And then I sent her a picture of Ginger, and I was like, "Here, have a Ginger in these trying times."
He did go running past us at one point.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen, where are we at?
I think I'm ready, Your Honor.
All right, we are
State's ready, Your Honor.
ready to go. Closing arguments are go.
All right. So, as I said, state's just going to look to highlight evidence in one fell swoop. It's going to be Stephen Alexander, final report, explanation of crimes for trial. It is on the docket, number 22296. You'll find a full breakdown of all the physical evidence and how we came to the conclusion that Stephen Alexander was the perpetrator of these crimes, and all the subpoenas, search warrants, witness testimony, victim statements that all led to those conclusions. In terms of legal arguments, the state would like to make legal arguments for each one of the mayhems. In the terms of Lana, evidence shown that from phone subpoenas indicate the last time Lana Stewart contacted anybody was on May 21st. In Stephen's journal, entry dated May 26th, he states he started Lana on the trials the Tuesday before the entry, which is in fact Tuesday, May 21st. The journals provide first-hand accounts by the defendant of the acts he put Lana Stewart through, and reveled in the joy that he received through attempting to break a strong-willed individual. Lana was strong, so strong she survived, but is that good enough? Lana Stewart, since being recovered by our medical team, has been in a coma, unknown to ever fully heal or even become conscious again. Kidnapping stands here due to the use of fear and/or deceit to maintain his victims where they were, and also being shackled. In the terms of Catherine Cuddlepuff Mayhem, Catherine was reported missing on July 9th and was not recovered until late in the evening on July the 12th. She was held in captivity for 3 days. During this time, she was tortured and conditioned to a point in which medical professionals notated a clear change in her brain's chemical composition, overall shift in personality, and due to her autoimmune disease, her recovery process has been tedious. Her arms are still covered in heavy scabs from the cigarette burns she's endured. These will never fully heal, and Catherine will be forced to wear on her sleeves, quite literally. With regards to mayhem for Lola, Lola was only kidnapped and tortured for over a day, but that is still enough to do insurmountable amounts of damage. The reason that the state is pushing the charge for mayhem major over minor on Lola is that Lola is victim number 4, and is the 3rd victim to undergo the same subjugation and has left her physically damaged in her leg, resulting in a permanent limp. encompassed with the fact that she has diligently undergone extensive medical treatment and is also showing signs to have permanent damage to her brain due to the traumatic events in which she's experienced. And with the charge in relation to murder of Izzy Abbott. Stephen put Izzy Abbott into a situation under a guise of helping her become a stronger-willed individual. Throughout his own journals, he knowingly disregarded his own doubts of her chances at survival, and as a backup plan proceeded to manipulate a crime scene to deflect blame on others alone rather than to ensure that Izzy Abbott survived. The main argument here for this case is transferred intent. He would have been mayhem, 100%. I would have pushed for mayhem, but we have a body. This man has taken a life from the city of Los Santos, a life that had friends, relationships, and standing within our city. The state argues that those things must be answered for. Today, we gathered to confront the dark and twisted heart of a man who stands before you, Stephen Alexander. A man who has manipulated, tortured, and murdered, all under the guise of a misguided quest for salvation. We are here to lay bare the horrifying truth of his actions. 4 counts of kidnapping, 3 counts of mayhem, and 1 count of murder. The murder of a promising young woman named Izzy Abbott. Our esteemed city of San Andreas has never witnessed such chaos, and a true cult has emerged among us, or rather, one individual, Stephen Alexander, has attempted to create this cult. The defense has tried to poke holes in the state's arguments, but the biggest defense that they could have had was if another body dropped. And the fact remains that we have not had any instances of these same amounts of subjugation and torture since Stephen Alexander's apprehension. Stephen Alexander has attempted to create this cult. He's ruined countless lives and affected hundreds in our community. Through manipulation, domination, abuse, deception, and even murder, he has preyed on individuals at their weakest moments. He left them in a constant state of fear and confusion, gaining their trust only to impose his own desires upon them. He coerced them into believing that he alone could be trusted and he alone could love them, instilling a baseless fear of others, specifically those he deemed uncontrollable. Mr. Alexander is not just a defendant. He is the architect of a sinister and perverse cult masquerading as a therapeutic journey toward enlightenment. His alleged philosophy? That suffering is a pathway to salvation, a means to prepare his followers for the so-called end of times. With the facade of a caring therapist, he lured vulnerable individuals, people looking for hope, guidance, and healing, only to lead them down a path riddled with trauma, pain, suffering, and ultimately death. As we dug into the evidence presented in this trial, you've heard from the survivors themselves, Catherine Cuddlepuff and Lola Monte Hart,
Not another hydrate, goddammit.
victims of his cruel rituals.
I am,
They
I
were
promise.
subjected
Ugh.
to heinous acts designed not to break their spirits,
I promise
but
I'm
to
drinking the
reshape their
water.
very identities. These trials,
Closing
5 in
statements.
total, are
And
nothing
then
less
they're gonna
than acts of
deliberate for like a
psychological
couple hours,
manipulation and
probably.
physical
Or maybe
torment.
more.
The chilling details
So
of
we probably
starvation,
won't know the result
forced
until
walks
tomorrow.
through endless wilderness,
Oh, my
brutal
back.
body markings, and horrifying drownings have been laid bare for you. Each trial was a strategy to instill fear, obedience, and submission, all while drugging his victims to make them malleable. This cult leader, a self-proclaimed father and former therapist, created an environment of relentless torment devoid of hope. As his victims were forced to endure unspeakable agony, they were brainwashed into believing Mr. Alexander's grotesque interpretation of salvation. The drug-infused hallucinations were merely tools to strip away their resolve, turning them into shells of their former selves, easy targets for his vile manipulation. And as if that wasn't enough, he enacted the ultimate betrayal by programming his victims to see a false enemy in Dr. Nicole Green, attempting to shift blame for their suffering onto an innocent woman. And finally, let us not forget the tragic loss of Izzy Abbott, whose vibrant life was snuffed out by a man who held power over her in the cruelest of ways. Countless lives in this city have been shattered due to Mr. Alexander's unspeakable actions, his hands drenched not only in blood, but in the tears of those he tortured and continues to torture to this day. The state, we believe, has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Stephen Alexander is guilty of the charges against him. We ask that you take in the harrowing stories of the survivors and examine the disturbing evidence, and that you keep in mind the true cost of his deluded quest for control and power. Justice must be served not just for the victims, but for every soul he has attempted to ensnare in his web of suffering. We ask for the death penalty.
Good. Fucking good.
Last but not least, you're up,
Yes.
Whitlock.
Your Honor, today we have heard much testimony relating to several incidents, as well as much more testimony related to the past of Stephen Alexander. Again, the state has
Even a
applied
monster
a mountain
deserves
of evidence,
representation,
pieces in a
unfortunately.
puzzle that even the best of us would struggle to put together given the threads intertwining the people of this case. Starting with Izzy Abbott, we have medical reports that state she perished from a stab wound. A stab wound from a knife that was never recovered. We have testimony that Alexander met with Abbott, however, nothing stating that she was dead. We have evidence on scene referenced in journals, but again, nothing for the charge of murder. Who killed Izzy Abbott? At this point, with all the evidence and testimony the state has brought to bear, it is unclear. As for transferred intent, Your Honor, there is no other crime being charged here for Izzy Abbott. For the other 3 victims, their injuries are clear, as shown in the medical reports. However, their statements are inconsistent at best, and in some cases contradict the state's own assertion for the crimes that are being charged today. We have medical testimony related to hallucinogenic drugs and head trauma these victims suffered, with no clear indication on how this affects their recollection of events. These events, which the state asserts are a pattern, might have some parts that rhyme. However, there is no complete pattern here by their own document shown in Part 5 of Report 22296. Stephen Alexander, as I stated in my opening, is a clearly troubled man. A troubled man who wanted to make his way as a therapist after being severely and cruelly treated for a majority of his life. The state today asserted these crimes were the result of malicious, sadistic intent. They have tried to make an emotional argument, to be sure, but do the facts back that up? At this point, it cannot be stated what clearly happened. Has it been stated beyond a reasonable doubt? The defense, Your Honor, contests and affirms that it is not. Thank you.
All right, and there we have it. So, I have some good news and I have some bad news for everyone.
Oh, Jesus Christ. What?
The good news is we're done. You're all free.
They're gonna
Except for you,
deliberate.
Mr. Alexander. You unfortunately have to probably go to prison for another day. The bad news is there is no way in fucking hell I'm going to be able to give the verdict tonight. Because I know, in a sidebar, I banged on the table and waxed poetically about how I will never give a delayed verdict. Because, truthfully told, I hate that just as a concept. However, this is the first time I've ever been in a situation where a court case has gone on so long that it has actually pushed up 20 minutes past my bedtime, and I have work in the morning.
God, Jesus Christ.
I mean, basically the choices here are I go back and I deliberate for like 2 hours whilst sleep deprived, stumble out of the judge's chambers, crawl up to the desk, and then give a cooked, sleep-deprived verdict on a case that I may not remember in the morning, or
Poor judge.
I sleep like a sane human being and I decide this case tomorrow.
Oh, poor judge.
So, state and or defense, what do you want? I'm gonna, you know what, I'm gonna push it on you guys. Do you want
I'm gonna make you guys
a
do it.
refreshed, well thought out
Make y'all decide.
verdict made with the benefit of a nice, peaceful slumber? Or do you want a cooked, sleep-deprived verdict that may not even make sense.
Well, the way you sell it, you know, how can I not take it? No, I absolutely want to be I want to be vindicated and make you do a delayed verdict. Yes, let's go.
All right, how
I
about you,
do.
Willock?
Yeah, that's fine.
Which one do you want? Which one do you want?
Let him go to bed.
Yeah, go to bed, Your Honor.
Yeah, let the judge go the fuck to sleep. Holy shit.
Okay, before I give a final decision, Hayabusa and January. I need to talk with both of you just briefly here.
Sure.
I'm not getting on a plane until I hear that
Almost.
verdict.
Or not. Leave tomorrow.
I don't know. Well, he's wants to make sure that they'll be around.
Quick
for when he
question,
does read
because
the
you know
verdict.
the law better than I do.
Tomorrow.
If I spit in Steven's face,
Wait,
can
I
get
guess we
charged
wait
for
until
that?
he tells us
It's
when it
assault.
was.
Fuck.
Yeah, definitely don't do that,
There
Liam.
goes that idea.
Alright, well, I'm going to bed. Good night, everyone. Good night.
Hours. I'll wait 7 hours.
Vinny, if you want to ink me later, that's totally fine.
There you
It's
go.
up to you. I'm good with whatever.
I mean, I know the pages that they're all on, so I mean, we can make it quick.
Damn, the balcony's full too still, huh?
It's up to you,
All
though.
right.
Yeah, balcony's full.
Yeah,
I
Lucid, when
have
you
the sleep
permanently
schedule
mark my
of-
skin with ink?
I don't sleep. I just don't sleep. So like.
Callum's definitely
so
asleep.
after a discussion, which was whether Mr. Alexander should spend the night in prison or whether he should be released on bail, we've decided that for the safety of everyone involved, it's actually probably better that he goes back to prison for the night, because apparently there are a lot of people that want to kill Mr. Alexander.
Yeah!
And
obviously!
Yeah, that's not good.
We would agree, Your Honor.
Thinking about advanced bail conditions, but from what I'm hearing, Mr. Alexander, you might not make it to tomorrow if I were to release you out of the custody of the Department of Corrections. So
Yeah, no, he wouldn't. He
for your
wouldn't walk out
safety
of this
and everyone
courtroom. I'd
else's,
jump
it's
the
probably
thing
better
right now and beat his ass.
that you spend just one final night in Bolingbrook Penitentiary.
I'd beat it. I'd jump the thing and beat his ass. As soon as they said he had bail, I'd
So
jump it
that's
and I'd go to
going to
prison
be
with him and then I'd kill
the
him in
order of
prison.
this court. Delayed verdict. I'll give it as soon as I can. Tomorrow on the docket. And then we'll work on scheduling a sentencing hearing. Presuming I don't find him not guilty as to all charges, because that is a possibility. That might happen.
Well, don't say that.
Go to bed.
We appreciate you, Your Honor. Thank you for your time.
Excused. Get out of here.
I hope you sleep well. Also, that is a
Got a
possibility.
cup?
Or probably.
Oh, there's a cup.
Where's the cup?
Throwing cups.
Who threw a cup?
Who threw a cup?
Honestly.
Honestly, wish it was me that threw it.
Let as many people out as I'm sorry I'm blocking you in.
He would have went on bail for some reason. I don't know. Nikki, you going to bed too?
Maybe.
I don't believe.
Fucking
With
ink
Nikki's, I
Timbit.
forgot.
Yeah.
Nick,
And
meet
I
Nikki.
don't
Nick-
believe.
Oh, hi, other Nikki.
Yep.
What's up?
Hi.
When I say I'm speechless, speechless.
A lot I could not talk about for a long time to not jeopardize this. And yeah, pretty bad.
That
was
was... Huh?
How was it? Obviously, I didn't catch the entire case, but
Fucking brutal, Ray.
Hey, how you guys doing?
brutal enough that it's probably a good thing I wasn't there, or
Yeah. You gotta stick with Bubbles, but make sure you get her to the hospital, okay?
I don't need to go to the fucking hospital.
where are you bleeding? Okay.
I fucking dug my nails into my hands, alright? I'm fine. I need to wash my hands and put a fucking band-aid on it. I don't need to go to the doctor.
Okay, well, go do that then. Go wash your hands, see how bad it is, and then
Yeah,
go from there, okay?
Yeah, I will.
Place you're staying.
I've been working on this for a very long time. I've been.
Let's see if there's a fucking bathroom in here.
For a very long time.
I don't know if there is.
Let's go enjoy that beach as quick as you can.
Don't actually know if there's a bathroom in here or not. We will see. Office. Office. Voting room. Office. Voting room. Office. No bathroom. Cool. No fucking bathroom in here.
Is there no bathroom in here? What?
No, there's not. Whatever.
I'll keep contact with you the entire time.
Again, I'm so sorry you went through everything. But
I've been
I hope
swamped the
you
last
feel a little
couple
better now.
days with chief stuff. That's why. Let me see.
Yeah,
No,
he's
I'm
free
just
now.
saying I apologize. What's the name?
No,
Pissed
no,
me
you're
off.
fine. You're fine. I kind of
If you
talked to
knew
him.
that you knew that that wasn't me, I wasn't fussing at you. It was about that bitch.
Yeah, I kind of just calmed the whole thing and talked with Niles.
Oh,
Oh
I know
my
you don't want to
God.
go, but pretty sure the hospital has a bathroom.
Yep. What the fuck? What the fuck?
She's riding around all these people, these civilians. Oh God, she's coming back out.
Huh?
Okay then.
Okay. I don't care. Can I walk across the street yet without possibly dying? That'd be nice.
Yeah, we'll be fine.
I'm just fucking running. Ray. Ray, please. Holy fuck. That's a crazy ass court. Shit, police chase right now. Just wanna find a fucking bathroom. That'd be nice. bathroom back here. On call. Cloakroom. Spray closet. Oh, we're just gonna see if there's a sink in one of these patient rooms real quick. Hopefully there is. Yep, there's a sink. Cool. Just gonna use this sink real quick. Ow, 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 ow. Roll, 5? D5? Roll 5 on a D5? Yeah, they're fine, I guess. Not great. Could be worse. Found a sink, finally.
Good.
They're fine. It's just my nails. Just hurt.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fine. Can we just go home, please?
Yep.
Thank
Yeah, we
you.
can.
Oh, sorry.
It's not a drive-through. This is not a drive-through. It's probably the funniest fucking sign I've seen at the hospital. Where'd you park your car?
At the double parking garage thingies on the other side of City Hall.
Oh,
Like a block or two away, basically.
oh, good to know.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how long this was gonna take, and I can park that
Mhm.
tree for as long as I want. So I was like, you know what,
Mhm.
save the option for not getting towed, I guess.
Long stream day, long stream day. Make my money, hopefully. Yeah, that was about a 6-hour court case, I think. Probably more like a 5-hour court case, because I think the first 2 hours were just us waiting for it to start. I have to run across, I'm sorry. She can't just cross the road on foot, she has to run. Trauma. Danny has only had stuff from the vending machine today. Oh wait. Ooh, how is Danny doing after she's left? Ooh, she's at a 2. I have to run 2? Alright, bye! Bye, Vox. I'm going the fuck to bed after this. I'm sleepy. Oh. Huh. Huh. think I'm seeing things. What the fuck is that? The fuck? What the hell?
What?
Hearing another fucking... I'm hearing more of a police chase.
Oh yeah, shit's popping.
Apparently, yeah. There is your car? I need a fireman in there. That's the fire department. Cool. I did not know that. I don't know where I'm going. I'm gonna assume his car's up there though. Might be wrong, might be right, who knows? I hate how he walks in the street! I fucking hate it. It makes me so nervous. And he knows it makes Danny nervous. Oh, another car. The slow walking inside. I know. Me too. I'm sorry.
Don't be, baby. Don't be.
No! God damn it! Are you kidding? Fucking seriously, as I start RP? No, bro! Oh, I have to message him. Head pop! Bro, are you serious? I head pop right when that happens? Really? Fucking really? Are you fucking kidding? Oh, Danny's just gonna be full on fucking freaking out now. Danny was already freaking out. Bruh, she's gonna be full on bawling now. Just another thing to add to my good night. Fuck.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. I'm glad you weren't there. That trial was a lot.
Yeah.
I think you would have walked out. It was so bad.
I think I would have jumped the fence and would have gone to town with
I
that.
wanted to so fucking badly.
Oh, fuck off, dude. Seriously?
Just pull over, Ray, please.
I am. I'll go to the intersection because the light is turning green. He's not gonna hit me with an extra goddamn ticket.
Baby, it's fine. It'll be fine.
Yeah, I saw you and heard you the first time.
It'll be fine.
Alright, vehicle off, window down, I'll be with you momentarily, okay?
Let's see if these tears get us out of this chat. Okay. Oh.
How do you do? Senior Lead Officer Rodney Atkins, LSPD. Reason for the stop is your speed there.
Mm-hmm.
We're just trying to get home.
Okay. Well, listen, try to make this as painless as possible. Do you have a driver's license and registration in the vehicle?
Yes, I do.
All right. You should be able to pass that through the window whenever you have that.
There you go.
All right. It's Ray?
Yep, that's me.
All right, Ray. Sit tight. I'm going to go run this information. I'll be right back with you, okay?
All right, we'll do.
I literally just want to go to bed.
I know, baby.
I literally just
know.
want to go to fucking bed. I literally just sat through a 7-hour court case of my best friend who almost died, and I just want to go to fuck to sleep. Ugh, screaming on purpose. Let's see if it worked. If you heard any of that at all.
All right, Ray. You familiar with what the speed limit is in the city, sir?
50.
50. All right. I clocked you going 68.
Oh, I
nothing
got
crazy.
We got
Listen,
pull over
your
68.
last warning is from over a month ago. So I'm going to be working with you. I'm just going to be issuing a warning tonight. All right. Just get home safe. Drive the speed limit. It sounds through a lot. You don't want to end up going through anything more on your
I just
way
sat
home,
through
right?
the entirety of the Stephen Alexander case, so I'm ready to go to fuck to bed.
I understand. But you still got to follow the traffic laws and everything else, all right? So just stay safe.
Yeah,
when
I
I turn off
appreciate
my
it, sir.
lights, you're going to be free to go. Your information is in the window here for you. Make sure you just drive safe. Listen, sometimes when things get emotional, you go through traumatic events, you don't pay attention as much. Obviously, you got a lot on your mind. But I don't want anything, you end up, crashing into someone and causing more strife for you, all right? So just take it easy. Take it slow, drive the
I
speed
will do.
limit, and get home safe tonight, all right?
Yep.
I appreciate it, man. Appreciate it.
All right. When I turn off my lights, you're going to be free to go tonight, all right?
All right. That's it.
Dispatch 5 Lincoln 86. Clear traffic. Warning issued. Back to service.
Not us getting a warning. We got a warning. Jesus fucking.
Well, at least the officer was chill. That's something.
Yeah, they don't usually like it when women cry, you know? They really don't. But just fuck. No, Ray, I nearly jumped the fucking wall. I'm gonna be completely honest with you.
Oh, I have a feeling if I would have been there for the entire case, I would have jumped over that fence and gone down the guy at some point.
Yeah, no, I fucking wanted to so bad. Everything he put those women through, holy fuck, Ray.
I know, baby.
I don't know how Lola's alive. I don't know how. I would have died. I would have just given up. I wouldn't have been able to do that. I don't know. She's so strong. And then fucking Mara. Oh my fucking god, I almost beat them. I'm not even fucking kidding you. Oh my god.
Fuck did Mara do?
Oh my god, she. So I'm already emotionally drained before we even go to the fucking courthouse. First of all, obviously, because this is a big fucking deal and it's Lola, and we hear every other testimony before Lola's, right? Because Lola had a brain injury or brain issue and had to go last, right? So we hear everything before her, and we go into a recess. And we all go outside, me, Bob, Bob, Bubbles, Frankie, I think their name is, and then Mara, right? And we're all just trying to get a breath of fresh air, and Bubbles is freaking out, obviously, because she just heard all these horrible fucking things that happened to people. And Bubbles is all
Yeah.
worried, and she's like, she's Bubbles. And Bubbles is like, yeah, are there more people like that in the city? And without missing a fucking beat, Mara just goes, oh yeah, there's a bunch of them. They're everywhere.
Fucking hell.
And I was like, I didn't say anything, but I messaged Bob, and I was like, that really fucking upset me. And Bob was like, yeah, I know it upset me too. Because Mara fucking knows how Bubbles is. So we have to calm Bubbles down and tell her that she's safe and she's fine. And then I about fucking beat her. It just, oh my god, it just made me so fucking mad. And then I had to sit through Lola's entire fucking thing. I want pajamas. Pajamas. Oh my god, I need to be out of that fucking thing. I need to tell Bob I got home. Oh my god. Hi.
Come here.
Hi. Poor Danny. God. I hope he fucking dies.
I hope so too.
I hope they fucking burn him alive. I don't fucking care what happens to him as long as he fucking dies.
Yeah. Oh, he will die. One way or another, he will die.
Oh, I know. I fucking know. I can't believe they even considered bail for him.
I mean, as he said, like as Joy said, it literally got denied before it's for his own safety.
Yeah, literally, there's so many fucking. If he had even said the word "you're on bail," I would have been over that wall within a second. I don't care if I go to jail for it fucking ever. I would be in there in a fucking second, beating him down. I think about 50 people would have jumped that wall immediately if they said he was on bail.
I think we would have gone to jail together on that night, baby.
Oh, no, I know. Oh, Jesus. I love you.
I love you too, baby.
Oh, man, that sucks. Ugh, chat.
I think it's time for you to go get a couple hours of rest.
You better come back to bed.
Oh, I will. I'll be laying right next to you, baby.
Good. No going off doing your mechanic shit.
No, no, no.
Alright, can't. Aw. No, curl up on him, easy. I love you.
I love you too, baby. Go try to get some sleep, okay?
Yeah, I'm gonna try. I love you. I'll see you in the morning.
I'll see you in the morning, baby.
Alright, chat. We're done. That was the trial of Stephen Alexander. We will be around tomorrow for the verdict if we know when it happens. But other than that, yeah, guys, hey, I'm out of here, man. I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye, everybody.